sweeps this endgame, gets the liquidation on it.
It's so close to a move. It swaps out.
So that's another KO here.
And he's going to go ahead and scoop the game. Does he find it? Escape rope. Switching card. There's the switching card.
There we go.
Welcome everyone to sunny Sacramento, California, the city of trees. And we're here right now for day 2 of the Sacramento Regional Championships. I'm Juancho Saldana, and I'm joined by the ever-talented Chip Ritchie and the amazing Pablo Meza. How's it going, everyone?
It's going good. We had a great first day of competition, saw some high-level gameplay from some excellent Pokemon trainers here in our TCG competition, and it's only going to get better from here, Pablo, as we get into day 2.
Certainly, we have the top of the top who made it to day 2. Have a lot of really good names out there, and I've been walking around a little bit, watching some games, some really interesting things out there.
Anyone we should be looking out for, Pablo?
I mean, Henry Brand is doing really well. I was very impressed by his very clean gameplay, despite the warning we had. Yeah, despite the warning we did have. I feel like, I don't know, his list is pretty streamlined, pretty fluid, and I'm a big Gardevoir fan right now, so I'm looking forward to see if he makes it all the way to the top.
That is true. I'm always a fan of seeing all the Australian players, actually. 3 of them, by the way, made it to day 2. So the power from down under is real. It's very, very cool. And did you see any interesting decks out there, Chip?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Alex Kreckler on the Rapid Strike Urshifu VMAX deck, we got to see him on stream a little bit yesterday. He did complete the 9-0 dream, started day 1 undefeated, but he's had a rough go of it so far in day number 2. He tied round number 10, the first round, and pretty quickly in round 11 and round 12 took 2 losses. So 9-0 to 9-2-1, still in it, still can make top 8. That's one of the kind of luxuries of going 9-0. You get a little bit of leeway to have a rough start in day number 2, but he's really going to have to pull it together with 3 more Swiss rounds to come.
That is true. Me personally, I'm looking forward to seeing all the Aqua Storms potentially. Been seeing a lot of the top players out there with the deck. I mean, we've seen Azul on first day on stream with it. And something also, I want to see more Miraidon too. I know we got to see a lot of it on stream and finally breaking the stream curse. I know we talk about how electric generators are a lie. It almost seems like they never hit. But then Jeremy Gell and our very own electric generator for 2. I'll do it again and again. Sometimes it's still not enough, though.
Yeah, still unfortunately took the loss in that one, as Brent, one of the Australian players you mentioned, still got the win moving on to day 2. He's still doing okay. I think he's 6-0-5, a lot of ties with Gardevoir.
Wow.
It kind of can happen, but still alive. You know, I think if you win out from there, you can make it into top cut for sure.
Yeah, the margins you have in day 2 keep getting smaller and smaller as we have more players, right? But something I do want to see more of, or I would love to see more of, is Chen Pao. I feel like Chen Pao has been underrepresented so far in this event. I didn't see too many at the very top, but I'm hoping at least one can pull through in the top 8.
Yeah, that's actually the deck that our world champion chose to play for this event. Vance Kelly out there competing with it still. He did unfortunately take a loss earlier on in the day already. I think he, with that, has already been eliminated from top 8 contention, but still certainly going to play it out, and with a few wins can finish in the top 16.
Chen Pao, that's your caster prediction, am I right?
Yeah, Chen Pao and Charizard EX. Chen Pao seems like it's not doing so hot, but I did see a few Charizards up there as well.
Remind me, Chip, what's yours?
I had Rapid Strike Urshifu and Charizard EX as well. So
okay, wow.
Feeling okay about the Rapid Strike Urshifu. Obviously, Alex has had a bit of a stumble in day 2 to kick things off, but Victor Ong, also a player who's on the deck, and he's very experienced with it. We got to see him playing it. I think it was in Pittsburgh. He was on stream against Andrew Hedrick playing that deck. He's doing pretty well, but one thing the Urshifu players definitely want to avoid is Lugia V-Star. And it's been a little bit less popular than it has been in the past. Wasn't super popular in day 1. As such, not super popular in day 2, but the handful that are in day 2, there's a couple that are up at the top tables.
Now, is the matchup against Single Strike, Lugia, that's the worst one, right? But against colorless Lugia, is that so bad? I felt like it wasn't as bad, especially with no Serena. That also makes a big difference.
Serena's absolutely the big card in the matchup that swings it for single strike Lugia, but colorless Lugia has access to another really powerful card, that Mew EX. Being able to copy your opponent's Gale Thrust to get a lot of damage in play, or the G-Max Rapid Flow to take out their Octillery on the bench. I mean, we've seen it before with the Rapid Strike deck. If they don't have Octillery in play, they can absolutely crumble.
Don't excite me, Chip. Those are plays I want to see on stream. We need to get that. But yeah, you know what? This is only one of many tournaments we have throughout this season. Let's go ahead and take a look at the 2024 roadmap here. And again, I know we had Peoria just finishing up, and of course we have Toronto, Sao Paulo. So many amazing places. I cannot wait to visit. I honestly can't wait to get back into Charlotte myself, and of course, I'm sure we all want to be at New Orleans when it happens. The first NAIC in that area, am I right?
Yeah, definitely looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to Charlotte as well. Tournament in my home state, one of the few regionals I get to drive to as opposed to having to have a full day of travel, so very much looking forward to that one.
Must be nice.
I'm very much looking forward to Vancouver. It's a special place for me. I won a regional there, so I always have good memories from that place. And then London as well. London, a great city. EUIC, always a fun event, so I'm really looking forward to going back there.
Yeah, and you know, these players, again, they're going to be traveling to all these amazing places, but they're not there to sightsee. They're there to be competing. They're trying their best to earn these championship points to make it to Honolulu. And let's go ahead and take a look at the qualifications needed to make it to the World Championships again. We all know 600 points for US and Canada, 500 for Europe, 350 for Latin America, 300 for Oceania, 250 for the Middle East and South Africa. It seems like a tall order.
It definitely is. It's certainly not going to be easy. The Pokemon Company International has, without a doubt, raised the bar this season. And I think when it comes down to Worlds, it's just going to make the competition all that stiffer. You know, everyone who makes it to Honolulu at the end of the season has worked super hard to get to that point and is going to be at the top of their game for sure.
Oh, absolutely. And even the regions with the lower amount of points, they do have lower amount of tournaments overall, so getting 350 championship points in Latin America is not as straightforward as you would think. The locals are also like really competitive right now, so yeah, it's gonna be a grind to get to Honolulu.
I think Europe might have it the toughest, to be honest.
Agreed.
500 points needed, and they have way less regional championships than we do here in America, so we'll see how many European players can pull that together.
Hey, all it takes is winning one regional, am I right?
Absolutely.
Or do well in an IC. But you know, I feel like
easy enough, right?
some of the people who are probably the closest to really getting those the invite by now are the players at day 2 right now at the Sacramento Regional Championships. Let's take a look at some of the let's see who's up there in day 2 right now. I think, well, we know Azul GG is out there. Brent Tonneson, I think the entire Australian crew. And yep, right here, one of the matches. This was the first stream match. And it shows how dominant the Lost Box deck really is.
Yeah, this is one Pablo and I got to walk everyone through, and I said it yesterday, and it's absolutely true. A master class in how to play the Kyogre deck. You wouldn't expect anything less from Azul. It was definitely a good matchup for him, but he took advantage of every opportunity that was given to him, and we saw Aqua Storm in back-to-back games.
Indeed, and just because it like a matchup is good, that doesn't mean your opponent flips over their active Pokemon and then you have the win, right? You need to sequence correctly, you need to plan correctly, manage your resources correctly, and we definitely saw Azul did just that during his game.
It's just so commanding. It's so intimidating to really just see that Kyogre on the bench. I love the interview with him, and he just, sometimes it's just fate. And another great player here, Blake Ray. Again, playing a Lost Box variant, but this one Turbo Lost Box, but a little bit of an unorthodox match, right, against the Block Snorlax. I hope we get to see more of that.
I got bad news for you, Anjo.
Dreams are crushed.
I don't think we're going to, unfortunately. I'm pretty sure Andrew dropped from the tournament after a bad start here in day number 2. But Blake Ray actually is competing here in day 2, doing pretty decently. I think he was at table 7 or so this round, so very much still in the running to make it into top 8 with his Turbo Lost Box deck.
Yeah, and we love seeing these very original decks, but sometimes they're not being played as much, and there's a reason for it, right?
Sure, and here we have Alex Kreckler again, the only undefeated person on day one, and playing the Rapid Strike box. Again, very powerful deck. You know, take extra turns, take multiple prizes, search anything, well, any Rapid Strike card you want from the deck. It seems like it does it all, and it definitely does against something like Gardevoir.
Yeah, it seems like a matchup that, you know, it can definitely go either way, but Urshifu is just so powerful. Being able to steal extra turns with that Metacham V and setting up for G-Max rapid flow plays, the spread damage you get from that Inteleon V-Max, it can be too powerful for many decks to overcome.
And of course, we saw Michael Pramawat do really well against what you would assume normally is a tough matchup for Lost Box, but Michael Pramawat was able to take the games by just never dealing with Charizard and sniping around it.
Yeah, do you think, Pablo, after this game, Joel went to the vendors and bought some 70 HP Charmanders?
maybe.
That is true. And the something that surprised me is really that Spiritomb in Michael's deck. I mean, when I first looked, because I didn't know if he started with it, it seemed like something you don't really play in this matchup, but by being able to just stop one fish, I think it deserves a spot on the deck for sure.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting. He valued it very highly in this matchup, which Pablo and I were both kind of surprised by. It did end up helping him in game number one. His opponent tried to use the Lumineon while Spiritomb was out, and it didn't work out. Of course, here we see our 2019 world champion, Henry Brand, evolving a Curlia that will later become a Gardevoir. We got this sorted out eventually. It was a bit of a long judge ruling, but we got it sorted, and Henry did end up winning this game against William Penny and his Miraidon deck.
I mean, a Mirage step happened, right? You know what happens in Mirages, you know, you miss-see stuff. But yeah, it was a very, very small thing, and still ending up getting the win against Miraidon. And I remember the fun fact for the Miraidon players that he never misses on the electric generators. And yeah, sure enough, he hit almost all of them. But still, again, not enough for the very powerful Gardevoir deck, and especially handled by a world champion.
And I'm glad we were able to handle the controversy that happened during the game by simply fixing the mistake rather than going and retractably punishing for something that was easily fixed.
And you know what? We went with one Miraidon into another and one Australian to another. Brent Tonneson against Jeremy Jalland. This one was a very explosive match. I mean, if the previous Miraidon player never missed an electric generator, Jeremy Jalland actually consistently got two energies off theirs, had the path, had the very explosive turn one play of just knocking out the lone Ralts.
Yeah, and Brent was not happy to see this. I actually didn't watch this game. I was out in the field watching some of the games happening in the round 9, and I came back and the other casters told me, yep, Jeremy got turn 1, boss's orders KO on Brent's only Ralts, and I said, and he lost that game? Like, normally you would feel like you could just find yourself in a winning position there as the Miraidon player, but Brent was able to keep a steady head, even though his opponent had an excellent start, and was able to establish a board. By the time Jeremy took 3 prizes, went 2-2-2, and still won the game.
Indeed, and we can see a relief there on Brent towards the end. Like, we saw his reaction after the Ralts went down, and then his relief after he was able to take that one.
For sure, and here we do have our day 2 Swiss players, some notable names there. Again, Michael Pramawat, Israel Sosa. I love seeing Alex Shemansky on there as well. When I woke up today and I saw the matches that were already going on, I'm just like, I wish I could just stream all of these, all the tables.
Yep, and it is unfortunate. We only get to stream one single match each round, but I believe we're going to get a little bit of help from the audience to get some choices for our matches as we move through the day.
Definitely. Anyone notable for you, Pablo, here?
Yeah, Alex with the undefeated record, Henry Brand, Vance Kelly, current and former world champions, always nice to see. You have Aiden Cuss as well, Victor Ong, yeah, some great names, Jared Grimes as well, big community person, really contributing a lot to the community and playing that Chenpa. I really want to see Chenpa. I'm a little biased towards Chenpa right now.
Ooh, someone I do want to call out is Emmy Stonier. First day 2, and he's doing actually very well.
Yeah.
Again, the leader for Girl Power TCG, just definitely dominating day 2. But with that, let's go ahead and check out the Swiss standings currently that we have. And top of the ladder right there, Alexander Flatos. 10-1 with 30 match points. They're probably a win, still 2 wins away, would you say?
Yeah, wants to get to 30 35, probably 36. You know, Alex starting at 10-1. You feel pretty good about your resistance if you get to 35 match points, but 36 will definitely be guaranteed safe. Alex is on the colorless Lugia, did get the win against Alex Kreckler in the last round, was doing pretty well in this one from what I saw, so we'll see if he's able to lock up the 11-1 start. Excellent to see. A couple other names definitely worth mentioning. Sawyer Melvin's had an excellent start to the season, solid finish in Peoria, and then got a top 16 finish actually in Pittsburgh. Still been sticking with that Lost Box. Ryan Harris is someone who we saw a decent bit last year, West Coast player, plays a lot of Lost Box, but actually for this tournament has switched it up to the Gardevoir, which Pablo, I know you've mentioned you are quite a big fan of right now in the meta.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying Gardevoir overall. Also, I'm also very impressed by Rapid Strike. Alex up there, Victor as well with that deck. I think you got it right with your prediction, Chip, which you have been very thoroughly reminding us all weekend that you predicted.
Myself and Skarzig as well.
True,
Skarzig had it up there as well. We got to give Ziggy some credit where we can. Charlie Kerr, number 12 there. He's also another player on the Lugia, so they're still hanging around. And then also, look at that, number 13, Bodie Robinson, a first-year master, our senior division NAIC champion. Could this be his first Masters top 8? What a run he's setting himself up to try to have.
Yeah, love to see the talent from the other age divisions really be able to show once they age up. But yeah, all these players have the potential to become the Sacramento regional champion and join the likes of our other 2 champions who we are seeing right now, Andrew Estrada and Raymond Long from Pittsburgh and Peoria. And again, soon we'll unlock the player for Sacramento.
New challenger approaches. We'll have to see who it is that becomes our regional champion. It was a pair of Canadians winning these first 2 regionals. I have to say, Canada's not as dominant right now at this tournament. We'll have to take another look and see if there's any Canadian players still out there representing, and maybe it could be a trio of Canadians to take the first few regional championships.
It could be. We could also have an Australian takeover, so yeah.
America needs to step it up is what you're telling me, huh?
I wanted to be subtle about it, but now you mention it, yes, indeed, America needs to step it up.
Yeah, I love the energy at these tournaments. I mean, this is a regional, but it almost feels like a world championship if we have people from Australia, from Canada, from South America even traveling up to just really compete here. And yeah, it's so exciting. But the most important thing I want to know, though, is the thoughts of people at home. Right? Who do you think is going to be our Sacramento regional champion? Make sure you follow us on all our social media, on Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube, and tell us who do you think is going to win. And oh, also, don't forget, on Twitch, we do have you can vote for your the stream choice, right? The match that we're going to feature on stream, and I believe we're going to do that for the first game and top 8. So that's a big one. It's going to be very, very interesting for sure. With that, don't go anywhere. We're going to have a lot more Pokemon action for you, but we're going to take a quick break.
So usually I really like to use online resources. There are a lot of phenomenal ones for Pokemon Go. And in addition to that, I talk to a lot of my friends, play a lot of practice games with them, and get feedback from them, see how we can improve a team and work towards a team that is difficult to beat.
So the way that I build the best team is just hit hard, hit fast. So you either win fast or you lose fast, but either way, it's quick.
To build the best deck, for me, I play in a lot of locals, including cups and challenges. I also do a lot of play testing with my friends. Shout out to 88 Card House. I also, of course, watch regionals and look at the meta and make changes to my deck to whatever is great. And lastly, I watch YouTube. A lot of YouTube. Just try to learn a lot from there.
When I build teams for an event, I just go with what I like mostly. I mean, I consider the meta, but for example, for this tournament, I really just wanted to bring Charge-a-Bug. It actually does pretty well right now, but it's also just, it's an unstoppable bus.
A lot of times I'll start with what my boyfriend or one of my friends is using, and then I'll play with it, see what I like, see what I don't like, and maybe make some changes based on my own styles, since everyone plays a little differently.
I like to listen to podcasts. There's 3 different podcasts I follow: Uncommon Energy, Metapod, Lake of Rage. Do a little bit of reading here and there, seeing what other people are looking at. And then asking my friends what they have of opinions on my deck. Pretty much just staying with what I feel most comfortable with. I like to be able to play what I like and make sure I'm comfortable the whole time competing.
I started playing the Pokemon TCG in 2011. If I had a starter Pokemon, it would be Umbreon. My catchphrase is usually, I'm just vibing. I look up to Justin Bakari as a competitive TCG player and a very good friend. My overall goal playing Pokemon is to win a championship at any level, and if I win one, I want to keep winning. My favorite event food is the concession hot dogs. I don't know why, but they hit different. My favorite type of music is typically EDM that has like a hard drop that just gets the blood pumping. Probably.
If I had one tip for a new trainer to the game, I would say it's to build relationships. And you rely on others for tips and advice to become a better trainer and improve on yourself to become better at the game.
I'd say the main thing that really comes into it is like 3 important things. Having people that are like solid that you can practice with. Also, being very disciplined when you practice, trying to really just improve the most you can. And the final tip, honestly, is just have fun. I feel like when you're enjoying yourself, it's a lot easier to just grow from your experiences, and you get a lot more out of playing.
Play your own game and don't be discouraged by the results. If you stick with it and stay consistent, you will improve and really enjoy the game.
Look at resources for Pokemon Go PvP, whether that's content creators that can help you learn the basics and the fundamentals of the game, like your move timing, like your typings, and just having fun with it, not being too hard on yourself. Practice as much as you can so you know your team well going into a tournament, and in the end, just trust your instincts and trust your gut in making those decisions.
It would be applying a growth mindset, especially during your practice. Look back, analyze your games, think about what you could have done better. There's a lot of variables in Pokemon, and there's like a lot of what-if scenarios, so you have to go back and analyze your games, otherwise you might make the same mistake again.
You should take everything one step at a time. Don't think about top 8, don't think about winning. Think about the game ahead of you, set your goals realistically, and focus on your game. Don't focus on anyone else's, don't focus on anything else. Just play your game and have some fun.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Sacramento Regional Championship. My name is Juancho Saldana, and I pulled some strings for everyone here, and this was a tough one because we have the one and only Rahul Reddy, one of the top players out there. Normally you see him here, and it's a winner's interview, right, Rahul? But
not today. Today is not playing, just hanging out, enjoying my day 2 from the sidelines.
That's good. I love that. Right before this interview, we got to see you on the different stingers. Hope you got the concessions hot dog.
I did. I got one yesterday. Good quality. Got some ketchup, some mustard on there. Make sure to get a good hot dog in.
Definitely. Again, so the point of this interview again is I wanted to get one of the top players in the game who, unfortunately, again, it happens to everyone.
Yeah,
who
of course.
Don't make it to day 2. And tell us about your last standing is going to be 6-3 at the end of the day,
6-3,
right?
Yep, absolutely.
So that was very, very close. You mentioned earlier you started 1 and 2.
I did.
Tell me about day 1.
So I played Mew VMAX. I was inspired by Rowan's list from Peoria. I thought it would look really cool, look really fun. So I picked it up and I was like, let's give it a whirl. Started off 1-2, hit some unfortunate matchups, and I was like, maybe it's not my day. Maybe I made the wrong choice. Am I playing poorly? Maybe a little bit. And that's something I gotta reflect on. I managed to rattle back 5 in a row. I got to 6-2. And so most people in that position would ID, but depending on your goals individually, you choose to move on to day 2 to just have a better chance the next day, or you can give yourself a better shot to set yourself up to win the tournament. And in my position, if you go in at 6-2-1 and lose the first round and the next day anyway, you're pretty much mathematically eliminated from everything. So I was down paired, and I had to play it out anyway, but I was going to choose to play. I ended up having a heartbreaking loss in the last one, but I don't regret my decision. I had a lot of fun, and 6-3 is still not a bad record. The difference between a 6-3 or 6-2-1 record is just a little bit of luck going one way or the other.
No, definitely that. A lot to dissect there. Again, going 1-2 at the start and then winning it out until just at the very end, unfortunately.
Absolutely.
And then deciding to play that game. I love your take on that. Thank you for sharing.
Absolutely.
But yeah, the going 1-2, and tell me about that mindset. Like, how do you bring yourself back and just, tell yourself, I have to win out, and how do you just maintain that mindset?
It's tough when you're 1-2 because you're staring down the exit of your tournament. Any single thing goes wrong, a single loss, your tournament is over. You've come all this way, depending on where you're coming from, whatever. You've made this journey. It is a lot to digest in that moment, but you have to just kind of shut off those emotions. It's really, really hard to do. It's really hard to do, and some days are better than others. But you have to shut off your emotions and focus on the game that's right in front of you. You got to go sit down at the table. Everything is out the window, and you just play. You give it all you have. You practice. You put your time in. You play your game. You do what you have to do, and win or lose, you want to come out feeling like you played the best you did.
Yeah, and I feel like you can comfortably say that you've done exactly that. I don't think I could have that mindset to just try 1-2. I think it's time for me to do some side events at that point.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, and then your deck choice, Mew VMAX, you mentioned earlier, it's the grabber version?
I did play the grabber version with the Luxray. Luxray actually was super MVP throughout the entire day. He came in clutch multiple times where there was positions against a Kyogre, for example. I'll put this into perspective. A terrible matchup for Mew, in my opinion. They get to set up, they get to blow up 2 Genesects. The game is effectively over, and they can sit at 4 prizes the whole time.
Yeah.
Later in the game, I was able to go Iono them to 4, and I started just using Luxray really aggressively because Kyogre needs to maintain resources. So I would look at their hand and be like, okay, that's a Recycler, put that in the discard. That's a Rod, put that in the discard. How are you going to piece together this combo now that you're down 3 gates, both Recycler are gone, 2 Rods are gone? What are you going to do? My game plan at that point wasn't taking all 6 of my prizes. My game plan was making it as hard as possible for you to take your 6 prizes.
Wow, that's a game I wish we got on stream. Definitely, I love that mindset of a top player. Where sometimes sometimes taking your 6 prizes isn't the goal of the game at that point. You have to adjust, and you correctly identified. Yes, resource man. Denying resources.
They managed the resources pretty well. I just had the no button.
Definitely Luxray, a very, very fun card. Honestly, I don't like the player I am when I play Mew VMAX.
Me too.
Sometimes a little too evil. You hit the grabber and you just have that evil laugh.
Yeah, then your opponent's playing with a 0. You're grabber, and they just look at you and they show you your hand. You're like, very good, very good.
But a lot of fun for sure. Yeah. And tell me now, how are you feeling now though in day 2?
So I obviously last night was a little bit rough. When you have goals like I do that are very hard. I think for any player coming so close and falling short, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna sting. And no matter how many times you've done it, it will always sting a little bit. But the difference between great players and good players is how fast you recover from that. So a great player will always pick themselves up, put them back on their feet, and try to do their best to advance to the next goal. Look forward. I'm already looking at Toronto. I'm thinking about Toronto. I'm supporting my friends here today. An average player or someone worse will sit there and dwell on that and say, I could have done something different. I could have done something different. Yeah, we can always say that. We can always do something a little bit different, always. But there's no point in dwelling on the past. It's all about thinking about the future and how you can do better next time.
No, I love that hallmark of a great player. I literally walked into you and you had the biggest smile, but I was like, wait, you're not playing right now. But
no, I'm just chilling. I'm having a good time.
Yeah, and that's the name of the game.
Exactly.
That's why we're here. And tell us your plans for Toronto. How would you start preparing after after this tournament?
Yeah, so this beta game, actually, I think it's very evident at how it is shaped up, where there's always like 10 to 15% across the board of like every deck. There's no deck that has been overwhelmingly positive, no deck that has been overwhelmingly oppressive, like the Silver Tempest Lugia format, nothing like that. So it kind of feels like your 15 rounds are kind of what determines how you're going to play, what's going to happen, how your tournament is. So you should just pick the deck you are most comfortable with, that you know you can sit down, play the game, feel like you can outplay anyone. Like if you've been playing Lost Box for the last like 3 months, stick to Lost Box. If you've been playing Lugia for the last 3 months, stick to Lugia. Like you will, like either the matchups will come your way and you'll know how to play them, or if something unfamiliar hits you, that's what's gonna happen. I think my Mew experiment is comfortably done. That itch is done. It's the first time I played Mew at a major, and it might be the last. You know, we don't know. So I might go back to Lugia, see what good old Faithful does for me, or kind of go back to the drawing board. Miraidon's been performing pretty well. I know that people aren't really the biggest fan of that deck. I almost played Urshifu for this one, and it looks like my buddy Victor is 10-1-1 out there actually. So he was messaging me all week saying like you should play Urshifu, and I didn't believe him. So it might just be kind of a gut reaction, see what happens. And there's a lot of good decks to pick from. There's like obviously a lot of good decks that will perform well. The only thing I won't do is use Flower Select.
Awesome. All right. Well, just last fun question for you. Just tell us a fun fact about Rahul.
So I guess when I'm not playing Pokemon and, you know, coming out here, living my best life, I'm usually at the gym and I like to listen to, like, it's like a combination of like early 2000s like radio music, like that like the Katy Perry stuff like that like is remixed with like hardstyle. It's peak music. You guys just gotta listen to it.
I'm gonna need that playlist.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you for the amazing interview, Rahul. I'm sure we're gonna see more from you in future tournaments, but I think we should be starting the Sacramento Regional Championships really soon. Let's throw it to the casters.
Hello everyone and welcome to the casting desk. Adam Skarzig-Watson here with Kyle Sablehouse to kick things off and walk you through the next round of Swiss.
Yeah, let's get going, man. I've been looking at all this exciting action that we have out in the field. So many great names that are potentially going to be working their way towards the top 8. There's some Lugia out there.
Yeah, very impressive. It was waiting in the wings, so to speak.
Yeah.
And now the matchups have been coordinated. It's hitting what it wants.
I don't think that deck's very good, but somehow it's just finding a way. It's colorless Lugia. If you run into enough Lost Box, I guess you just get the job done.
And just for a reminder for our folks at home, let's take a quick look at a refresher for the format of this weekend's tournament.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokémon TCG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss and Top Cut matches are best of 3. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until Top Cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single champion is crowned. Who will take home the title of Regional Champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
That video was certainly informative, and I have even more important information for our viewers at home. If you're watching on Twitch, keep your eyes peeled for the community choice poll. You'll be able to vote once again for which pair of players will be playing on stream for your viewing pleasure. And while you're there, go ahead and follow us on Twitch so that we can hit 100K followers. We're almost there, folks. And once we do hit that goal, Pokemon has confirmed we're going to be doing a raffle, and the winner of that raffle will get a nice Pokemon goodie bag.
Are we eligible for that? I'm trying to get a goodie bag.
I don't know. If we're on break, maybe I can hop on my phone, go to the Twitch channel, and everybody who's watching right now should be following already, but go ahead and head over there and make sure, again, to vote in that poll. I love the community, showing up to see their favorite players, and who knows what matchup we might be casting, Kyle.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm walking around out here. I've got players talking about, hey, this guy's X and O, he's doing amazing. This girl's doing awesome. You got to be looking out for this player. I'm like, you will get to pick. Go out there, turn your phone on, click the button, and we can maybe see your favorite player. It's just that easy now with the community choice. So we'd love to hear from you guys. I believe we're picking out of the top 5 tables, 4 of the 5 there. So you're going to see the best of what Sacramento has to offer. Just let us know.
And for some additional context for the folks making their choice right now, we can look at some of the data from day 1 moving over into day 2. So this was our breakdown for yesterday, Kyle. We knew that Lost Zone was going to be pretty popular, and it's splitting the difference alongside Charizard EX, and Lugia way down at the bottom. Didn't have a lot of representation, but seems to be doing quite well here.
Yeah, there was a lot of fear going into Peoria that Lost Zone was going to be the deck that ties too much. And that was not confirmed. There were a lot of great players that still made it through with Lost Zone, so that gave players confidence once more to go back to this list. Ends up being the #1 played deck here in day 1. Charizard sees a little bit of a dip. Miraidon obviously has a great following with a lot of the novice players that we see, just getting an opportunity to play against some of the best players in the world, even though you really just have to focus on the first few turns to get the ball rolling.
And that's great, too, to have something that's really easy to jump into as a deck, to give our up-and-comers that confidence to come to a large competition like this and play their hearts out. And I think I do want to give a special shout out to our competitors for, speeding up their play. Gardevoir, Lost Zone, these decks that are known for tying, suddenly able to finish their games. And I think this is just the players, their practice paying off. They're becoming more familiar making these snap decisions. And if we move over to day 2, I'm not sure if we have the specific numbers dialed in yet, but Lost Zone box at 22% of our day 2 lists.
Yeah, look at that conversion rate. Absolutely unbelievable, from 14 up to 22%. Charizard staying around the same. Chien-Pao sees a little bit of a dip up. Miraidon dip down. Still no Mew out there, though.
And Lugia still rounding out the bottom. And we've seen this before, Kyle, right? Where a deck comes into the day 2 competition, it was sort of an underdog in terms of overall representation, and it was just sort of a hard read by the fans of that list to say, well, everybody's going to counter my counters, and once the smoke clears, I'll be reigning supreme at the top of the pile.
Yeah, I mean, if you're playing Lugia, you don't want to see Miraidon. Well, it didn't convert very well into day 2, and you do want to see Lost Zone. Looky there, 22%. If 1 in 4 matches that I play is against this deck, I'm probably having a good day.
And if you can get into top 8, that's a lot. That's a big goal for a lot of players here. Either I want to make day 2, I want to make top 32 to try to get some prize money, or I'm going to get to top 8, or maybe even take it all. Wancho and the boys said at the top of the show they're playing for the win to get that instant invite to Honolulu.
Yeah, it's what everybody's trying to achieve, and not only that, but $10,000 as well for winning a tournament of this magnitude. These are bigger than a lot of the internationals that we've hosted over the last few years, and that's just going to continue. This is one of the smaller regionals of the year, and it's still over 1,400 players.
And the competition is stiffer than ever before. We've got international players coming here to, strut their stuff. You're playing against not only the best from NA, we've got the best from Canada, the best from Australia, a couple European players maybe waiting out here, trying to get some free points, right, from the NA regionals.
Free, yeah. I definitely think they had to work for it this time around. We saw Brent trying his hardest to come out with the victory there in the last round, and sure enough was able to do just that.
All right, that's exactly right, folks. Don't give them an easy time. We know whoever is going to make it into top 8 is 100% deserving. And just based on the matches we saw on stream yesterday and what we're going to see today, Kyle, the competition is going to be incredibly fierce.
Yeah, looking forward to it, obviously. You see all the decks that you have in front of us. It's going to be a good mix, hopefully, as we reach the top 8 and a lot of different variety. I'm excited to see which of these decks and which pilots are going to be there at the top. But it looks like our community vote is in.
Oh, boy.
Skarzig. This is going to be fun.
The votes have been tallied. The community has spoken. The match for the stream is going to be Emmy Stonier and Juan Cardenas playing for the streamed match. Emmy has been popping off, has been updating her record on Twitter, going throughout the days. The founder of Team Girl Power, one of our premier Pokemon teams that's just been rocking and really a supportive force for the overall community.
Yeah, great to see a little bit of showing here on the stream. It's going to be an interesting match that we see, and you can see both of these players at 28 match points. So basically, you have to win out from this point if you want to guarantee that you're able to make it through. If you get 2 wins and a tie, then you're going to be around the bubble in a situation like this. This is a slightly less showing than a Peoria, so maybe 35 does start to feel a little more safe. The other games, though, we're talking about potential winning in immediately for Alexander and Sawyer.
And if we compare this to the overall standings as well, we can get a little bit of a closer feel for what these players are going to be playing towards, whether it's just another couple ties or a win in an ID. But when we look at the top 16, Emmy's still right there at 28 points, rounding out the top 16 for the overall Sacramento Regional. And maybe 34 would be safe. 35, 36 is where we need to be.
Well, you can see in great company, Michael Pramawat, the 7-time regional winner, Henry Brand, former world champion, Azul, the 2-time international champion of Oceania. Just some unbelievable players that we still have out here in competition. Alex Kreckler was a big name to watch at 9-0, but the wheels are starting to come off a little bit. Hopefully can turn that around, and maybe we will see Urshifu VMAX in the top 8.
Yeah, it was one of my picks, and I think the list is phenomenal. It's always a pleasure to watch on stream, and once you're going through these grueling rounds, so many rounds yesterday, the pressure is starting to mount for these competitors in the day 2 of Swiss going into top 8. You have to try to keep a clear head, Kyle.
Yeah, if you are excited for some Urshifu VMAX, then also take a look at Victor Ong, another fantastic player at 10-1-1. So great opportunity there, maybe with a win in this next round to make it to the top 8.
But overall, as we've said time and time again, this is a fantastic spread of players, a great list of names that everyone in the audience right now should be paying attention to. These are the people you're going to see over and over again throughout the season, because we've just gotten started, Kyle. And as we move closer and closer to our community-voted stream match, Emmy's getting set up, Juan is getting set up, and Juan is a player that actually kind of started his Pokemon journey playing a lot of online tournaments.
As many players did, we started to find some really great talent from all across the world. I think Brazil really started to put itself on the map throughout the COVID era. We saw a lot of big names pop up, a lot of younger players pop up through that scene as well. So definitely a lot of great names to keep our eye on through those events. And for the longest time, that's where we got deck lists. That's where we started to see some big names show up, and it's a great resource to have.
Yeah, it certainly shifted the modern era of Pokemon, the way that matchups are evaluated, the way that decks become popularized. Sometimes a deck isn't proven in a regional. It's because it did well at just a few online tournaments. Charizard EX, I think, is a fantastic modern example of just a list being a fan favorite and just through sheer numbers doing well at online events and just perpetuating that myth heading forward.
Yeah, our senior world champion we found through all of these online events. Just, who are these grinders who are continuing to find success? It's, oh, they're 12 years old, they're 14. What is this? But you put the work in, anyone can get it done.
Yeah, you have access to stiff competition from all over the place. Previously, Pokemon players would just be able to travel to their local card shops or whatever big tournaments are going on in their region of the country, their region of the world. And now, because of the international vibe, right, for the online tournaments, you know, players are getting higher quality of games, and it just makes you a better player when you can play against better players.
Yeah, that's the whole reason that we were looking for that online resource. And, we've seen a lot of great names pop up from it, and it's once again, it's just a really great resource for us to have, and I think it gave us a lot of good information about the deck that we're likely going to be seeing featured. Not sure if we have our headsets just yet, but I'm getting excited to talk about these decks.
I know, this is the part that always gets me the most excited. The audience is prepped and ready to go. They voted for the match. They're getting comfy. Get your snacks, get your drinks. Our players are getting set up at the table, and we're kind of just chewing the fat, waiting for them to get into position, and I'm just getting word that they are ready, so we can take things down to the table, Kyle. So break down this matchup that you were so keen on.
All right. Yes, all of our information about Charizard basically came through online events as we first saw this deck start to perform. Saw a lot of grass techs thrown in left and right to try to fight off with the powerhouse deck that this is. There's a lot of confusion going into Charizard on how to run a list like this. Do you want to play it with Pidgeot? We're not going to see that this time. Juan going with a very spicy 2-2 Arceus and 2-2 Bibarel to get the job done.
This was a build of Charizard that came out of the woodworks at the very beginning of the Charizard EX era and kind of fell off. I'm glad that he has the courage to revisit this idea. And Emmy across the board with the Mew VMAX, a deck that we know is strong, a deck we know is consistent. She's got the grabber, Kyle.
Yeah, the grabber definitely can do some things. This is such a fun matchup because of the Luxray V tech that we saw from last week in Peoria, doing a lot of work against the Charizard. There's no Charmeleon here.
So if you can grab or get rid of that Charizard, it's going to throw a big wrench in Juan's plans because of the reliance on Arceus and Bibarel. The chance to be disrupted is a lot higher. Both of these players, this is going to be the first time that they've been on stream playing as well. And we've talked to some of our first-time stream competitors before, and experiencing it for the first time can sometimes throw you off your game, but I think that both these players are going to do us proud.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be a fun one to watch. It's going to be interesting to see if rare candies can come down before the second turn, well, after the second turn, because Emmy's going to be tackling those things left and right with the Luxray. Hopefully, prize cards are nice to us here, so I want to see some good action.
Oh, the Panic Mask tech from way back for the Gardevoir matchup. Not going to be relevant here. Just prizing up for a Seal Stone, a VMAX, Path to the Peak. The Arceus V-Star being in the prizes is a little spooky with a Nest Ball and Ultra Ball. As you said, Kyle, Charizard is all about getting established in the first 1 or 2 turns. So if you miss out on the ball search or for that getting that key evolution Pokemon you need, could put Juan too far behind in terms of tempo.
Yeah, we'll see if the Arceus will be able to perform Starbirth, help out in finding that rare candy Charizard in the intro. I mean, the tide of the game can turn so quickly once that Dark-type Pokemon is in the active spot. It's a lot of hit points to work through if you're Emmy.
And I think that it really showcases the mindset both players are going to have going into this matchup, where Juan is going to be so focused on getting the right setup, and Emmy is just going to do Mew VMAX things. But Juan's kicking us off with Arceus, Bidoof, Attach, Pass, the classic.
There's no Charmander. That's not how this works. You definitely need that down if you want to work out the Charizard on the second turn.
Cramorant getting rid of a grabber. I don't know if this is going to be a reroll, and it's a Tails.
Instantly starting off with that Luxray V can certainly target down the hand, start to remove some of those pivotal trainer cards.
Ultra Ball finds a Mew. Just need one more way to get a Genesect in the hand. There's Path to the Peak.
And
just going to be a Judge. Seems to be taking a much more chill turn. Emmy seeing, again, no Charmander. Not a lot of big threat coming through right away.
Yeah, this is wise from Emmy. Obviously, the Path to the Peak shuts off your own abilities, but slowing down Juan could be great here. You don't have to worry about a card like the Double Turbo. It's just a one-of from Juan, so if he is able to find that, then you're in trouble. But ultimately, with 4 cards to work with and no abilities, seems unlikely.
At the end of the day, right, Mew wants to slow the opponent down, and you just bump your own Path to the Peak whenever you need to unleash the floodgates of Genesect. After the Judge, Emmy picks up for a Seal Stone, which is fantastic.
Why do I even talk? There's a Double Turbo in hand.
We knew it all along.
The one. Emmy with a tough choice here. Finds the Forest Seal Stone. Could target down the Double Turbo energy and start to go at those trainers in the hand from Juan. Or you start to think about what you're going to do on future turns.
Very cool. Picks up the Feather Ball to grab a second Mew V and immediately uses the Star Alchemy ability on Forest Seal Stone. Notably, can still be used under the influence of Path to the Peak to pick up Double Turbo energy to set up Fang Snipe on the Luxray. Path, Judge, also your -1 card.
There it is, Fang
And you
Snipe.
can see the hand. Let's go.
just for 10, but you get to take a look at the hand, and Escape Rope is going down. That hand is not much.
But Juan's going to make it happen right now. Has the DTE.
No way.
Finds the V-Star.
Just top decks the V-Star. The other one's prized.
But no way to bump the path.
It doesn't matter. Just attack.
Just start swinging, I guess, Kyle.
Emmy's like, I just saw your hand. I know that wasn't there.
Has the fantastic alt art as well. Always dripping on him. Yep.
Wow.
And then gets the charge onto the second Arceus V. This is going to be a wild one, Kyle.
I mean, we're in Theme Deck Wars, but this is a pretty favorable one for Juan. The Luxray tech is going to go down. And from this point, you're taking prize cards. There's no Genesect on the other side. You're potentially going to be locked from the path to the peak on your own side because you only have 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, the goal of Emmy's turn was to disrupt and slow down Juan as much as possible. But just with 1 clutch draw, 2, if we count the double turbo energy already being in the hand, he's got a couple attackers established and can start putting on pressure and slowly but surely buying time for Charmander maybe to join this race.
Yeah, I mean, they're bad attackers, but they're going to get the job done. Just 180, 110, whatever. Just start attacking into these Pokemon. If there's nothing in Emmy's hands to move this path and get a Genesect in play, how do you even continue this game?
1 draw of destiny, Kyle.
Oh, is this
considering
is this a
another
Cram-O-Matic? What's happening?
Yes, the Cram-O-Matic.
No!
Tails!
Game 2? What do you do? Yep.
Fang Snipe, just 1 energy left. And now Juan is going to take over the game.
Hey,
there's
that Charmander you were talking about.
As soon as this path to the peak, Emmy's going to have to bump her own back to the peak to get Genesect set up, use the draw power to come back into this game. And as soon as Path to the Peak leaves play, Juan is free to use that Starbirth, get the Rare Candy, get the Charizard EX, and then you have a big darkness-type attacker to pressure the UV Max.
Well, there's a little math problem there. There's 1 card in hand. Lost Vacuum is usually how you move this. That means there's no cards to beat Genesect. At least she's having a laugh with it.
I definitely respect the opening play, trying to just say, I want to slow down this Arceus. Seemed like a good idea at first, but only hitting an escape rope off of the snipe wasn't as detrimental as you would like, and Juan got that V-Star. Started to deal damage. It wasn't just a Trinity charge for energy. We had Trinity Nova to get the big hit.
That was wildly unlikely. Emmy's going to watch this back and say, are you kidding me? There was an Arceus V-Star in the prize cards. There's only 1 double turbo. You judged him into the perfect cards, and then he top decks the Arceus V-Star. That is exactly what you want to see if you're Juan playing in your first stream match. And so hopefully, for his sake, he can continue that trend.
If we run that back again, I think on average, we're going to see a lot more of an explosive turn 1 from Emmy. Flip tails on a couple Cram-O-Matics, and that's, I remember back when UV Max kind of developed a reputation of being a bit of a coin flip deck because of the importance of Cram-O-Matic to get things done. And if those went heads, looks like a very different game, Kyle. So as they shuffle the cards and set up for game number 2, I'm hoping that we'll get something a little bit more interesting off the ground.
Yeah, the trend of this deck was so often to move away from the nest ball, go towards feather ball, and you can see where that is a bit of a hindrance here, as no Genesect were found on that opening turn. You need to continue to draw with this deck, establish Pokemon, and while you are building your own hand and your own setup, Luxray is buying you time. And that just was not the case here, and Juan was able to put on so much pressure in the opening turns.
It's pretty often, I think, we do see players go for the early path to the peak in order to slow their opponent down, and it ends up backfiring. Like, every time we see, like, Miraidon players that are still on the path tech, they'll set it up to slow their opponent down, but then don't have access to fleet-footed, and those resources very quickly evaporated. It's rare to see a UV Max deck with 1 card in hand, Kyle.
That's right. All right, let's take a look at these prize cards. Not too bad on both sides. I think we're in for a good one here in game 2.
Yeah, let's have a nice clean match. Game number 2 is underway. Emmy's kicking off, has the Genesect in the active spot, a second on the bench attached with the Forest Sealstone and Featherball to pick up a Mew V.
Yeah, take a look at this. Emmy says, oh, Genesect's a good card, you say. Well, let's get 2 of those down and maybe start to work on a nice opening start here. Obviously targeting the Mew in the beginning with this Featherball, but with the Forest Sealstone, there's potential to find all of the resources you need and target down that early Luxray.
Yeah, this is the Mew VMAX setup that we know and love, Kyle. It's exactly what we want to see. Across the table, Juan does have that Mysterious Tail Mew in the active, a little bit of a chance to get an additional rare candy or maybe a ball search to get things started, respond to this in kind. And Emmy is actually setting up the Luxray once again. How do you feel about her leaning into this strategy a little bit more?
I think it's the correct play. It's in this list because you want to target down all the rare candy Pokemon that you're going to see on the other side. My only issue is, why aren't we hiding this information? let's put that VIP pass in the hand and at least have the illusion of some other cards.
Choice Bell onto Mew, double turbo energy attached as well. And we got to remember, to keep your counts with the Genesect, with the Fusion Strike system correct. Remember this back with Mew when it would tech in like Aerodactyl and stuff. You're drawing 1 less card off the Fusion Strike system because you're keeping that bench slot full.
Well, a nice find with the Mew V added to the board. You will see all 4 illustrations of Mew in this list. It's a long list of Pokemon on the deck sheet for us, even though they're all the same.
They could not keep reprinting this card, Kyle. Mew is such a fan favorite. Mew VMAX is such a fantastic deck in the game and has been for a long time. I can't fault them for that.
I do like Emmy's choice of playing the energy onto the Mew V. When you realize that your opponent is using the Arceus style of this deck, you want to be able to take the knockout on that Pokemon before anything gets rolling, and then maybe lean into the Luxray if you haven't seen the Rare Candy Charizard yet.
And Juan just going for the Nest Ball first to start things off, looking through the deck. Going to grab a basic Pokemon, just a little bit of thinning before the Mysterious Tail, of course. Small efficiency there. And as you already talked about, Kyle, we know that Juan's prizes aren't too detrimental. It's just taking the opportunity to sculpt a game plan around what he does have access to and grabs Arceus V.
This is going to be the lifeline. So often we see players really rushing to find that Pidgeot in this deck, and it's not going to be the case in this situation. No Sealstone stuff working here. It is all about Starbirth. So that Arceus V has to remain in play for Juan to find anything going into the next few turns.
And Juan is on a 2-2 line for the Arceus V and the Arceus V Star. It will remain to be seen if he is going to be startled by the Mew V with the double turbo and the Choice Belt, ready to evolve and maybe take down the Arceus V with the boss's orders. But for now, just going to focus on Mysterious Tail.
VIP pass found.
Lovely.
Absolutely crucial there, as the rest of the hand certainly has some counterplay to Path to the Peak and other things you may encounter, but you gotta have those basic Pokemon down first.
Yeah, this is a list, as we can see, Kyle, has a lot of setup Pokemon. The Bidoof, the Charmander, the Arceus. You telegraph what you want to do very immediately in the match, and there's this window of opportunity now being presented to Emmy to, take her pick of which of these Pokemon might be removed from play.
Yeah, a lot of pieces that you need. There is another Charmander in hand, so that would be a real issue for Juan. I would potentially see Emmy using a boss's orders to target down if it was just a single copy. But because there's only just 1 Arceus and 2 Charmander, likely have to target down that Arceus and just hope that there's not a Rare Candy Charizard on the other side.
The idea to put down too many threats that need to be answered, too many things that are going to evolve and begin to snowball the game, gives you the resilience towards that disruption. Luxray might not be able to keep the floodgates closed before we see all the fire energy in the world come pouring out of the deck and attaching it to a big conga line of attackers on one side. After getting set up, passes back over to Emmy, has the Mew VMAX, 2 of them. Another double turbo, always going to go for that Lux Ray. And now with the Fusion Strike system for 2, needs to find a way to get this out of the active.
Yep, running into a bit of a clogged hand here. Thankfully, with that Ultra Ball, can help remove some of those resources.
Just fails the Ultra Ball, nice thin.
Just Genesect, double Turbo Energy, just cards that you can't really play at this situation. And we need to see this Genesect not only moved, but likely in combination with the boss's orders to find a relevant attack. If not, it's just going to be Luxray attacking into this Mew, trying to remove potentially Ultra Ball from the hand, which we do know that Juan is holding on to.
I think with the presentation of the 2 Charmanders, the Arceus, you know you can't stop your opponent from getting established, and it might be better to just make it so they don't get all 3 of their big, important Pokemon set up. Try to get one of those.
It looks like we're going back to Flip City.
Oh, Cram-O-Matic heads.
Hey, there it is this time around.
All right,
Just
so
have
there
to
is
try it a
one
third time.
escape rope in the deck. There's a couple switch carts. Get this Genesect out of the active. Maybe cram for... There's a lot of options here, obviously.
Yeah, this is complicated. With the Mew and the active, Luxray is not nearly as enticing as it once would be. Judge is going to be the answer. There's still... Oh, there's no Genesect left. This has to be the switching effect, or this is going to be a lost turn.
Wow. Huge call out here, trying to... I think it's because, as you said, Kyle, right, the Mew isn't as enticing to attack into, so by pivoting to a Judge, maybe you can still keep your opponent under control. As long as there's no Candy, Charizard, or Arceus V-Star, this would end up being the correct play, and who knows, Switch Cart might be in these 4 cards right now for Emmy.
Oh,
into a cram.
Another Cram-O-Matic. She went for the deck. That's a good sign.
Hit the heads, and now if there wasn't a switching option, could be grabbed. I think that was a Pat to the Peak.
Yeah, so there must be something else working in this 2-card hand. It's just so complicated staring down the Mew. You don't want to knock this Pokemon out with Mew VMAX. You walk into some potential issues with Rare Candy Charizard on the other side. And similarly, if you attack with the Luxray, sure, you get rid of an item, but Mew just finds it again. You're only dealing 10 damage.
And has the escape rope. If you're Juan, just probably promote the Pidoof, maybe give up one of the Charmanders. Okay, and Emmy likes what she sees. Promotes the Luxray V, Path to the Peak to turn off the Starbirth and Infernal Rain. And Iono goes to the discard pile, thanks to Fang Snipe.
Yep, Counter Stadium in hand, Bibarel as well. This could be a huge turn for Juan if he's able to locate Ultra Ball or Arceus V-Star.
And Juan is happy to have this Charmander in the active. Bibarel can come up huge with Industrious Incisors to draw up to 5 cards. Just lost City to bump the path, maybe attach this Panic Mask somewhere to the side. If you're Juan, do you want to save the boss's orders or just use it right now so you draw 5 and just know that you're going to get the Rare Candy Charizard?
There's too many supporters that you could run into here. I think you have to hold on to it and just hope. Rare Candy Charizard.
Was there ever any doubt, Kyle?
Yes, I've played this deck. It doesn't do that for me. That's why I'm here.
Juan is the chosen one. Rare Candy Charizard, Infernal Rain now coming through. 3 Fire Energies from the deck, placed anywhere you like. This will probably be 2 on the active, maybe 1 on the second Charmander, or probably on Arceus, so it has 3 energy attached.
Yeah, threatening with the Arceus certainly sounds like a great choice. Rare Candy Charizard, even if it does happen, you're probably finding it when a Path to the Peak is not established. It's just a difficult combination to draw into, but ultimately going to go ahead and throw the energy down there.
Yeah, and this is nice thinning, right? Just increases the odds of drawing into an important piece later on. And Emmy hasn't taken any prizes yet, but Burning Darkness still going to be a decent swing, especially with that boss's order still in the hand.
Absolutely, yeah, the knockout not lined up yet, but pressure is there, and the boss's orders now we see is going to take a huge knockout there on the Mew VMAX.
Whew. And this was one of Charizard EX's original claims to fame, having a giant darkness type attacker to win the Mew VMAX matchup. 3 prizes going over to Juan. Emmy promotes the second Mew VMAX into the active, but is this going to be too late, Kyle? It seemed like with the potential to disrupt the Charizard, using the Luxray V, using Path to the Peak, Juan just drew out of every dire situation and is ruling this game.
This is a lot to ask. A lot of power tablets. Is it even feasible at this point to deal 320 damage? Yeah, you gotta try.
And if we know anything, Mew can draw tons of cards. Try to find that out. It's just a matter of how many cards can Emmy Stonier draw this turn after a Pal Pad. It's a couple supporters back. I saw, was that 2 bosses orders? Just the 1 plus another?
We'll see. This, I wonder if you just try to buy time in a situation like this, stall against the Bibarel and remove trainers.
That might be what Emmy is thinking about, putting that boss's orders back in the deck, maybe bring Bibarel into the active spot. 1 escape rope already used.
Potentially copying Psychic Leap to deal some damage, to chip into this Pokemon.
Yeah, so it's after the Iono. Oh, right, the Lost City. Right.
Shouldn't matter, but we will continue to play by the rules.
We've got 1 more Fusion Strike system, if I'm not mistaken. Ultra Ball discards another Ultra Ball. I got a glimpse at another Path to the Peak in the hand.
And this is wise. If you're looking to use Psychic Leap, you'll need another Mew if there was a boss in the hand for Juan. Could just target that Mew V, and there would be none in play. So thinking ahead, deal some relevant damage into this Pokemon. Maybe you can find a turn where you clean it up in combination with a Path Judge, something of that nature. There's just a big uphill climb right here when you stare down the Bibarel on the other side. This hand is going nowhere.
And this is the final Fusion Strike system. Cram-O-Matic, I think I saw in the
Energy.
hand.
Need the double turbo played down there, and thankfully finds that.
And then I will go ahead and copy Psychic Leap for 80.
Okay, Psychic Leap to put the Mew VMAX back into the deck. Gets that 3 prize liability out of here until the Charizards are dealt with. But where does Emmy pivot? It's just Luxray V. All of the energies are already in play. The attackers are established. It's just going to be slowly but surely chipping away at Charizard EX. And then by the time it goes down, Juan's going to be Fang sniped down to a 1 or 2 card hand.
Yeah, there's a real possibility that the cards get scooped if we see another rare candy Charizard this turn. There's no way that Emmy is able to play around that from this point. That is Juan's sole goal right now.
And this is, again, a matchup you really don't want to hit as Mew VMAX just because Charizard, when it gets set up with that rare candy, the cascade just starts happening. A 3rd Charmander hits the bench, Bibarel to draw back up to 5. There's
Rare candy found! There is a Path to the Peak in play, so the energy is not available. But Colress Experiment sees 5 more cards. Fire Energy or Counter Stadium here lines up 2 fully built Charizards. Not there yet.
And that's even Arceus V-Star, another card that is blocked by Path to the Peak. And that's why it's so dangerous, Kyle. Even if you don't have the rare candy Charizard, Starbirth can find it for you. And this Path, this 1 Stadium card is just barely holding Juan back from taking over this entire game.
Very wise here for Juan. Throwing away that rare candy, sees the Ultra Ball, and that equals more cards on next turn. If you're able to use that, thin down the hand, draw with Bibarel, you're only looking for Fire Energy or Counter Stadium from that point to use the Starbirth to find the energy for your Charizard that we now see candied into.
And this is important to note. Again, it was a big weakness of Charizard EX that we discussed at the top of the show yesterday, that because the Burning Darkness damage scales with how many prize cards your opponent has taken, it does become a little bit clunky. to start dishing out damage and closing out the game once you get your opening dominant position.
Juan really debating using the Ultra Ball here. It would not suggest that. I do like seeing the Choice Bell played. However, you know your opponent's using a deck with Judge, and drawing into an Ultra Ball basically means Bibarel is going to see plenty of cards. So keep that resource in your hand, so maybe you can find it at a later time if this hand's disrupted.
So Emmy gets the grabber, gets to see the hand. Man, if he goes back down to the bottom of the deck.
That's good news for Juan. It's one less card to worry about for Bibarel.
But all of the threat for Juan is in play. Emmy, unfortunately, looking at the hand, doesn't do too much there. Gets heads on a Cram-O-Matic, though, with 90 damage on the Charizard EX. It's still a pretty tall order to get the knockout. The Mew VMAX was shuffled back into the deck thanks to Psychic Leap and perhaps the re-evolution. It's going to be, you know, that sort of combination, Kyle, of re-evolving the Mew VMAX, getting the attachment, and coming out to knock out the Charizard EX before it can swing back on you. But from this point, you're once again putting that 3-prize liability back into the active spot when there's a second Charizard EX with one more energy attachment ready to get that revenge knockout.
It's a ticking clock. You need to present a threat. You need to take a knockout. That's going to require Mew VMAX, double turbo, 2 power tablet in order to take the knockout at this point. You're asking a lot from your deck. You have a path in play right now. The Cram-O-Matic can find you potentially a supporter to help ease your mind, maybe draw some more resources. Boss's Orders is the choice. We do not like this Bibarel.
Yeah, Bibarel comes to the active. It's a classic tactic because of that 2 retreat cost. And after the Fang Snipe, Ino goes away, but this is fine. Juan now unable to use the Ultra Ball with the second one just in the hand. Industrious Incisors 3.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Counter Stadium in hand now. This means that Starbirth is available. If there's a way to move this Pokemon by one of the 2 escape ropes, we're looking at Charizard attacking this turn for a knockout. Lost City played down.
Juan is completely unstoppable, Kyle. With just a few draws here and there, has managed to make this matchup look so easy breezy. Industrious Incisors drawing into the most needed cards, discarding the Boss's Orders and the other Ultra Ball to dig a bit deeper.
Thankfully for Emmy, no Mew VMAX in play, or that would have been the game. Starbirth for Escape Rope, Boss's Orders in hand, a Charizard knockout would have been imminent. Juan, I don't think he cares where the knockout is coming from this turn, throwing away the Boss's Orders there. Just wants to take the 2 prizes, present 2 threats of Charizard.
Yeah, and we can see Juan was also taking the opportunity during that Ultra Ball search just to verify that the escape ropes are there, that the plan is all still ready to go. I wonder what he's hesitating about here, Kyle. Has the escape rope, maybe just figuring, I take 2 prizes, but then what happens? There's a Charizard there, the Arceus is there. They're both 1 energy off of being able to swing in. And with Emmy Stonier only still having 6 prize cards left, you've got plenty of time to just start hitting, to start knocking on that door.
Yeah, the worry at this point is if I lose the escape rope by way of Luxray, then how do I come back from a situation where Emmy uses Boss's Orders on the Bibarel, removes my escape rope, and then I don't have a way to retreat this Pokemon as I've already thrown my double turbo on this Arceus V-Star. So I think that's about the only way that this 98% win disappears, and Juan's just trying to pivot to the best potential way to clean this up. It's going to take the knockout with the Arceus V-Star, it looks like.
I have not supported this turn, right?
Oh, hasn't even used the supporter yet, so.
Yeah, was just verifying with the judge before playing that Professor's Research for 7 cards. And now with a big, fresh hand, there's going to be plenty of options heading into the next turn, potentially the penultimate turn. Goes down to 1 prize remaining after the shuffle here from the Trinity Charge.
Yep. Pokemon V don't need any energy in this game. Already looking fine.
And so Mew V now promoted into the active. This is the one with Box of Disaster. Genesect V being placed in the Lost Zone, of course, thanks to Lost City.
Only working with 1 Genesect draw. Switch card thinned down. Only 2 cards to be seen because of the Luxray in play. I don't think those were the best.
Yeah, what was it?
There
a grabber.
it is.
And there's the concession. Juan Cardenas making us remember Charizard EX is still a deck in this metagame.
There is a different way to play this deck. You do not need to play Quick Search if you don't want to. And this list is so much stronger against Mew. When the Grabber Luxray version does not work if there's a consistent attacker in the active position, and that Arceus V-Star is something to worry about for sure.
And there's the play, the counterplay, the counter-counterplay when you consider all the decks and options you can bring to a big Pokemon tournament like this. And I think, can't appreciate the return to form. Arceus was the poster child for deck consistency for such a long time, and as more and more decks got added to the game that have that energy acceleration, it started to fall by the wayside. But the combination of energy acceleration and the ability to find those missing pieces, right? Starbirth is just 2 quick searches at once.
Yeah.
Seems like he's good to go.
A little nervous energy there from Juan, but does not need to worry about that here. A strong setup in game number 1 to knock out the Luxray V, which seems to be the enemy of Charizard, but not today. Arceus V-Star taking a big knockout there to lead us into game 2.
Yeah, and Emmy finally started to make things work with the Cram-O-Matics, had all the pieces needed, but just was not able to keep Juan from getting all of the threats established. And as you said, Kyle, once there's a consistent attacker in the active spot, there's just really nothing you can do. After the first Mew VMAX went down, and the only other attacking option that a Mew VMAX has is to play right back into that same situation. All Emmy could do is try to slow things down, buy time by stalling the barrel into the active and praying.
Yeah, it made sense. You have to try to find an opportunity. If you're not going to draw into the double power tablet, you aren't taking a knockout on that turn. You have to slow down, maybe try to buy yourself some time. Make Juan use those resources, go grab the escape rope, and there is a world where Emmy is able to potentially disrupt the hand, lock a Pokemon, remove the escape rope. It's too much to ask for, though.
Yeah, it was just his day. Juan now 1-0 for his first time playing on the stream, and even when everything was coming down to just 1 or 2 key top decks, even that game 1, right, had the DTE, it's just a 1-of in the deck, gets the Arceus V-Star, is almost immune to the Judge, Path, Luxray, Fang Snipe combination that has been so talked up for this weekend, even by myself, and as long as you just draw well, it seems to not matter.
Yes, these decks, they seem invincible playing against Judge Path when you have Bibarel set down. When you don't, this deck stinks. It's so bad. That's the same thing that Chen Pao says time and time again. If you don't set up this Pokemon, you're not going to get, you can't burn through your deck at all. And sure enough, we saw everything lines up perfectly as soon as Bibarel found its way to the table.
Yeah, everything old is new again. Bibarel was another card draw engine that was so important for decks when Path to the Peak was at its most played. And as you know, the cards have changed, new releases have come out, it has become more and more important to use Path to the Peak to shut down Infernal Rain, Fleet-Footed, all manner of abilities across the Pokemon TCG. And the way you get around that is with our good old friend Bibarel.
Well, we have a first. We're going to throw down to Juan and Cho for the interview. Take it away.
Thank you, casters. Juan Saldana here, and I'm joined by the round 13 winner, Juan Cardenas. How are you feeling, Juan?
You know, super excited to be here and excited that the deck is doing what it's supposed to do.
It's doing better, I think.
Yeah.
It's doing amazing. Tell us about your deck choice.
So I just figured it has a lot of HP, right? So it's going to be hard to knock it out without having to hit it twice. It's good into a lot of decks. I built my deck around being able to beat Lost Box. Lost Box is, in my opinion, one of the best decks out right now, and yeah, that's why I did. Well, that's why I chose that.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, it's won back-to-back regionals, and I'm sure the question in everyone's mind is, you have it's spicy, right? You have Bibarel instead of Pidgeot. Can you tell me about like the choice there?
The reason I went for that is because the Pidgeot in the mirror match, it can lose it for you. That easy late game 2 prizes, yeah, that's the turning point of the deck. Bibarel also gets over a path a lot of times. I play a good amount of path outs and a good amount of supporters, so that's why I went with that.
No, we saw in the game it definitely paid off. And the little side effect of playing against something like Grab or Mew, where they're trying to really disrupt your hand, and if you have the support Pokemon like Bibarel that works under Path to the Peak, your deck can really function. Yeah, I think you got it right. Charizard is just this big 330 HP Pokemon that hits hard. It has to be good, and you're proving it right. It is good.
And it's also the Arc build. You just go V-Star, turn 2 for everything to get set up, and after that, you don't even have to worry about the rest of the game.
I like that mindset. Yeah, you know what? Instead of Pidgeot getting 1 card every turn, I just need 2, and 2 at the start. That's all we got.
There's been a lot of times where I go Charizard EX 2 on turn 2, double rare candy, and I'm just set for the rest of the game.
Yeah, for sure. And I heard a fun fact about you, that you're a big online player. This is your 2nd regional, right?
Yes, 2nd regional.
So you're a big online player, PTCG Live.
Yeah.
Did that help at all in your practice?
Oh yeah, a lot. That's where I do all my testing. You just play people from all over the world, and it's kind of a regional online.
Regional online.
Regional online. The latter is a regional online. I've noticed that whatever the meta online is usually what the meta will be out at regionals, and that's why I like to test on there. Yeah.
For sure. I'd love playing people all across the globe, and we might have played against each other at one point or another, because I play a lot of live as well.
A couple times.
A couple of times. Well, great to hear. Hopefully who won those games?
I don't know.
We'll just have to get another one in.
Out, yeah.
That's for sure. That's for sure. Can you tell us maybe a little bit of a fun fact about yourself?
Fun fact. I'm a twin. That's a fun fact.
You're a twin. Is your brother also playing?
No, I have a twin sister.
Oh, twin sister. Are they also in the crowd right now?
No, they're not here right now. No.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, so you're the Pokemon master of the family.
Yeah, and I guess another fun fact is I like to build all my decks. I take my time, whether it be a month, a couple weeks. I stick to one deck and I just find the ins and outs of it and just try to figure out how I can win, how I can beat the meta.
Wow, that is actually very, very solid advice. And again, you're doing absolutely amazing. This is a little bit different from our online tournaments. Possibly it's 1,500 people. You're doing great. You're in day 2. You must be over the moon.
Yeah, first day 2, second big tournament. I'm super happy, and I appreciate all the help I get back from Utah.
Yeah, you're doing great, my friend. Anyone you want to shout out? Sounds like you have a lot of fans out there.
I have a lot of friends from Salt Lake. Shout out to Kayfabe and Game Grid for hosting the best tournaments out in Salt Lake, the best competition. We have the most best competition, I feel like. We have a big group today, and a lot of us made day 2.
That's awesome. That's just nothing better than playing the Pokemon trading card game, but maybe playing the Pokemon trading card game with your friends.
Yeah, definitely. That's what it's all about, having fun, getting creative with your friends, and winning.
Winning. Hey, man, all right. Very awesome interview. And again, best of luck with the rest of the tournament. You're doing absolutely amazing.
Thank you.
With that, we're going to kick it back to the casters real quick. Don't go anywhere.
That was such an amazing interview. I'm glad to hear that Juan is here celebrating that big victory on stream with all his homies from Salt Lake City. You know, a site of many regionals in time gone by. We know the Pokemon scene there is strong, and that's how it happens. If you've got players in your area playing, it's only a matter of time before a couple of them rise up from that scene and start to take their place in the spotlight.
Yeah, I mean, we got to hear from all of the players from Salt Lake out in the crowd getting loud. We also got to hear from you at home. Let's take a look at some of the tweets that we've seen over the course of the weekend.
And look at this Pikachu with 4 electric generators from Jesse Parker, staying home from Sacramento Regionals to let the generators recharge. Enjoy taking a couple weekends off before Toronto at the end of the month. We speculated that the secret to getting your electric generators to hit is good sleep, but Jesse Parker's taking that a step further, putting a little bit of extra love into these bad boys.
Little Pika power right there. Yeah, maybe the money hasn't hit his e-wallet yet, and that's why he's waiting. He's going to be at every other event this year, you'd think, with all the success that he's had. Here we see another player out in the crowd.
Just a big grin. Say cheese. Look at this beautiful crowd shot here in Sacramento. So many Pokemon fans, so many of our games out here in the field. And now it's a day 2. Players that maybe didn't make it into day 2 contention can just hang out with their buddies, play in side events, and still enjoy the hall. Tenryo Pixelman says, staffing my first regional. That's super exciting as well. Not just our players, it's also our staff and judges that make these events run, and we love it that people can show their passion and appreciation for the game in a way that's best for them.
Yep, we can't do our job without them. The players can't have the great tournament they have without the staff. We love and appreciate all of them giving us all that they have throughout these weekends.
Oh my
God. And looky there. It was time for a good old dab from Azul GG. He lined it up flawlessly, said, hey, I saw your tweet earlier. You're looking good. You've been streaming. There's only one thing left to do. Dab on the haters.
And that's one of his favorite things to do indeed, Kyle. Azul, you know, the people's champ, a big fun figure for the community and the audience, always willing to kind of play it up for the folks at home. So big shout out to you, big guy.
Oh, look at this. Unbelievable. Look at all of the staff we have here this weekend. That substitute's always in the mix, too, right at the very front.
Gallery Games, only partway through day 1, but we wanted to thank all of our staff for their hard work in Sacramento this weekend. I certainly couldn't have said it better myself. It takes a lot of hands to make everything at a regional happen, and we couldn't do it without them. So thanks, everyone. We appreciate you. And I know that everyone at home also appreciates all of the staff that do make these regionals happen.
A lot of smiling faces out there, a lot of hard work that we see from these people in and out the entirety of our season. It's great to see them here and get a little bit of time on the stream.
Yeah, get the recognition where it is due. That is going to be one of the big themes, I think, of this season going forward. We want to recognize our judges, our staff, our production crew, our awesome casters here, and our players. I want to see some new blood, some up-and-comers join these upper echelons of these storied names that we're always talking about. But we'll have to see which one of these players will continue to dominate in Sacramento when we get back from this quick break, so don't go anywhere.
Hey Pokemon trainers! Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, the series where we take a look back at some of the most important and exciting matches in the history of the Pokemon Championship series. This time, I'd like to focus on a deck that nobody could have predicted would be a world champion before it won in 2016. Shintaro Ito's Mega Ordinary X deck. The deck was especially notable as nobody saw it coming. The deck saw no success before the 2016 World Championships and was never played to any competitive success again. In fact, the only other notable finish the deck ever achieved was when Shin Akiyama piloted the deck to a 22nd place finish at the same 2016 World Championships. Now, Mega Ordinary X was a card that almost the entire player base had overlooked. Although its key attack Magical Symphony could deal a ton of damage to both active and bench Pokemon, you had to have the Spirit Link tool card attached when you evolved into Mega Ordinary X, or else your turn would end without giving you a chance to attack. Despite that hurdle, this deck matched up so spectacularly well against so many of the top decks at the time. The 110 base damage from Magical Symphony was the perfect number to get a one-hit knockout on Shaman EX, a 2-prize Pokemon played in almost every deck in 2016. There was also a prevalence of decks playing low HP Pokemon, or evolving decks like Bronzong or Vileplume decks, all of which featured in the top 8 of the Masters Division in San Francisco. Mega Ordinary EX also had a phenomenal matchup against Greninja, as we would learn when we watched Shintaro Ito take on Cody Walensky in the World Championships Finals. As Game 1 started, we saw that Shintaro had prized 2 of his free copies of Mega Ordinary X, and the crowd was worried whether we'd even get to see Mega Ordino. Shintaro had no such worries. A turn 1 Hooper EX to search free Pokemon EX led to a turn 2 Mega Ordino fully charged and attacking with Magical Symphony.
So here we do see Mega Audino EX come into play. Cody's going to be under a ton of pressure immediately.
After a double KO on turn 3, Cody had seen enough and conceded, putting Shintaro a single game away from becoming a world champion.
Shintaro takes game number 1 in immediate fashion. Mega Audino EX absolutely dominates that first game.
Game 2 went almost exactly the same. Shintaro was forced to attach or discard all of his Spirit Links on turn 1, giving Cody a single turn to try to find Startling Megaphone and force Mega Ordino to end the turn when evolving. But this was not to be, and we again saw a turn 2 Magical Symphony taking a KO. Turn 3 saw Lysander play to take another double KO, and once again, after just 3 turns, Shintaro had taken the game, giving him the World Championships final victory in 6 turns.
It's over! This is it! Mega Audino EX!
Shintaro Ito came into Worlds 2016 after back-to-back Japanese National Championship top 8 finishes, but left as a household name, something he would only further solidify with a second place World Championships finish 3 years later. For now, Mega Ordino EX remains the most surprising deck to ever win a Pokemon TCG World Championship. Thanks for watching, and make sure to let us know your favourite competitive Pokemon TCG moments using the hashtag PlayPokemon.
And we're back here on the lounge. I'm Juancho Saldana, and I have a very, very special guest right now. Someone you've probably seen on the stream, but not without their judge shirt. I'm joined by Megumi Ban.
Hi, Juancho.
Hey, Gumi, how are we doing today?
I'm actually doing really good. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, I mean, so you're not a judge for this event, because if you were, you'd be working outstage right now.
Absolutely.
That means you were a player.
Yes, for my first time ever, finally.
This was your first regional, first time competing
Yes.
as a player.
Every time I've tried to walk in, I would get slapped with a judge shirt, so stood my ground and had fun from a player's perspective.
That's amazing, actually. Tell us a little bit about that. How does it feel to be a player instead of a judge for this one?
It's very eye-opening. I just wanted to come in with 2 goals, very simple. Win at least 1 match, have fun, of course, while doing it.
Okay.
And get a better perspective from their viewpoints, see what it's like to go 9 rounds in 1 day, long hours, not walking around a lot, taking a good seat, but all that mentality of thinking nonstop about strats is a lot of work.
I love that, getting into the player mindset so that we know how to help them more, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, so you mentioned your goals. You wanted at least 1 win. Sounds like you got it. What was your final record for day 1?
I went 4-4-1, so I surprised myself. I didn't get much time to practice between all the traveling. I was in Peoria last week judging there on stream, so it's been a lot of fun, though, being here with friends.
That's amazing. And what deck did you bring out for this tournament?
I decided to bring Rapstrike Urshifu with Inteleon. I've been playing it nonstop for most of this year.
Wow, and I think that's a great call. I mean, a lot of the top players are playing that right now. Yeah. And I'm curious, though, the fact that you have so much experience as a judge, right? You've been a judge for multiple levels of tournaments, even world championships, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Has that helped in as a player?
Yes, learning and seeing so many different board states and stuff, and how people like to keep it clean and organized, and trying not to pick up bad habits of fidgets and stuff. So I learned a lot from the players over the years as a judge, being able to walk up and down the aisles. So thank you all for helping me become a better player myself.
That is true. What do you prefer doing, judging or playing at this point?
I didn't realize I would love competing as much as I did yesterday. It was so much fun, and kind of coming in with a no stress viewpoint, though. Like, I'm not trying to earn points, I'm just trying to have fun and absorb as much of it. But I might have to come back again as a player at some point.
Ooh, that we're going to lose one of our best judges then, unfortunately, for that tournament.
Oh, not forever.
Yeah, so you've judged multiple events. Like, tell us about what is your favorite? What was your favorite event so far to be able to judge?
Oh, to be able to judge, honestly, probably my very first regional where I was official staff. So last year was my first full year as a judge at Tier 2 events, which surprised a lot of people. My first ever event was just fresh out of pandemic, Vancouver 22. And I had been streaming through the pandemic, trying to help keep the Pokemon community connected, and I got thrown up on stream, and that was a beautiful experience. I had a lot of trust from my teammates, and it was just fun to take our first steps out from, the masked up world.
That's, I've never actually seen the perspective of a stream judge, so I want to ask you more a little bit about that. Okay. Like, you mentioned it is nerve-wracking, isn't it?
Oh,
like
it definitely can be.
You're on stage, and technically all the calls, right? Any judge call at that point, you have to get it right. And tell me about that. Like, how does it feel?
I think the first time it can be a little nerve-wracking, but once you get the good judge habits down and you've got great teammates to work alongside, it's just trusting in yourself, knowing you're there. I'm here to help the players, and that is it. I think knowing that gives me the power and the confidence to just make it through and help them out.
Amazing. All right. So normally in a player interview, I ask them how they prepare for events, like how they test and all of that. I'm gonna ask that to you too. How did you prepare for this event? But I also want to add in, how do you prepare as a judge when you go into these big events?
Actually, preparing as a judge helped me a lot for this, making sure I had, ABC, making sure I'm staying hydrated. Even if I'm sitting all day, you want to stay hydrated. You're going to be at your best that way. But I think making sure that I've got not my judge shirt and name tag versus as a player, I'm making sure I've got 3 extra boxes of sleeves so I can change them out in between, having the habit of setting up for the next game ahead of time as well for shuffling extra well. And it's just a different mentality knowing they have to reset with a different to-do list coming in as a judge for each round versus a player. Being a judge on stream, it's, say hello to the players, get to know them, and you've got all the lights and eyes on you, and you can get really into it with the white noise happening so that we're not being interfered by the audience. And we don't have that as a player out on the floor. So
That's true.
Lots of distractions very easily. But honestly, there's so many great people out there. I had so much fun meeting everybody.
That's amazing to hear. And all right, just a couple more questions before I do let you go. Tell us about a fun fact about Megumi Bond.
Fun fact. Well, so this was so this whole past year was my first one ever. I always had a goal of being a stream judge, so the fact that I got to be a stream judge at my first event ever is kind of unheard of. But I've loved it and enjoyed every moment of it since. So
amazing to hear. I love that you have so much passion in a judge. I'm sure a lot of our judges, a lot of our staff out there are exactly the same, because I feel like it's a lot of work. It's definitely a lot of work, a lot of knowledge you have to have to be able to judge. So you really do have to have that passion. All right, last question before I let you go. What's your favorite 151?
So, not just favorite 151, but favorite of all time, number 121, Starmie. I'm a big water type fan, and although I play a lot of TCG, I played a lot of VG way back in the day, and Starmie was always my go-to up until Oros came out, and I love Misty and water types, so Gumi, sorry, but you're my number 2.
All right, anyone we want to shout out before I let you go?
Of course, I gotta shout out Mama Gudra. I gotta shout out all of the West Coast professors as well back home. Thank you all to the Goobers as well. I really just love this community so much. So
I
thank
do
you.
too. It's an amazing community to be part of.
Yes, for sure.
All right,
for the world. So.
Thank you so much. Amazing
you.
interview. With that, we're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. There's still a lot of Pokemon action here at the Sacramento Regional Championships.
I'd have to say Piplup would be my starter Pokemon. I love the Steel type, and it's the only starter that has that on it. I'm big into TV, just sitting back and relaxing on the couch after a long day of work, or Pokemon Go. Last year's world champion Dancing Rob definitely is one of them. He's one of the best battlers in the world. And then all my friends, like House Stark, Rise to Occasion, Arrow, there's so many incredible people in this community. My overall goal playing Pokemon would definitely be just to have fun. When I won Worlds, I wasn't really expecting that to be the tournament that I would win. I went in knowing, I like the game. I know what I'm doing, and, winning definitely is what I want to do, but it's not the priority. So I just like to have fun with Pokemon. When I'm at events, we actually have a tradition to get tacos before day one, so I definitely have to say that would be a tradition that we always get. I think my favorite city I've been to for Pokemon would have to be Yokohama. It was just the culture around it, like all the energy. It's hard to top that. The best thing that happened to me this month would have to be that I started streaming on Twitch, and the community is just so supportive, so incredible. They're always there to support anyone who's streaming, and it's just so humbling to see. I'm on twitch.tv/itsaxon or x.com/itsaxon as well.
Hello, Pokemon TCG fans. The 2024 Peoria Regional Championship was an important step on the road to Worlds, so listen closely to what went down. The Pokemon 151 set had just become tournament legal, bolstering the strength of Charizard EX and colorless Lugia. But in the finals, Raymond Long on Kyogre Lost Zone matched up against Jack Carter on Turbo Lost Zone, and the winner would get an invite to the World Championships. The pendulum swung both ways to kick things off, with Jack having absolutely nothing to work with in Game 1. And in the next game, it was Raymond with no plays, quickly conceding to Jack's dominating start, and it all came down to the final game. Raymond dug deep to get an early Cramorant attack to seize initiative, but missed, and in doing so, didn't leave any room to bench a Sableye. Jack responded by sprinkling damage with his own Lost Mine, setting up for a massive multi-prize turn while ensuring he would be the only player that could utilize Sableye for the game. But Raymond didn't give up, kept healing with Switch Card, and doggedly took a prize every turn with Cramorant. When time was called, there weren't enough remaining turns for Jack to cash in on his Lost Mine investment, and Raymond Long won by taking the most prize cards overall.
That's going to be it.
Yes.
So Raymond Long is our champion here in Peoria.
Think you have what it takes? Then make sure you can visit Pokemon.com/compete to follow along or get in on the action. Hello, Pokemon TCG fans. The 2024 competitive season started off strong in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Let's look at what happened. Popular decks like Lost Zone, Mew VMAX, and Gardevoir EX were joined by Miraidon EX after its unexpectedly high finish in Yokohama. After battling through nearly 1,800 competitors, Jesse Parker on Miraidon EX and Andrew Estrada on Kyogre Lost Box would battle to decide the winner of the first regional of the season and secure an invite to the World Championships in Honolulu. After starting off the set, Andrew set up some key damage with Radiant Greninja's Moonlight Shuriken, then cleaned up Jesse's two prize Pokemon with Lost Mine to win Game 1. But in the second game, Andrew had only a lone Comfey to fill the Lost Zone. Jesse put together a clutch attack using Electric Generator to seal up a quick win. But after an incredibly close battle in the final game, Andrew Estrada was crowned the Pittsburgh Regional Champion. Make sure to follow along with all of the Pokemon action this season at Pokemon.com/compete.
My name is Andrew Estrada, and I'm from Toronto, Canada.
Your Sableye able to take enough damage
to clear that Miraidon EX with the Bravery Charm. And with that, Andrew Estrada punching his ticket to Honolulu.
Andrew Estrada, 2024 champion now of the Pittsburgh Regional Championship.
I was actually planning on coming about a month ago, and I started getting my deck ready based on what I thought people would play. But I didn't pull the trigger until this Thursday because I kind of said, oh, Reg is capped, whatever, I'm not even going to bother, right? And then we just got in on Thursday. But it looks like we're going to Hawaii. I mean, I was pretty comfortable in the Gardevoir matchup, the Miraidon, and the Lugia initially. Until I faced Andrew Hedrick on stream, I could tell that he knew way more than the other players I was facing, so I was actually only really worried about hitting him in top 4. It would have been really close. I think, honestly, with the way he was playing it, with this list, I think it would have been pretty close to 50-50. I think I have what it takes to compete at the highest level. I find that the tournaments I don't do well are the tournaments, like I said, where I don't follow my own advice. I practice maybe 2 days instead of preparing like 2 weeks before the event. So I find that when I'm really focused and I really enjoy to play my deck, I find that I do better naturally because I play more, so I test more. If I'm in that zone, I feel like, yes, absolutely, I'm winning Worlds this year.
Welcome in, Pokemon fans, to our regional championships here in Sacramento, California. Just 2 Swiss rounds remain before we get into our top 8 single elimination bracket cut. We'll be crowning a champion today. Lots of great Pokemon action still to come. You absolutely are not going to want to miss it. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here at the desk by Pablo Tablemon Meza, and we are very excited to take you through these final 2 rounds of Swiss.
We are. We have a great matchup coming up for you here in round 14, and we're getting so close to the top 8 chips. So close.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely looking like 35 is probably going to be a point where some players make it in, maybe some don't. That's generally where you want to be at these tournaments. Sometimes when, you know, in Pittsburgh this year, for example, we had over 1,800 players. You needed 36 to get into to the top 8, so not the case necessarily here, but the more match points you get, the better you're going to be feeling about your chances, without a doubt. And in these last few matches, hopefully we'll be being able to feature some players who are going to have a good chance at making it into that cut.
Certainly, yeah. Now, 35 is so many, right? That leaves you such a low margin for error. I remember, and I'm going to sound like a very old man right now, but I used to be able to make top 8 with like 31 or 32 match points. And I'm like, that was 3-4 years ago. And now 35, 36, that's 12 wins or 11 wins on a good amount of ties. So I don't know, it's the skill level, the margins, they're getting lower and lower each time.
And be sure, if you guys are watching us over on the Twitch channel, to drop a follow over there. That way you never miss any of our stream. Also, of course, if you're watching on YouTube, subscribe over there. But over on Twitch, we're extremely close to 100,000 followers on this Pokemon TCG channel. If we get to that point, Pokemon Company International is going to be doing a raffle, so you're not going to want to miss it. Help us get there. If you're watching right now, just double check, make sure you are following, and that way you never miss a regionals stream. We've got plenty of them throughout the year. Let's take a look at our standings heading here into round number 14, see who is doing the best, and it looks like up at the top, Sawyer Melvin. What an excellent start to the season for Sawyer.
Indeed, completely undefeated so far, already at that 35 match point number, so probably already secure, should have high enough resistance. And then we also have Alexander with Lugia V-Star, I believe, Charlie with Lugia V-Star as well, Bo, Fleetwood, Victor Ong, Azul Garcia Griego didn't start off too hot today, but now he's back up there.
Yep, started, I think, 0-1-1 to kick off day number 2, and his first 2 regional championships this season have not gone very well, but he's looking to make a push in to the top 8. Some other great players we can mention here. Preston Ellis is a solid West Coast player. We see his name. It's been a couple years, but we've seen his name in the past from time to time. Ryan Harris, someone who had a lot of success last season. Of course, another West Coast player. And then the 2019 world champion, Henry Brand, sitting at 29 match points. Going to have to win these last 2 to have a chance to make it in the top 8.
Right on the fringe, right at the edge, but still very much in the running. Yeah, and you never know. You can always squeak into that 8th spot depending on how your opponents have done.
And let's look at our notable matches this round. The games we're going to be keeping our eye on, those players who are trying to get the last few match points needed for top cut. Sawyer versus Bo. Gotta imagine that's up at table number 1. And then we're going to be featuring for our streamed match Alexander Flatos up against Charlie Kerr. Going to be an exciting one. We got Victor Ong out there on the field versus Preston Ellis. It's Rapid Strike Urshifu versus Lost Box. One of the reasons to play Rapid Strike Urshifu is because of a solid Lost Box matchup, so we'll keep our eyes on that one. And then of course, Azul Garcia Friego facing off against Camden Freeze.
Indeed. Now we are seeing some down pairs, some up pairs with these records towards the end of the tournaments. We do have this mix and match that tends to happen as we are running out of those undefeated records and those perfect pairings. And also some players might have already played against each other when based on match record, they could have been playing against each other, but they've already played at this point in the tournament. So a lot of interesting decisions happen. And even if you're not trying to get, or if you're out of contention of top 8, top 16, top 32, some really good money to play for still.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, top 32 gets $1,000 still at this event, top 16, $2,000, and the prizes just go up and up from there. Can't forget, of course, the championship points everyone's playing for, trying to get that invite to the World Championships in Hawaii, and of course, tons of amazing Pokemon TCG booster packs. Pablo, I'm excited for this feature matchup in round 14. Our players, I'm sure, are excited. They are down at the table. Let's head that way and get into this match. It is going to be a mirror match. We got Alexander Flatos on the left, Lugia V-Star Archeops going up against Charlie Kerr, playing Lugia V-Star with Archeops.
Indeed, a mirror match we have right here for you. Now, some interesting differences between the lists. One does feature Radiant Charizard, which used to be a staple partner for Lugia V-Star.
Yes.
Then it went away once we had rotation, but now it's back thanks to the Luminous Energy in Paldea Evolved. We also have the inclusion of Mew EX, and seeing the prizes, double Arceus prize for Charlie, single Arceus prize for Alexander.
Yeah, don't love to see 2 Archeops in the prizes, but of course, you got that powerful Professor Burnett to get a couple more out. It does decrease your chances of just naturally being able to discard 2 Archeops, forces you probably to put Lumineon in play, which you never really love. That one Weird Ear V, that's a card that both of these players have in their list. Is that something that's going to be important for this matchup in the mirror?
I would reckon it is, because Weird Ear is the one way both of these players have to one-shot an opposing Lugia V-Star. I'm not seeing any choice builds of sort, so the only way you can deal that big hit is through Weird Ear V. However, it does require a lot.
We are getting underway. Alexander with the starts that Weird Ear we were just speaking of, and attach pass. One of the worst things you can do as a Lugia V-Star player. Alexander just had nothing to work with, and Charlie right away gets a much better start, benching a Lugia V, playing a Nest Ball, probably going to eye up that ever-powerful Snorlax.
As a Lugia player, you have one job on turn 1, bench a Lugia, right? That's the bare minimum you want to accomplish, and Alexander just not able to do that. The combination of cards in his hand not allowing that. But Charlie off to a pretty good start, double Snorlax, plus the Lugia. You know your Lugia is also not threatened. Sometimes you have to bench 2 in order to protect and make sure that if one gets KO'd, you won't be punished by having the other one, but very confidently.
Oh, look at this hand.
Oh, wow. Triple research.
3 research going down, and this Jet Energy from Charlie is a play he's able to make because he knows there's no threat of this Lugia going down. Just free to get this Pokemon in the active, use Read the Wind, get an Archeops in the discard pile. Super strong start for Charlie. Let's see what Alexander has. Is there at least a supporter card to work with? I think there is. It's just an Iono, though.
Yeah, and Iono, of course, a very powerful card individually, but when you need a bunch of cards to set up, and at the bare minimum, you're looking for a Lugia here, sometimes the Iono can be underwhelming, even though it's 6 cards. And something interesting we're seeing from both players, actually, is a 3-3 Lugia V-Star line instead of the 4-3, which that does reduce your chance of starting a Lugia.
It does.
A little bit, right? Or maybe a lot. So that can lead to situations where you whiff, such as we saw in that first turn.
That's kind of become the norm in these colorless Lugia builds. Of course, the single strike builds that we've seen through most of the season, 4-3 was absolutely the standard, and pretty much no one ever went below that. But this colorless build, I think players have felt a little bit more comfortable going down to the thinner Lugia line, mostly because of Snorlax. You don't have to get 2 Archeops in play in order to attack on turn 2. That's been one of my favorite parts of playing with this deck, is just turn 1 attaching an energy to Snorlax, turn 2 finding one more, of course one of them being a double turbo, and you can start swinging right away.
And now Charlie in a perfect spot here, has a couple Ultra Balls, flips heads on capturing Aroma to find that second Arceus, which is fantastic. And now a big problem Alexander has is that we're speaking of how you need to bench 2 Lugias in case of a threat. Now this Lugia V-Star is very likely to knock out this Lugia V, and then how do you set up? What do you
Charlie's
even do?
going
There's
for
the
it
boss's
right
orders.
away, and this could be a situation where the game just gets out of hand. Charlie's jumped so far ahead, it seems pretty unlikely that Alexander can find a path back into this. He's not going to concede just yet, play another couple turns. This is definitely a matchup that I don't feel like we're going to see going to time too often, so maybe stick it out for one more turn, see if you can find something, but it is not looking ideal.
Yeah, Charlie just taking a knockout, and by there being no Lugia in play, barely any energy in play, you know at the very least if you're Charlie, you're going to be 3 prizes ahead before Alexander even threatens with anything. And as mentioned, nothing one-shots the Lugia V-Star outside of that Weirder, so you might not see any sort of big response before Charlie's down to 2 prizes left at this point.
Alexander does have Luminion V in the hand. This Luminous Sign ability can be utilized in order to search the deck now for any supporter card. I have to imagine Professor's Research is going to be the choice. You need to fill your hand up. You need to find more resources. Getting down 2 Lugia would be excellent. You could maybe take a little bit of a risk and bench just 1 Lugia because you know your opponent had to use Luminion V on the last turn to get the boss's orders. They didn't just have it naturally in the hand. And now with a full bench, Charlie does theoretically have less access to the card, so maybe that has to be the calculated risk. And speaking of calculated risks, Alexander thinking he needs to go for Iono to have a chance in this one.
Indeed, really putting a lot of value in the cards he has in his hand, which are Energy, Lugia V-Star, and another Snorlax. And you do attack your opponent's hand, as you mentioned, with Iono, but that prior knowledge that they had to search for a boss, they didn't have on their hand. Maybe they got one off the prizes, but if they didn't, now they're much closer to getting another boss's orders. And no Lugia, it seems, in the hand. Has to go for it with the Ultra Ball.
Has to go for the Ultra Ball. One thing definitely still missing, though, for Alexander. We have yet to see an Archeops hit the discard pile. One of the key pieces of this deck is getting 2 Archeops down so you can use that Summoning Star to bring them back. Charlie was able to execute it perfectly. Alexander is really struggling to keep up. Does go for this Ultra Ball, finds the Lugia V, places it directly onto the bench, has an energy to attach as well, can put the gift energy maybe on the active, give yourself a chance to draw a few more cards. The V-Guard energy actually is smart as well. That protects against the boss's orders, so really heads-up play there from Alexander. And now we're over to Charlie, who has the Collapse Stadium, gets rid of that Luminion, can be a liability, and easy 2 prizes for your opponent later on in the game. Wants to deny Alexander any chance of getting back into this one. Does play an Ultra Ball as well, ditching a Lugia V-Star and that Professor Burnett, able to search the deck for any Pokemon, putting it to the hand. Looks like it will be the Luminion V, which of course the bench is full thanks to the Collapse Stadium in play, but if Charlie attacks with the Tempest Dive this turn, he can discard the Collapse Stadium, and then we'll have the ability to use Luminous Sign on the next turn, and does have a boss's orders to get 2 prizes this turn.
The raw boss's orders, and by having that Luminion in hand, basically sets up the win by having the knockout on the Luminion the next turn. So Alexander will require another Iono, which he is holding in his hand, but Iono is not very conducive to accomplishing your other goal with the deck. Outside of benching Lugia turn 1, you need to discard double Archeops. We see 0 Archeops in the discard pile so far, though. This Iono is going to be, it's going to have to be one of the best Ionos in the history of Ionos.
Without a doubt. It's basically got to find Ultra Ball, 2 Archeops, Ultra Ball to get the Lugia V-Star. Let's see what Alexander can piece together. That Iono being played right away. Happy to shuffle that Luminion into the deck. Charlie now with just 2 cards to work with this coming turn. Alexander on the draw. Let's see what he finds. There is the Lugia V-Star, but I don't see an Archeops.
And we see the concession indeed. Now, if you're watching at home, you might think, okay, Charlie had the boss's orders twice at the right time. Something interesting to note is that he is playing 4 boss disorders, therefore maximizing the chances of having the boss disorders at the right time, which is very, very key. I think that's definitely something that Colorless Lugia has an advantage over Single Strike. It does have a little bit of more space to play with, doesn't need to run those urns, has a wide range of attackers, and therefore can fit those 4 copies of boss disorders to make sure that you have it at the right time. And just like we've seen something like Lost Box not deal with Charizard EX, now we see Charlie just hunting down those 220 HP Pokemon and winning that way.
And Charlie just was able to jump way too far ahead, way too quickly. A dominant win there for Charlie Kerr with his Lugia V-Star deck. Alexander, hoping for a lot better setup in this game, needs to find a Lugia V, hopefully get a couple of Archeops down in the discard pile, and he'll see if he can fight back and tie this series up 1-1 and send it, force a game 3.
Indeed. Now, I do like that concession. I feel like
Alex is already shaking his head.
Oh no. Did not get to see what Pokemon started. And now we see the double Arceus prize for Alexander, which can sometimes be impactful. Sometimes you're grateful if you manage to get the 2 Arceus out immediately, then those 2 cards are definitely completely useless. But 3 energies prized as well could also be problematic.
Alex does unfortunately start the Lumineon V. Totally makes sense why he was shaking his head at that opening hand, but at least this time does get a Nest Ball, and this will get the Lugia V. Like you mentioned in Game 1, Pablo, this is absolutely the bare minimum.
Indeed, you have 2 goals as a Lugia player. Turn 1, Lugia V, and as many Arceus in the discard pile as you can, and then on turn 2, get the Lugia V-Star and bring those Arceus from the discard pile. So far, so good. That Lumineon start is less than ideal, but will manage. And of course, going first, you do have a small advantage. Just because you get to evolve first, you get to be the aggressor first. And based on Alexander's hand, he didn't prize the other Lumineon. He does have access to Professor Burnett, so he's 1 coin flip away from being able to do what his deck wants to do every single time.
Looks like it's going to be a pretty solid start here for Charlie Kerr. Does flip a Tails on this Capturing Aroma. That means he'll have to get a basic Pokemon, but I think he's got another one waiting in the hand. Would love to see a Heads here, which he does find. This can get the second Archeops, as he already has one in the hand. And you know what accompanies the pair of Archeops? It's going to be an Ultra Ball.
Of course it is. Now, that Ultra Ball, once again, since Charlie is going second, now there is a threat that the Lugia could go down in this upcoming turn to Alexander's own Lugia V-Star. So unless we see a V-Guard energy attached to the active Lugia V, we do need to find a second copy of Lugia to ensure that you are safe. However, if you have the V-Guard, you can definitely bank on your opponent not running Choice Build. It's a card that's not seeing any play so far in Lugia V-Star decks.
Using this Ultra Ball, Charlie is able to find the second Lugia V. I do believe he has a V-Guard energy in the hand, so that's a way that he can make it much more difficult for Alexander to score a KO this turn. If he can attach to the active, he will be able to use Read the Wind, discarding the third Archeops. Oh, wait, sorry, Pablo, this turn is not over. There was a Professor's Research waiting in the hand as well. Let's see what Charlie can work with off this fresh set of 7 cards. I have to say, though, there's really not much else he wants.
Indeed, just missing the key piece of Lugia V-Star, also being 1 coin flip away off of that Mesagosa. So not bad there. And I like this second Lugia V being down with the V-Guard energy. You are pretty safe. However, this is being extra, ultra, hyper safe.
Draw for turn over on Alexander's end. Does find a double turbo energy, and this could be a big flip. The Mesagosa does hit a Tails. It's going to once again be up to an Iono here for Alexander to stay in this game, or at least keep up the pace, keep up the tempo.
Indeed, and now the only way you actually are able to sort of keep up with Charlie is if that Iono draws you exactly 2 Archeops or ways to find Archeops plus an Ultra Ball to discard them. Alexander is holding the Lugia V-Star. Sometimes even the Read the Wind can help you get there, but now if he doesn't set up here his double Archeops, he's lost the advantage that he had by choosing to go first.
He can still use this Jet energy to put the Lugia V in the active. Is debating between attaching that and a double turbo energy. Does have the V-Star in the hand. A couple ways you could think about this. If you jet the Lugia to the active and evolve, you know that your opponent is going to have a harder time to take 2 prizes next turn. But if you put the double turbo, you kind of are willing to give up the Lumineon. And also, you don't have to evolve the Lugia V-Star. I think that's the debate going through Alexander's mind right now.
But yeah, but if you don't evolve, then you definitely need to find another Lugia V, and that's not guaranteed. So
I mean, if you need to find an Ultra Ball already, right,
yeah,
off the
true.
Iono, you give yourself a chance to read the wind at least.
Indeed.
Drawing 6 cards, there's a Capturing Aroma, and I do not see an Ultra Ball.
We do see the Burnett, but that cannot be played this turn. So this Lugia V-Star in the active is potentially safe. I don't think there's ever a universe where you can get enough energy for Weird Year V to get the KO, but at least, we'll be able to set up next turn unless Charlie uses an Iono himself.
Capturing Aroma did flip heads, and that's actually a kind of key tech card in Alexander's list that we see him bringing to the front right away. It is that Luxray from Paldea Evolved, a card Charlie is not utilizing in his list. Kind of a card I think Alexander would like to surprise Charlie with, but flipping heads on this Capturing Aroma means he just has to add it to the hand right now. That is absolutely a way that Alexander could get back into this game. Thanks to that Swelling Flash ability, if he has more prize cards remaining than Charlie does, he'll be able to put it into play immediately. And then through the power of the Reversal Energy, he could actually use Wild Charge for just 1 energy attachment.
And now you could ask, well, why not just grab an Arceus? Number one, Alexander has 2 Arceus prized, and therefore, if he grabs an Arceus, then he's no longer able to discard them through Professor Burnett.
Yeah.
So, unfortunate reveal of the Luxray there, but you definitely want that option, especially if Charlie aggressively goes after the
Big flip.
Luminion.
It is a Tails. Charlie does not have a Lugia V-Star just yet, so that Messagoza could have gotten him there. And now he kind of has a awkward hand to work with. A bunch of energy cards and a research. Has to debate if it's worth losing all these cards, and it probably is to keep up the pace, and ditches that Radiant Charizard as well. That's a big card to see hit the discard pile.
Indeed, so both players revealing their techs of sorts, which neither did reveal in Game 1. Now they are seeing what they should potentially expect from their opponents in Game 3 if we do get there. But so far, Charlie with the initiative here, being able to power up, being able to take that first KO, and even remove the Messagoza, which is a research that Alexander could use to find the right attacker next turn.
Archeops being put into play through that Summoning Star, V-Star power, a pair of special energy cards now being brought out of the deck with Primal Turbo, and Lugia V-Star is ready to make the first move. It will not be a knockout this game, and I also wonder if Alexander would have kind of liked for Charlie to find the knockout on, say, the Luminion, so that Luxray play would have been available. We know it is not at this point, but this is Alexander finding a way to kind of stay in this game. This Lugia V-Star eats up a hit, draw for turn is an Ultra Ball, which is not too bad, and now this Burnett can get a couple of Archeops into the discard pile. What do you think you'd like to see from Alexander here in this position, Pablo?
Ideally, you would like to see Share and Scare, but obviously that's not going to happen.
What would you like to see that Alexander plays in his list?
Yeah, so get the Archeops, try to pressure a little bit with the Snorlax, but honestly, I would prefer to see a boss KO on an Archeops, which once again you cannot do because of the Professor Burnett, but like somehow taking a single prize and then playing the Luxray, because damaging this Lugia V-Star, you just get knocked out right back, and then the Luxray is not as efficient, right? You want to use Luxray to 1-KO something that's clean. This turn is almost like a lost turn if you just attack into a Lugia V-Star.
Alexander does have an option with Ultra Ball in hand to find a different attacker potentially. Could he go after, say, a Snorlax and retreat this active Lugia V-Star?
Definitely could. It is an option that could work out a little bit, but it's once again the Luxray. If you're using Luxray to just attack into a Lugia, it's just less efficient. You would love to have that clean 1-for-2 price trade-off with the Luxray against a clean Lugia. There is another Lugia on the bench, I guess. So back-to-back Snorlaxes leading into a Luxray KO could also be important. We'll have to see how this ends up working out. The Weird Ear, interesting option potentially as well, but I don't think we have enough energy to 1-KO Lugia.
Yeah, all 4 double turbo energy adds up to 240, so you'd need, I guess if Alexander had had a jet energy in hand, it actually would have been possible, but that was not available. It will just have to be the Snorlax grabbed, and the Archeops now being utilized, able to fetch a couple of energy out of the deck. Therapeutic energy could be grabbed. Feels like kind of an awkward spot. The therapeutic energy is pretty strong, obviously, in order to, you know, make it so that every single...
I thought there was a V-Guard on. Oh, it's a jet.
Yeah, it looks like there's a discussion about the energy attachment. So yeah, should be more damage in play. Okay, we're just getting things sorted out. But as I was saying, for Alexander, it almost feels like an awkward use of the therapeutic energy because you kind of do expect the Snorlax to be knocked out, right?
Indeed. So maybe a gift could be a better choice there since Alexander doesn't have a ton of cards in their hand. So therapeutic, of course, wakes up the Snorlax, but if the Snorlax is going to go down next turn guaranteed, then no need to make sure it stays awake, right? The therapeutic is so important in other matchups like maybe Gardevoir, definitely Lost Bugs, not as important here. And speaking of energy management, I do think that's one very important skill to have with Lugia V-Star decks, and I'm genuinely surprised we saw this Jet Energy attached here. As the Radiant Charizard has already been discarded, I feel like a Luminous Energy would be better utilized there, and conserving those Jet Energies, especially if you want to do a big weirder V play later down the line.
Yeah, Jet still has value, and Luminous has little to none. Alexander actually deciding to just stick with this Lugia V-Star in the active, is willing to let it go down, willing to go into that Luxray play. The problem is that the thing that Luxray is strongest against, right, is the Lugia. And if it's already damaged, it can be knocked out by just about anything. Does make things a little awkward with the prize map. We'll see how it develops, though. It could be nice to knock out a second Lugia V-Star, though, if that is a route Charlie decides to go. Charlie here using Primal Turbo to grab a couple of energy, matching Alexander's Snorlax on the other side, a double turbo and therapeutic now being grabbed. Could we see Charlie go for the retreat and attack with the Snorlax this turn?
I think both players want to be very careful, like where and how they go down in prizes. We're just going to see the knockout here. I guess you can use this Snorlax to knock out the Lugia, and then you can use the Luxray to knock out this. And that is one way you can make up for this price deficit that you're about to be in. I think the big card we're hoping to see, if you're either player, honestly, is Collapse Stadium. I think Collapse Stadium would help Alexander get rid of this Luminion and would allow Charlie to get rid of either of these two Pokemon to make sure that you're forcing your opponent to go through Snorlaxes.
Alexander does promote the Snorlax, wisely choosing that as opposed to the Archeops. You don't want to retreat the energy out of play for no reason. Keeping energy in play is just really nice because it can lead to a strong Weirdeer later on in the game. Of course, Alexander did get to fill the hand up to 7 cards before promoting or drawing for turn, thanks to the gift energy that was attacked into from the Lugia V-Star. And now Capturing Aroma will be played. A flip of the coin, a Tails is the result. This yields a basic Pokemon. And with the Luxray in hand, and I do believe also a Collapsed Stadium, we could see exactly what you mentioned with that Luminion going to the discard pile.
Indeed, I think if you're Alexander, we're seeing the Weirder. I feel like I would rather see the Snorlax here and just make sure that we get rid of this Luminion and make sure that Charlie cannot get to prizes no matter what next turn. We saw Charlie very aggressively go Boss's Orders back to back in the previous game. You might suspect they're playing a higher count. We do have the Collapse Stadium in hand? No, I don't think we do. It's a miss.
I must be missing it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I had seen it. I suppose maybe it's that Lugia V-Star. There's quite a few gold cards in Alexander's deck. Makes them a little more difficult to identify. As it stands, this Snorlax will be able to KO this Lugia V-Star. That will tie up the prize trade. Alexander debating if anything else is worth benching in this spot. Could put the Luxray into play, but maybe wanting to save that, not putting it down until you know it's going to be safe, or you know you're going to use it, right? If he put it into play right now, Charlie could theoretically Boss's Orders and KO it.
Definitely, that is an option. I myself would have liked a more aggressive approach, bench the Luxray, bench the other Snorlax, research away your hand, and try to find that Collapse Stadium to get rid of the Lumina. I feel like that Lumina is going to be one of the key things to decide this game potentially in Charlie's favor, but let's not count anyone out yet.
No energies put into play as well from Alexander. No Primal Turbos utilized on that previous turn. Charlie pretty quickly promoting the Snorlax, ready to match Alexander's KO on this turn. The players are tied in prizes, though Charlie is the one who initiated this prize trade, and will get back ahead this turn almost definitely. Taking a quick look at Alexander's discard pile. You always see great players doing this, just taking stock of what resources the opponent has utilized so that you can make the best and most informed plays moving forward. We do see the second gift energy now being attached from the hand to that benched Lugia V-Star. And debating a card to play here. It is a Nest Ball, which will bring another basic Pokemon out of the deck into play.
I think something interesting that we could see is Alexander might have held the hand because he already has a Luxray, already has the boss's orders to chase down this Lugia V-Star. And sometimes by not doing anything during your turn, that's a sign of weakness, right? So maybe by not going for that research, you're giving a false sense of security to your opponent. We do see the KO, and I feel like this is the turn we're definitely going to see the Luxray boss KO.
Yeah, if Alexander has all of those pieces, is the boss's orders already in the hand? It is, so he can make that happen. Boom, Luxray puts down right away. Primal Turbo can find this reversal energy, and this is the way Alexander gets back into this game. This is going to be huge. Probably why he decided to hold on to the hand, because he knew he already had the boss's orders. It was a bit of a risk. Charlie could have found an Iono, but as it stands, it's going to pay off.
Now, this is really big. You get a KO on this Lugia. But how do you get your last 2 prizes? Charlie does have this stout Weird Year in play. I'm thinking pre-rotation.
Yes, Lugia of old.
So I guess you want to use your own Weird Year in order to accomplish that. You are running lower on energy. The Weird is in play, but we do see a benched Lugia V. Which is fine, right? Now that Charlie is at uneven prices.
Yes, sure.
The Luminion was already there, so might as well get a Lugia, which is a little sturdier, especially with that V-Guard. And maybe
something
that's
safer to hide energy cards on
Indeed.
so that you can build up to the Weird Year later on. Totally makes sense. Something Charlie could do, he actually does play 3 Snorlax. That's something I really actually like in Lugia. So he could theoretically fill his bench with another Snorlax and then try to dig for the collapsed stadium to take that Weird Year out of play, get rid of that 2-prize potential liability, and try to close the game out with just a flurry of Snorlax swinging at the opponent. Alexander now sending up that Luxray. Such a strong ability, being able to put a stage 2 Pokemon directly into play, and due to the lightning weakness, Wild Charge takes the KO, and Alexander, for the first time this series, is able to jump ahead. Charlie promoting the Snorlax, drawing for turn, has a ton of cards in hand to work with, though I don't know, based on his face, if he has the pieces he really wants.
At this point, there's no way for you to win the game as Charlie. One big thing is there's no gift energy on the active Pokemon. So if you can piece an Iono here, that could be really, really good, because even finding and establishing a Lugia V-Star could be difficult. And if you also safeguard your Weird Year, if you have a V-Guard energy available still, then that puts it out of range of your opponent's Lugia V-Star, right? So you get that extra turn potentially to just find a boss to finish off the game on that Luminion.
And it will be that Iono being played, both players shuffling their hands, placing them on the bottom of the deck. Charlie draws 3, Alexander 2, of course the prize count as it stands. Now Charlie able to use Primal Turbo, can pull a couple of those energy cards out of the deck. There were a ton of them in the hand previously. Try to prep for a potential Weird Year to close out the game. Just loading energy up onto this Snorlax seems totally fine. Of course the active already powered up thanks to the double turbo energy, and that will easily be able to deal with this Luxray.
No V-Guard energy available for Charlie, though. That's already been discarded. So if there was a universe where Alexander could get Lugia V-Star and a boss's orders, that would indeed be game. But with no preemptively attached gift energy on the Luxray, we have a double turbo on a Nestball to utilize this turn, which is not really impressive.
Yes, not too much to work with in this hand. Right now for Alexander, the Nestball could get another Snorlax, right? So that at least can piece together an attacker. Double turbo energy, of course, being attached for the turn. But then you're just having to hope that your opponent doesn't have boss's orders, which honestly is entirely possible. Charlie, by playing the Iono, not only limited Alexander's hand, limited his own hand. And just like Alexander, Charlie does not have a gift energy on his current active Pokemon. And how about that draw for turn as well for Alexander? It is the Snorlax.
Indeed. So I think Lugia is similar to Miraidon in the sense that it starts off very aggressively, but then you start running out of energies. Where you attach those gifts and when you attach them is also very key to make sure that you protect yourself from Iono.
We could see the Mew EX come into play here. You've already got Luminion. It's a liability, right? You could put down the Mew EX off the Nestball and play your hand down enough to go for the restart. Try to dig a little bit more. See if you can find the pieces. And the way that Alexander's hand is playing out, I think he would actually be able to draw a full 3 cards from restart.
Yeah, for sure. He has an energy to attach, has Snorlax to bench, so Mew EX definitely a very good option, right? Those 3 extra cards, you're looking for boss plus V-Star. if you have enough energies to make sure that you can attack, and you do. Yeah, there are 2 Jet energies left. We are seeing them. Seems to be eyeing every basic Pokemon, though. No Mew, no restart ability.
It does choose to just get the other Snorlax. You already have one in hand, so I think the Mew coming down would be really nice. You could attack with, worst case scenario, if you do miss, you have the other Snorlax in hand that you can attack with this turn. And then next turn, you know, Charlie just needs to take 1 prize, so you don't care if you're attacking with a 2-prize Pokemon.
Indeed. So, yeah, that restart would have been super, super strong. Mew also has that free retreat.
Yes.
It gives you play, right? In case your Snorlax goes down, you can promote that. Probably pull off on a restart. So yeah, the Mew EX would have been such a good card to get here, especially with that top deck Snorlax. You have the Snorlax play anyways.
Yes, Alexander does play the full hand out. A pair of Snorlax already set up. Will retreat this Lugia to the bench. And now Snorlax coming active will KO the opposing Lax on Charlie's end. Alexander going down to just 1 prize card remaining. Charlie Kerr draws for the turn, does have the Ultra Ball. Does that Ultra Ball lead to a Lumineon for the boss for the game? He's going to check the deck first with this Primal Turbo. I see the boss in there. Is there the Lumineon? And indeed, it is available. That can search out the boss's orders, which can bring up the Lumineon V on Alexander's side. And Charlie Kerr is going to win this set 2-0 in the Lugia V-Star Mirror.
Okay, Alexander just making sure to see what Luminous Energy
It's
does.
just a colorless energy.
Yep.
It doesn't, even though there's other special energy, it still counts as at least a colorless. It's not like it gets no effect at all. Just wanted to double check, make sure, and Charlie Kerr does come away victorious.
Those 4 Boss's orders, I think, coming in clutch,
Absolutely.
He was able to search for some with Lumineon, but just having them raw in your hand can be so impactful and so important. We did see the Luxray from Alexander put in work, but it just wasn't enough because of that missed turn 2 Lugia V-Star. If Alexander had been able to attack on that first turn before Charlie, since he went first, then we might have seen a different result here.
And Alexander started 11-1 in this tournament, lost the last round to Sawyer Melvin, lost this round to Charlie Kerr, and now finds himself at 33 match points. He's going to have to win this final round 15 if he wants to make it into top 8. Fun fact from Alexander as well. This is actually his first regional championship. So I think that's a pretty incredible start thus far. Even if you don't get this last win, he should definitely hold his head high with the finish. We'll see if he can pull it off, as this is a recap of how this game just really got out of hand here in game number 1 for Charlie. Just got way too far ahead. Alexander really didn't have the setup to deal with what Charlie was able to do.
Indeed, we did see a very dominating performance by Charlie in game 1. Game 2 was a lot closer, really back and forth. Both players had the possibility to win the game, and I wish Alexander had been a little more aggressive with his Mew EX.
Yeah, it would have been nice to at least give yourself a chance to draw the cards needed, even if it is a very slim chance. That's what the best players do. They find those 1% lines, and if that is their only win condition, they go for it.
Yeah.
Alexander not able to find the pieces. Does at least tie the prize trade up here in game number 2. Like you mentioned, this game was so much closer, and it really did come down to the wire. Alexander with just 1 prize remaining at the end of things. Charlie was able to initiate the prize trade overall, but did have to take the odd prize on the Snorlax, and that's what let kind of Alexander get back in this game. The fact that he could have theoretically gone 2 prizes, and then 2 prizes for his knockouts.
I think a big thing as well is that we are about to see that KO on the Lugia V-Star that had 2 gift energies attached. If those gift energies had been spread around more evenly across other Pokemon, we might have seen Charlie not have to rely on a 4-card hand after Iono.
And Charlie, I think, had a lot of energy cards in his hand.
Indeed.
Which, you know, I think that's why that therapeutic energy didn't get grabbed out the turn you mentioned it. It was actually just, or not the therapeutic, the luminous, of course.
Yeah.
And Charlie does find the boss's orders with the Lumineon. Snorlax able to bring it up and take this knockout with the thumping Snore. Alexander just making sure, what's this one do again? Okay, I lose.
Yeah, just a colorless energy, and when all your Pokemon are colorless, that's gonna be good enough. We didn't see the Radiant Charizard in action, but I'm fairly certain Charlie must have used it throughout the tournament, right? It's such a good card.
It's not super strong, I feel like, in this matchup. Like, it's fine, but you already have Snorlax as 1 prizers, which are pretty strong. Really strong against things like Miraidon. I think that makes that matchup pretty reasonable for you to actually be able to win, maybe even just straight up 50-50, to be honest, because they can just come in at the end and clean up a 2-prize KO pretty easily. Charlie, though, his fun fact for us coming into this round, So we're in what, round 14?
14.
He said he has played against 11 Lost Box decks. 11!
What?
It makes sense why he's doing so well, right?
Yeah.
So that is definitely a matchup. I mean, as a Lost Box player, can you imagine trying to get through 3 Snorlax? Oh my goodness.
Mission impossible right there. 3 Snorlax, which you can only damage with Cramorant or your V attackers, and you like Kyogre into them. It's so inefficient. Yeah, Snorlax is such a good card against Lost Box. It's an insurmountable Pokemon for Lost Box.
Yeah, for a while, I remember last season people were playing Snorlax in their Lugia lists, but it was before Therapeutic Energy or Jet Energy came out. And as a Lost Box player, I didn't really ever mind when they attacked with Snorlax. That thing stayed asleep, and I just played with their bench with the Sableye, right?
Yeah, you're like, I can't attack you with Sableye? Sure, I'll just attack everyone else once you take a nap.
But now it gets a huge boost with the release of Jet Energy and then more recently Therapeutic. I mean, just makes a massive, massive difference. And that's one of my favorite things about the Pokemon TCG just in general as well, is whenever we have old cards that were always solid, but new cards come out that breathe new life into them.
I mean, that was exactly Lugia V-Star V4 rotation, right? Aurora Energy was never played, and then it was a 4-of. The amazing rare Pokemon were never played, and then they were crucial, important aspects of the Lugia V-Star deck that suddenly became the best deck in the format from one day to the other. Cards that were released over a year ago before Lugia V-Star came out, all of a sudden, everyone's looking for them.
All right, well, we are going to throw to just a quick little break. We're going to be back very soon with an interview with our winner, Charlie Kerr. Got to see how he's feeling after that one, and getting to 35 match points. Hopefully we'll be able to ID this next round to get into Top Cut. We'll be right back.
My name is Peyton Bingham, and I'm from Logan, Utah in the US. It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to. I'm just so overwhelmed and so just happy to be here right now. My family pushed me to keep on going, to keep competing, and I eventually was able to push and get the World Championship. I'm definitely going to be at Worlds next year.
My name is Vance Kelly. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri. It still hasn't really set in that it's real. It's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time. I played against people from maybe 3 or 4 different continents this weekend. It's a lot of fun to play against people from different countries, and it's really cool to kind of have something in common with people from all over the world that you can talk about and bond over. Winning Worlds still feels just absolutely unreal. It's something that I aspire to, but it's really a dream.
私の名前は木村翔平です。東京出身です。なんだろうな。まだ実感が湧いていないです。頭を使って考えることがこのゲームは大事だと思ってます。で、その練習をすることが一番大事だと私は思ってます。次の大会も参加して、もう一度2度目のワールドチャンピオンを目指して頑張ります。
Welcome back, everyone, to the Sacramento Regional Championships. I'm here with the round 14 winner, the best Lugia player in Sacramento so far, Charlie Kerr. How are we feeling today, Charlie?
Feeling pretty good myself. I just went on stream, so yeah, it feels pretty great.
I bet. Tell us about, so you're playing Lugia. I don't think there's too many Lugias on the field. So why this deck choice into this tournament?
So I expected a lot of Lost Box going into this event, which I've played against 11 so far. That was the biggest reason, because I just don't like losing to Lost Box. I felt pretty confident still in like to the Zard matchup. I don't know why. Some people still think it's bad, but I was expecting a lot of Zard too. But I haven't hit any.
Really, really. What's the game plan against the Charizard?
So what I found most of the time is like if you you either target their Charmanders or if you just like hit into their Zard, because that's like the only attacker they play. They play like Entei and like Radiant Charizard, right? But like, I mean, they're not going to use those like every game.
For sure. Yeah, that makes sense. Just hit into the big Charizard. And 11 Lost Box. You are the Lost Box Slayer of Sacramento. Tell us about those matchups.
So playing triple Axe is pretty good. They can't Sableye my guys. So yeah, it's pretty hard for them to deal with when they're staring down 3 Snorlaxes on the bench, all with energies.
Yeah, I actually have no idea what I'd do as a Lost Box player. Greninja twice, 3 times? No?
Yep.
Very scary. But then again, here you played against a fellow Lugia player. Again, tell me what are you thinking when you're placing in a mirror?
I'm thinking of what is the quickest way for me to get 2 Archeops in the discard pile before they can?
That's definitely the key. And you don't forget, you also get the Lugia V-Star.
that too, yes.
For sure, for sure. I want to talk about your list real quick. So something of note is you play 4 Bosses orders. That's a high count. Talk us through the process there.
So with Lugia, especially in all your 2 prize matchups, you always just want to go like boss, like chain boss, right? Because like you just snipe the 2 prizers. That's just how you trade favorably. So like if you discard 1, it kind of sucks because that's 1 less boss you have at the end of the game. And just having a bunch in your hand, like having like 2 in your hand just to go back to back is really good. So
I feel that. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly how we won the last match, right? You want to be able to chain those bosses and to give yourself the most opportunity to do that. Might as well play 4.
Yes.
All right. Can you, a couple of more fun questions before I let you go. Can you tell us a fun fact about Charlie Kern?
So I hate Comfy decks. I'll never play a Comfy deck.
You don't say.
Yeah. I'd say that's about me as a player. That's a fun fact. I'm really tall. That's a fun fact.
Oh, I noticed that as well. Yeah, he is quite indeed very tall. And yeah, Comfy Slayer, triple Snorlax. Yeah, definitely. I'm sure that's a great feeling coming into this tournament, especially since they did win back-to-back regionals, right?
Yes, yes.
So hopefully you see a couple more Comfeys, maybe a couple in top 8.
I'm hoping so.
Best of luck, best of luck. Last but not least, let me know, what is your favorite original 151 Pokemon?
Squirtle.
Squirtle?
Squirtle.
All right, we actually talk about this backstage a little bit. You were between Squirtle and Charmander. I was ready to argue.
Yeah, I could tell. You were ready.
No, but yeah, thank you so much, Charlie. Again, best of luck with the rest of the tournament. And again, currently the best Lugia player in Sacramento. That must feel good. All right, but don't go anywhere, folks. And of course, don't forget to follow us on all our socials, Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. But yeah, there's still a lot more Pokemon action to be had here at the Sacramento Regional Championships. We'll see you in a bit.
I started playing Pokemon with Red and Blue in 1999, I think. Started playing competitive Pokemon in 2010, and my first VGC event was in 2015. Probably go with Bulbasaur, I guess. Lots of players, but Amelia Forbes is the best player in the world. I'm here to have fun and just, enjoy the game. I think the game is beautiful and building teams is great, and I'm just here for love of the game. My favorite event food is my cookies that I bring to every tournament. They're good and I get a lot of compliments. My favorite city is probably Melbourne. Melbourne's always great. Every time in Melbourne, it was a blast. Of course not.
Is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない。 lighting up above. It's the greatest who would get to lead them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? The training has been taking all your life, and you need courage if you want to win the fight. Respect the opposition like a real hero should, then strike. While your passion is a fire, always lighting up above. It's the greatest who will get to lead them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Do you dream of becoming legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
He has done it! He has taken all 4 hemispheres of the globe, and he is the Latin American International Champion.
That was the missing piece. It's something I could only dream about. I'm absolutely speechless.
That is it! JW Naldo is your first Latin American International Champion here. It looks like that is a knockout. Yakovic is your first ever Oceania International Champion.
Wow! Wadaz, he is able to secure victory and become the first player in Pokemon Go history to win a regional and an international championship.
This win, I've always wanted to show that I'm one of the best, if not the best, player in North America.
Like, honestly, no words to describe it. Like, this experience has just been absolutely amazing.
Ainda estou sentindo a sensação de ter vencido. Então, estou muito feliz. Ainda não caiu a ficha.
Piper Lapine closing out here, winning her 2nd regional of the 2023 season.
Justin Tang winning his 2nd regional championship.
My goodness. The back-to-back champion, Luminion V into boss's orders, brings back up a Crobat V for the knock.
Definitely pretty excited. A little bit lucky for sure to win 2 regionals in the same year, definitely.
It feels really good.
It feels great, it really does.
We're kind of reaching like this culmination of old and new. We're seeing a lot of good players like Paul Chua, Nick Navarre hitting their stride again and again. Like they just do it time and time and time again.
This is it! The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
Winning EUIC means a lot. I haven't been able to win an international. Being able to finally get past 2nd place feels pretty good.
But we're getting a lot of new players as well, like Justin Tang, who just kind of pop up, and they're incredible.
Justin Tang, your Knoxville Regional Champion. First regional competition that he has competed at, and he's taken down the entire thing.
I was confident in my skills to do well, but I now expect to take it all away.
This is my first play Pokemon tournament. I didn't think I had a chance at winning.
And this is my first competitive regional. Winning a regional is undescribable.
Of course, there are competitors I'm worried about facing. The most notorious one is Sander. He's always bringing these crazy control decks.
I'm worried about facing Yuichi because he's really good. Kingsley, Prince, Addison, Robert.
I didn't face him in this tournament, but Valiant Bish, I have no idea how I'll hold up against him. He's definitely one I'm watching out for.
I'm always worried about facing Torrid again. That is always an experience and will be always difficult.
I'm not really worried about facing anyone because I think I can beat everyone Dancing Rob and Emmy Wizard.
I'm definitely worried about facing Gabriel and Gotti.
I'd be nervous about hitting Isaiah Bradner.
Isaiah Bradner.
Justin Bakari.
Probably Luca. Justin Tang.
I think I'd be nervous going up against Caleb Gettimer again.
I'm confident in my abilities, but I know there's going to be 100 plus of the best players in the world, so it's going to be really tough.
All the trainers have just scaled up their game. The competition's just gotten so fierce. This has made me so excited to get to Worlds.
Winning Worlds would mean the absolute world for me. After getting second in 2018, winning would absolutely be amazing.
Winning Worlds is everything to me. I really want to be the best player that's ever played this game. I think you have to be a little bit crazy to think that you can win the World Championships, but I am a little crazy. So
It would be breathtaking to win the World Championship.
I've won a regional. I've won an international. Worlds is the last thing I have on my list.
Winning Worlds means I can submit myself into the history of Pokemon Go forever.
Winning Worlds would mean everything to me, you know?
So I'm going to try my best at Yokohama to hopefully maybe win.
I just feel like I'm gonna have so much fun.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Sacramento Regional Championship. I have a very, very special interview here today. May I present to you one of the Sacramento Regional Champions, Logan Bailey, for the Juniors Division. How are you feeling, Logan?
I'm feeling pretty good. Going into top 8, there are a lot of very good matchups for me. In top 8, I faced a Charizard. Yeah, I was playing Colorless Lugia.
Colorless Lugia, is that a tough matchup in your opinion?
I would say it's slightly favored, although it's very hard still because like there's a lot the Charizard can do to come back. So.
Did you have any other tough matchups in leading up to the finals?
I honestly had a lot of pretty easy matchups. I had like 3 Lost Zone decks, 3 Charizards, and like a couple Chien-Paos.
Oh.
So.
Yeah, those sound very good indeed. You love playing against those Lost Box decks when you have those Snorlax, am I right?
Yeah.
Tell me about the deck choice. Why did you decide to bring Lugia today in this tournament?
I just thought it would be like a really great meta choice for Sacramento. There are a lot of like Lost Zone and Gardevoir like decks in the meta. I think there's also a lot of Charizard, which is slightly favored. My only tough matchups were the Mirror and Miraidon, and then Dura's an auto loss. So.
That's amazing, and I just heard that the way you prepare for this, I heard that Pablo is your coach.
Yeah, Pablo Meza.
That is a pretty good coach. Do you have any other friends that made it to the top 8?
I had to play my friend Prince in top 4. He was playing Sablezard, so the Lost Zone deck.
Oh, that's a name I've heard a lot of in the junior division as well. These are so many amazing up-and-coming players. All right, just a couple more fun questions before I do let you go. Can you tell us a little bit tell me a fun fact about Logan Bailey?
I started playing at Tabletop Village.
Oh. Okay.
It's a card store in Seattle, and I definitely recommend going and checking it out. It's really great. There's a lot of great people there.
Definitely always fun to play with the community, and I know there's a lot of top-notch players that come from Tabletop Village. So you're playing, and you're even getting better.
Yeah.
All right, last question for you. What's your favorite original Pokemon, 151?
Probably Snorlax. It won me the tournament.
That's a good reason to like Snorlax. And anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
I want to shout out my mom and my dad. They really helped me on my way to getting here and winning, and I just thank you so much.
No, thank you so much, Mom and Dad. I mean, you've made a champion here in Logan Bailey. But yeah, again, thank you so much, Logan. Best of luck. And what are the future plans for Logan, actually? Now that you're a champion, just going straight to the Worlds?
I think I'm going to Los Angeles, basically all the West Coast regionals, and then maybe NAIC and EUIC, so.
Sounds good. Sounds like a lot of fun ahead. Again, thank you so much, Logan. Best of luck with the future tournaments.
Thank you.
All right. All right. And yeah, that's the interview. Thank you so much for tuning in. We're going to take a quick break before we come back to more Pokemon action. Don't go anywhere.
My name is Vance Kelly. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri.
Vance is playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch card, moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot, and Boss's orders brings up the Zacian V. Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Champion!
It still hasn't really set in that it's real, but it's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time. My strategy throughout the tournament was just to use the deck that I'm comfortable with. My favorite card is Mew VMAX. It's a really versatile card. It can use a lot of different attacks, and games unfold in a lot of different ways. I definitely had my moment of doubt between the 2 days of the tournament when you're allowed to switch decks. I thought maybe I'll switch, but my friends told me to just stick with it, and I did, and it paid off. Going into the match, I did realize that the first 2 games went really long. You know, maybe like game 3, I could kind of eke out a win on prizes or something like that. I would have loved to play the full game out against Tord, but that's just kind of how it goes sometimes. Next year, I'd definitely be worried to play Tord again. I think he's the best of all time. I played against people from maybe 3 or 4 different continents this weekend. It's a lot of fun to play against people from different countries, and it's really cool to kind of have something in common with people from all over the world that you can talk about and bond over. My advice to anybody who's playing is find a good group of people to bounce ideas off of and play games with, and just practice a lot and go from there. Winning Worlds still feels just absolutely unreal. It's something that I aspire to, but it's really a dream.
I'm Gabriel, and I'm from Brazil.
Hold on, is there the pieces available? Is there a Pumpkin Pit? Pumpkin Pit can discard the stadium. There's a Lumineon V that can search out Boss's orders. Bring up the Arceus V. Gabriel Fernandez is your seniors division world champion here in Yokohama, Japan.
I'm feeling good to be a world champion. It's something I'm gonna remember for a long time, for sure. It means a lot because this is my second Worlds as a senior, so winning it just feels amazing. So my strategy this weekend was to play aggressive early on in the game, and then late game, if I was behind on prizes, I would just Yono plus Pet. And my favorite card is Weird Ear V, and it's because it can one-shot everything right now in this meta. I was feeling very confident in my strategy, so no doubt. My advice to other trainers is just practice a lot and play a lot. That's what I did on my whole vacation. My plan is to compete next season and become a world champion again.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans. Our 2024 Sacramento Regional Championships here for the Pokemon trading card game. Just one Swiss round remaining, then we'll get into our top cut. Got a little bit of time, of course, round 14 still finishing up out in the field. My name's Chip Ritchie, joined here once again by Pablo Tablemon Meza. It's all going to come down to this, just one round left.
One round left in this huge tournament. We are starting to see, we definitely have some players locked in already, I believe. And it's going to be interesting to see if 35 match points ends up being the bubble. If we have a clean cut, maybe we see some people bubble in, bubble out.
Yeah.
There's always that pressure and that uncertainty that comes along with the last round of the day.
It's looking like there's potentially going to be 14 people who can get to 35 plus match points. Of course, that's barring some natural ties and things like that, but that's pretty wild to see. So there's a chance it's a pretty steep bubble. There's a chance that, there's a few natural ties on the winning end. which leads to a few more getting in than maybe they would have otherwise. We'll have to see how it shapes up. This is what makes these tournaments exciting, right? You don't really know what's going to happen until you actually see it play out in front of you. Now, all weekend long, we've had a great time following along with those of you at home who've been watching, those of you in the venue who are competing by using that hashtag #PlayPokemon across all of our social media platforms. Let's take a look at some of those posts of people who've been letting us know what's going on in their life as far as Pokemon is concerned. Straw Hat here saying the goodies I got at my first regional. Love to see that. Graded Charizard, super cool, and a beautiful Pokemon Center playmat.
Yeah, Espeon and Umbreon, always fan favorites, right? And I feel like they're always featured in really cool art. The evolution seemed to be one of the most utilized Pokemon for like merchandise and everything, and this mat is just stunning.
Yeah, some might call it an Espeon Umbreon mat, but I would call it a Celebi Murkrow mat, personally.
No bias there.
Oh, wow. Okay, here we are. Azul, wise words to live by. Streaming, working out, and dabbing on the haters. He's certainly making that last thing happen today out there in the field. He is sitting at a 34 match point record, 11-2-1. Probably someone who's going to have to play in this last round. We'll see if he can dab on maybe just one more hater to make it into top 8.
Possibly, yeah. And I don't know, I feel like Azul might end up regretting posing like this. There's infinite memes that can be made out of it.
It's nonstop. It's nonstop. D's over here is keeping track of all of the streams. Of course, we're covering the trading card game, but there are lots of other things happening in the Pokemon world. The video game, the Pokemon Go championships. So much to keep track of if you are a Pokemon fan. Pretty solid weekend entertainment, if you ask me.
And we are very close to hitting some important numbers on Twitch, so if you haven't yet, definitely follow us.
Yeah, be sure to click that follow button. If you are watching on Twitch currently, we are sitting at really close to 100,000 followers. That's what we're trying to get to, where the Pokemon Company will be doing a raffle once we get to that point. The Pokemon Company International. Corey here letting us know. Super excited for my first day 2. Went 7-0-2 today and hoping to keep it go tomorrow. Sentinels leaves for the win. There you go, Corey. Congratulations on the day 2 berth.
It's always nice to enjoy Pokemon with your friends, right? That's part of the magic, part of what makes these events so great is coming with your friends or making new ones, yeah, who share this passion for Pokemon that I think we all have.
Mike here telling us that each Pokemon Regional Championship events, there is a designated area to learn how to play the card game. Wanted to give a shout out to Meta TCG, Side Deck, and Vermilion for donating cards when the supply ran low. Thanks for helping players take their first step. Always have a good time walking by the first steps area, watching people try to put some cards together, try to find some pieces they need to build their first ever Pokemon deck. Lots to do. I mean, if you have never competed in the Pokemon TCG or don't really even know what's going on, what is happening in the game, how to play, the Regional Championships is a great place to learn. They've got tons of great people, tons of judges that are willing to stand by and help you learn exactly what to do in your game.
Indeed. The game is very easy and simple to learn, so definitely encourage anyone watching to join us.
Remy Lorenz got top 16 here in Sacramento, went 5-2 with Sablezard. Secured the World's invite. Glad to see all friends again. Being back in the Bay Area and seeing the Golden Gate is always amazing. Love to see it. Remy, of course, our junior division champion at OCIC this year. I mean, has been just an absolute stud of a player in the younger divisions and someone, as he continues his Pokemon journey, we will certainly be keeping our eyes on.
Indeed, and we see a lot of good senior players do really well in Masters. I think that's applying as well for juniors and seniors. And then we also have Katie. I think my boys have a plushie problem, or we have an organization problem. I do not see any sort of problem here, honestly.
Yeah, this is normal, right? Laughs as my room looks exactly the same.
Exactly. Who doesn't have a billion plushies at this point?
Sneaking over there on the left side, you see that little plaque with the regional medal in it with some cards? That's pretty sweet.
That is indeed very nice. And yeah, I mean, looking at this, clearly have a true Pokemon fan right here.
Looks like a Pokemon family, if you ask me, honestly.
Oh, certainly, certainly.
That's a lot. Look at all the cards, the binders, the Elite Trainer boxes, which, if they're anything like the ones I have on my shelf, they are absolutely chocked full of cards.
Yep, agreed. And then the World's Competitor backpack as well. Very, very nice to see all those different Pikachus in all the disguises, the Wiglet.
Yep. Yeah, thanks so much to everyone for sharing what they're doing this weekend in regards to Pokemon with us. If you want to stay in the loop and also let us know what's happening in your life, be sure to use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Let's get back to the tournament at hand here. We, of course, are in the second day of competition. We talked about day one all day yesterday, you know, featured a bunch of matches. And this is what the meta looked like for this event. Lost Zone Box being the most popular deck, but not by much over the Charizard EX. Definitely the two most popular decks coming into the weekend.
Yeah, we were talking about this backstage as we started this tournament. The top of the top, there's only 8 total decks different between the number 1 and number 2 spot. 32 between the number 4 Gardevoir EX and number 1 Lost Zone. So the metagame is really, really spread out quite evenly at this point in time. And the number 1 deck has been doing pretty well. Lost Box, we've seen it dominate for a long time. It's won the last 2 regionals that we have had. It'll be interesting to see if it can go 3-4-3 this time around.
Yeah, and there's definitely quite a few players piloting it that have already locked up spots or are very close to it into our top 8. Miraidon EX remained an extremely popular choice for our players. We saw it on stream multiple times yesterday. I mean, just the early game pressure and power that this deck has can be too much for even decks that it has bad matchups against to handle sometimes.
Indeed, though, we have seen Miraidon struggle a little bit against Lost Box, struggle a little bit against Gardevoir, so it's really interesting to see it being played so often when it has perhaps not a great matchup against what it seems like the other top decks, right? Even Charizard can be a little difficult, so unless you are able to overwhelm them in the very beginning of the game and prevent them from stabilizing and setting up, it does feel like a rough time for Miraidon, yet we are seeing it consistently do well and be very popular.
Gardevoir EX, of course, remains a very popular choice. It's an incredibly strong deck. It really doesn't have bad matchups against, I think, almost anything. You take at least a 50-50 across the board. Chien-Pao EX is a very strong deck. I know something you're a fan of right now as well. Both of these decks being pretty strong. I mean, Chien-Pao is one of those decks that sometimes you just win the game instantly on turn 2 of the game if you can pull off that canceling Cologne Radiant Greninja play.
Yeah, Radiant Greninja is such a powerful card. Manaphy gets in its way, but Chien-Pao finds a way around that, and if you can pull that off consistently, you're definitely going to be able to do really well against, once again, the top decks, right? Lost Box, you can demolish their setup. Charizard, you can demolish their Pokemon before they get to evolve. Gardevoir, you can take away those Kirlia refinements, and so they're left with not much draw. So yeah, Chien-Pao, a pretty cool card and also pretty fun to play. I feel like anytime you get to cheat essentially the rules of the game by attaching as many energies as you want, you get to KO any Pokemon you want, you get to target the little Pokemon on the bench with Radiant Greninja. It just has it all. The issue is getting to the point where you can do it all.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, that's a theme for all 6 of these decks. They all get to cheat. They all get to pull extra energy into play, whether it be Lost Zone Box with Mirage Gate, Charizard EX with Infernal Rain, Miraidon EX with the Electric Generator, Gardevoir with that Gardevoir EX, Baxcalibur, of course, and then also Archeops with that Primal Turbo. Of course, we did see that Lugia V-Star Archeops match in the last round. We got to see that play out. Charlie Kerr coming out on top. This was our meta for the first day of the tournament, and things looked a little bit different as we moved to day 2. The decks did stay the same as far as the top 6 decks, but the numbers, the percentages, and where their placement was definitely moved around. One of the things that definitely stands out to me, Lost Box being a popular deck in day 1 and converting pretty solidly into day 2, jumping up to 22% of this meta share.
Indeed, turns out Comfey is a very powerful card, and we do have many variations of Lost Box. We have the Turo version, we have Kyogre version, we have a weird Turbo Kyogre mix, we have Radiant Charizard. I wonder if we have Charizard EX included in these counts but of the Lost Box deck, but definitely a very good conversion. Charizard also converting really well, and then Gardevoir and Chien-Pao surpassing Miraidon, as we did have Miraidon a lot on stream, but it wasn't able to close out the games each time.
Yeah, Miraidon definitely dropping down a little bit in play. It remains a popular choice, and it is still very strong, and there are some players that are still doing decently with it, but definitely has fallen off a little bit. And then Lugia kind of just staying the same, right? 8% day 1, 8% day 2. That's an even meta share. Of course, there are more decks in the room. Rapid Strike Urshifu actually had a pretty decent jump from day 1 to day 2. You just don't really see it translated on this graph. It was about 3.7% in day number 1, and it moved up to over 7% of day 2. Turns out, with so much Lost Box in the room, it's a pretty strong play.
Yeah, so much Lost Box, and also Charizard and Gardevoir, which can get these humongous HP Pokemon, but they do have to do it with the frail Pokemon in the beginning. So if you're able to overwhelm those little Pokemon in the beginning with your bench damage, you can definitely take those down. So Rapid Strike, the underdog of the tournament, that we could see take down the whole thing, honestly, especially if they hit a good run of Lost Box decks as well.
And that is our meta share for this event. There are, of course, other decks as well. You know, we mentioned Urshifu. There is Mew VMAX still running around. We got to see Emmy playing that earlier on. Unfortunately, Charizard just kind of overwhelmed.
Yep.
You know, and that's really that matchup. That version of the Mew VMAX deck is built to try to just not let the Charizard player play the game.
Yep.
And if that happens, Mew wins. But if the Charizard player gets set up,
Charizard wins.
Also, Bibarel is pretty solid against things like Luxray too.
Yeah, usually you see Charizard being paired with Arceus and Pidgeot, or just Pidgeot. Bibarel is not a very common partner, but if you are starting to see players adapt to Charizard by playing a lot of Path to the Peak, playing a lot of Hand Disruption, Bibarel is the perfect card to counter both of those things.
Well, we do have our standings coming into round number 15. Let's take a look at where everyone is currently seated in this round. Sawyer Melbourne and Charlie Kerr should have things just about locked up, even if Charlie was to lose this round. He's got a pretty solid resistance starting 11, 1, and 2. Sawyer here should be able to ID. It looks like Sawyer hit Dorian, that number 4 seed this round. Not sure if Dorian will be able to take that intentional draw or not. And that's a risk as well, something you have to consider as a player. If you're sitting at 34 match points, a tie could potentially get you in into our top 8, but it's definitely not guaranteed.
Indeed, and we see players all the way to place 15, Aaron Rocker, Braden Elford, Nicholas Moffat. All of them have 32 match points at the bottom of the bracket, I guess, but all of them with a chance at making top 8. So IDing with 34 points is definitely risky. However, I don't know, maybe if you know you're up against a less than ideal matchup, you want to get that ID.
Yeah, give yourself the best chance, at least a little bit of a chance.
Exactly.
I know some players try to calculate their resistance as well and try to figure out, okay, how are my opponents doing? What does my resistance look like? Of course, that's the tiebreaker if you have the same record as another person. And looking at the way the pairings are actually shaped up, there's only 2 34 match pointers. It's Azul and Dorian, and they're playing against other people who don't have 34 match points, so neither of them is even going to have the option to intentionally draw. The only person who maybe has an option, I guess, is Sawyer, who is playing Dorian, so they could choose to do that, but other than that, I think that is the literal only table in this last round that can safely ID into Top Cut, which is pretty wild to say, and I mean, think back to the regional championships you've made Top Cut at. It's definitely very different, right?
It's incredibly different. Like I remember one regional where I had 34 match points and it felt so unnecessary. It was the biggest regional at the time, which was a little over 1,000 people, and I had 34 match points before, I believe, like the last round. And so like I was able to play out the last round to potentially prevent my opponent from making it because it was a bad matchup. But at this point, 34 match points is barely top 16, right? It guarantees you top 16. So definitely the size of these tournaments is just continuing to increase and therefore making the margin for error lower and lower each time.
We do have some matches. Of course, we will be keeping our eye on this round. Let's look at those key matches that we're going to be tracking and seeing who is going to be making it into top 8. Of course, Sawyer versus Dorian up there at table 1. We've got Charlie versus Nicolo, and our feature match, we're going to get to see him once again, Azul GG, going up against Corey Lafferton, and then Ryan Harris versus Bo Fleetwood. Lots of great games happening out there. We'll see who's in top 8.
Kyogre, I think a fan favorite. I think bench hitting strategies always have like a soft spot for people, right? And Kyogre Definitely doesn't hit soft, hits very, very hard. 150 damage, not a spread deck, but like that big finishing move that requires sometimes perfect execution, perfect sequencing, and a little bit of luck with those flower selectings.
Our players are ready, Pablo. Let's get down to the table. Let's get to this win and in match. We're going to have Azul Garcia Griego. We saw him yesterday playing that Lost Box deck featuring Kyogre, and he's going up against Corey Lafferton playing Miraidon EX.
Of course, we saw Azul in the first round yesterday that we streamed in this exact same matchup. He's very aware of what he needs to do, and it's going to be up to Corey to try and deny and delay that Kyogre play as much as possible whilst being hyper aggressive. We need to see a turn 1 KO by Corey if he wants to have any sort of chance in this matchup, as Kyogre is just so powerful.
Yeah, Corey actually goes to school here in Sacramento, so didn't have much of a journey to get to this regional championship. A bit of a local looking to represent his area in this top 8 cut. We'll see if he can make it happen. Prize cards now going out. 3 Nest Ball for Azul. That could make getting your basic Pokemon in play awkward. But, you know, no Battle VIP Pass. Maybe he'll find some of those early. Over there for Corey. Did prize that Zapdos. That can be a strong 1 prize option to work in this matchup. It is down at the bottom, though. Maybe he'll take it early on.
We've seen Flaffy attack a bunch as well in our series that we streamed Miraidon, so...
Probably not in this matchup, though, right?
Now, that switch card at the very top, that could be impactful if Azul needs to establish a win condition through Sableye, cannot afford the Kyogre due to a lot of energy going to Lost Zone, something along those lines. That switch card, healing 30 damage, doesn't sound like a lot, but it could be impactful.
Here we go, game underway. Corey starting the Raikou V, Azul starting the Comfey, and it is Corey on the first move in this win and in game. Nest Ball starting off right away. The perfect card to find as Miraidon EX. I have to imagine the namesake of the deck is what we'll see hit the board here.
Indeed, Nest Ball, even better than Battle VIP Pass in this deck, it seems. Always works and gets you Miraidon, which gets you those extra Pokemon on the bench. So we're going to see a strong start for Corey here, a very good setup. And once again, very important to be able to be aggressive. Yeah, I figure, I don't know who won the coin flip. I would imagine at this rate, in round 15, both players know each other's decks, and therefore Azul might have won it and chose to go second to prevent Corey from getting that turn 1 attack. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, and I don't think Azul would choose... Well, maybe he would choose to go second, right? Because he feels like it's better for the Miraidon deck to go second. So
yeah,
even though it does put a little bit more pressure on him, he kind of has to find a Colress on turn 1. It's pretty likely for his deck to be able to do that. Something I definitely want to see here from Corey is only putting down 1 single prize Pokemon, and he does follow suit with just the single Mareep.
Indeed. Whether you check for the 2 Flaffies or not and their availability, we saw how important it was to only bench 1 Mareep at a time if you need to. That way you don't allow Azul to get those easy 2 prizes with Greninja. You're definitely not playing Manaphy in this Miraidon deck, so that's a way you can ensure that they have to go through the higher HP of all your V and EX Pokemon. And as we see, the first electric generator here.
Just 1 single energy hit. Not the best result, but I think one you are overall okay with. You're not super pressured in the early game in this matchup to get a bunch of energy in play. It's not like you're playing the mirror match or some other really aggressive deck like Mew VMAX. Azul's deck is probably going to be fine going for something like a Spit Innocently on this next turn.
Indeed, and as we were discussing whether to go first or second, I feel like if you're Azul, you're under a timer, right? So that turn where you potentially get to play a supporter, you get to stabilize a little bit more, is important. We'll have to see how that first or second dynamic goes for both players.
And that is a pretty decent card to get on turn 1, the Path to the Peak. That will turn off the ability for Azul to utilize Radiant Greninja. This first flower selecting, it looks like it finds that one of Lost Vacuum and that one of Pidgeot V. Of course, keeping Pidgeot V around is pretty nice to be able to utilize Forest Sealstone, so Azul will value that option. And I think his turn here is going to be pretty reliant on this Pokestop. Let's see what he can find. That's 3 whiffs straight to the discard pile. Azul really whiffing out at this spot. He's got Kyogre in the hand, no Comfeys, no VIP Pass at all.
Yeah, very rough start for Azul Garcia Griego here. Probably going to have to retreat into that Kyogre, hoping the Comfey stays alive.
And that is a huge opening here for Corey. If he can find either an escape rope or even a boss's orders to take out that Comfey, that could stifle Azul's setup completely. He does start the turn off pretty nicely by evolving to the Flaffy. Professor's Research will ditch the hand. 7 fresh cards being added. Now that boss's order is no longer on the table, but a Forest Sealstone was found. That means he could go for the escape rope. He did find quite a few energy cards. That can be kind of annoying to see too many. He's going to just go for the Pokestop here to start with. And actually, I think pretty nicely for Corey, does hit an energy so he can actually get value from his Dynamotor.
Yeah, not too bad. Losing the Judge could be impactful towards the end of the game, but it doesn't seem like this will last too long.
And that is a whiff there on that Electric Generator. Too many energy cards in the hand. I actually feel like I would like to see the Generator being played before the Pokestop, right? If you use the Pokestop first, energy is the card that you have the most of in your deck. So theoretically, you'll decrease your chances to actually get any hits.
Even fleet-footed before the Generator. Like with fleet-footed, you're almost always most likely to draw something that's not an energy. Therefore, I think fleet-footed first is almost always correct before the Generator.
For it.
There we go, the escape rope play.
Grabs it immediately off of the flip of the V-Star marker. Star Alchemy now utilized, and this is super aggressive. And Corey kind of recognizing this is a bad matchup. My opponent had a bad turn. I need to push my advantage, and that's exactly what this play is doing.
And this is exactly what Miraidon is hoping to do. Be so aggressive, be so powerful in that first, second turn that your opponent just gets overwhelmed and they are not able to catch up. So we're going to see Corey do exactly that by knocking out the lone Comfey.
1 extra card drawn on the fleet-footed. I think was crossing his fingers there for the path to the peak, but did not find it.
Azul did just top deck a Forest Sealstone, so he will be able to bench the Pidgeot and probably search for a Colress's Experiment. So saved by the top deck of this turn.
I think did Corey miss out on a Dynamotor that turn? That's definitely something you want to make use of when you can.
He did, yes. He did not choose to use Dynamotor. Or...
No, because there was... Oh, no, maybe he did because there was only 1 energy on the Raikou turn 1.
No, that was Attach and then...
Attach, Generator.
Generator and then Attach.
Attach.
So no,
did
because the Generator whiff, so no Dynamotor, which against Flower Select decks, they don't have a lot of HP, so you don't need to have those big hits right away. You don't need a ton of energy into play, but it's never a bad thing to have that extra energy just in case.
And the fact that Azul prized 3 Nest Ball is going to make it that much more difficult for him to reestablish his board. It's not the worst thing to see 3 Nest Balls prized. It's definitely not good, but if you can still get a good setup on your first turn, play a couple Battle VIP Pass, it's not too big of a deal. But in this spot, now that Azul whiffed the Battle VIP Pass, those Nest Balls being gone is really going to hurt him, and I can't imagine that that's really a card that he necessarily is going to check for on his prize search, right?
Indeed, and utilizing that Super Road precisely to put more basics back into the deck, try to find them, and now Azul is in a weird spot where, depending on what he draws, depending on how this turn goes, the Pidgeot V might end up staying in play just to survive, but then that's very prone to a boss that accelerates Corey's win condition, gets him closer to those 6 prizes taken. So I'm sure if you're Azul, you're definitely considering whether you want to concede quickly or not this game. Yeah.
I mean, it's such a favorable matchup for
Indeed.
Azul, right? So sticking one of these out where you just really don't have a great draw feels pretty poor. And let's see on this Colress, can he find any basic Pokemon? He doesn't find any Comfey, but at least that Artisan can help him.
Yeah, Artisan and Colress definitely good cards to find as a follow-up to this. Escape Rope and Metal Energy, so a couple of resources that you can definitely get rid of. We'll see the Pokestop, but yeah, with no Nest Balls, there's not much you can hit here that's like super, super useful.
Does at least get the switch card that can, off the Artisan, send up the Comfey to the active. Have to assume that's going to be the grab here. And if he does find the Cramorant or the 1 single Nest Ball, he does have energy in hand to retreat into that and at least get off a Spit innocently this turn. I think if he can do that, Azul might feel okay sticking this one out.
Indeed, though only one Nest Ball is really tough to find.
And one Cramorant.
One Cramorant
Yeah,
as
two
well.
cards, right?
Yeah, and then, I mean, you are holding a Colress for next turn, of course, which is useful, but if you're having to expend so many resources just to be able to Flower Select once per turn, that's not the ideal. You want to be using that twice or sometimes 3 times per turn, especially against Miraidon, which doesn't have a bench damager.
Off this escape rope. Corey actually does choose to send up the Miraidon. I feel like the Flying Pikachu is usually going to be pretty safe in a spot like this.
Yep.
Just get that free pivot up there. Don't have to discard an energy. And Azul doesn't find the Cramorant, but does at least find another Comfey. So I think this is a fine outcome as well. You don't get any damage in play, but the Flower Selecting at least can get you a little deeper in the deck. Does have to ditch the Mirage Gate, valuing hanging on to the basic water energy. That's something you always have to be careful of with this deck. You want to make sure that you're keeping your water energies or just energy cards around in general for your late game Kyogre.
Indeed, with how this game is playing out, with 1 energy being prized and 2 already hitting the lost zone, it could be important to, it's very important to conserve all those energies so you can pull off a 5 energy Aqua Storm, as with the way the game this is looking, Azul's going to have a hard time really pulling everything off here.
One thing also to consider, so Azul, if he needed to win this game, maybe should concede in this spot. He's a little behind. He definitely could still win, but maybe you have a better chance to win a game 2 and a game 3 if you get more established, get more set up in this favorable matchup. But in this position, Azul has 34 match points.
True.
If he ties, he's got pretty solid resistance. He probably will still make it into the top 8. That might be why he's sticking this one out. He still definitely has a chance to win. And even if he does lose this game, it's a good matchup. Hopefully he can win game number 2 and force a tie, which will lead him into the top 8.
Indeed, I definitely forgot that Azul has 1 more match point than Corey, and 35 seems to be the safe number. You do leave it to resistance, but if you're confident, you've played against players who are also around you at the top tables, then this definitely seems like a good enough choice.
Corey is able to find Bravery Charm, which is a massive card here. It means Azul will not be able to KO this Raikou with the Zamazenta that he does play. Let's see what Azul can find off this Colress Experiment. A Suian Heavy Ball. There is the Manaphy. Those 2 cards going down pretty much right away. Does find another Comfey, so we can still see a few Flower Selectings utilized.
I'm really hoping to see at our next event that we see Miraidon decks play Zapdos EX. I really hope we get to see that. Everyone's just throwing away their Manaphy, and that could be a good punish for a few. Like, that's how you adapt sort of to a metagame, right? And Zapdos EX is a pretty good card.
Artisan does find the Cramorant. That might have to be what Azul is fine attacking with right now. Taking another look, checking the prize cards still a little bit. You know, you check for the very important things like your energy, maybe your Pokemon and recovery cards and your initial search, and then as you go through the game, you kind of learn what other pieces are prized.
The checking for all 6 prizes off of a couple of searches is not really feasible. That's why the Azuian Heavy Ball is so good, right? You immediately get that information, and then you know exactly what to play or not to play around.
Yep, Azul going to use that Flower Selecting. I think was pausing for a second, wasn't sure if he had already used one or not. And does have another Comfey in hand to switch card into. Another Flower Selecting utilized 2 more cards. VIP Pass, of course, an easy choice to throw away. 1 more switch card available. There are plenty of cards in the Lost Zone at this moment to pull off the Zamazenta attack, but I don't see the Zamazenta hanging around. A couple Metal Energy already in the Lost Zone does make that difficult. Azul's going to have to be content with a Spit Innocently.
Indeed. Now we are seeing Azul's deck now running in full engine. He's been able to stabilize. Rocky start, but so far so good. Has been thinning his deck, has been finding those Colresses, has been able to Flower Select, and even though there's a Bravery Charm on the Raikou, he still has access to other Lost Vacuums, I think? Or is it the
No, it's just one.
It's just the one.
Copy,
okay, so that Raikou's going to be 3-hit KO'd at best, so we might need to see Cramorant into a Sableye, into the Kyogre. That might be Azul's path to victory. However, Corey on the other side, very smartly making sure that that Raikou is the least damage possible. We'll be alternating attackers. Hopefully, we will be seeing the Dyna Motors being utilized as well to make sure that we have enough attackers powered up. And Corey's only job is to disrupt and attack, disrupt and attack. So that's how he can close out this game.
He does have a boss's orders in the hand. Let's see if he goes after something. It will be that Sableye. Take that out right now. Azul usually going to be fine to have something boss's orders KO'd, as it does mean that he gets to hang on to his hand, does not get disrupted by an Iono or a judge. One more prize gone for Corey. He is 50% of the way to winning. Just 3 prizes remaining. Azul still with the full 6 prizes. Needs to find a response very, very soon. Plays this Colress experiment. We do finally see the Radiant Greninja hitting the hand. Echoing Horn and Escape Rope hitting the Lost Zone. A pair of energy added with this Greninja as well. Concealed cards, of course, allowing Azul to dig a little bit more. Artisan maybe can grab out the Zamazenta. No, it will be Sableye as the choice here. Going with this Lost Mine on this turn, has crossed that 10 cards in the Lost Zone threshold.
Yeah, Sableye being able to take those initial 2 prizes will be very, very key. Does need to pull it off twice, so that will require a Super Rod to be utilized to recover one of the 2 Sableyes that has already been KO'd. And then we go into the Kyogre play now. Azul's deck is pretty thin. He's holding so many cards, so we do need to see some disruption from Corey very, very soon.
We even could see the Radiant Greninja attack, I guess, theoretically. I don't even know if you want to attack the Flaffy, but you could just put some decent damage on the Raikou and then put some damage on another Pokemon, setting up for a Sableye in a future turn. As it is now, we do see Super Rod being played, allowing Azul to put up to 3 in any combination of Pokemon and Basic Energy into the deck. Sometimes you don't want to put those energies into the deck. Looks like Azul at this spot does want those pieces still available for potential Mirage Gate plays, also to draw into for future turns for concealed cards. And of course, you do need to attach energy in order to be able to attack concealed cards. Drawing a pair here, there's a VIP pass and a water energy. The VIP not going to be useful at all. Has not used the flower selecting in the active, I do not believe. Has a Mirage Gate as well in the hand. We're going to see this play to thin some energy cards out. Looks like the answer is yes. What are we going to put those energy cards on is the question.
Sableye and perhaps the Comfey as well, just to make sure that that has an energy once the Sableye is KO'd. We see that, and then we see a little bit of hesitation just confirming. And yeah, having that pivot guaranteed is very, very important for this deck. You want to continually use Flower Select to thin your deck, make sure only the Kyogre cards are left over at this point.
So a couple of energy cards on a Comfey might look a little silly, but what Azul is doing here is he's prepping himself for potential hand disruption.
I do believe we're going to see Sableye try to put damage over here, and then we're going to need the other Sableye that was recovered this turn to finish that Raikou off. It could lead to a Flaffy KO. We could see enough damage to have both of these Pokemon be KO'd. That would give another research to Azul, but would make him slightly weaker to Iono.
Azul does retreat this Comfey into the Sableye in the active. The Lost Mine now spreading 12 damage counters. Gonna think about how to place them. You don't want to stack too much damage on just one single Pokemon. There is always the risk of a collapsed stadium coming through. Maybe something Azul should consider a little bit, and I think is going to spread the damage around for that reason.
Yeah, 5 and 7 is pretty good. That way, if this gets collapsed, this is in range. If the Flying Pikachu gets collapsed, this is in range. So playing around that card, very, very key for Azul, and shows how he hasn't seen it. He has no confirmation. There's no way to know exactly what the list is, but there is a collapsed stadium in the deck. So very smartly playing around a card that is commonly seen in Miraidon decks.
Ultra Ball does ditch 2 lightning energy. Very few of those still remaining in the deck. Those late game generators are going to have pretty low odds. And probably just using this Ultra Ball to thin. Raichu V, not a super strong attacker in this matchup. Probably could thin it out, but choosing to hold off for now. I wonder if Corey's going for maybe something like a Judge this turn. That could be why you just don't really care about grabbing out the Raichu. It just doesn't do anything. Let's see what supporter he ends up playing.
I wonder what the plan is here. The Miraidon in the active, of course, cannot attack this turn. We did see a lot of energies hit the discard pile. We can't see the attachment to the Raikou, and there's definitely leftover energies at this point in time. Corey will be able to attack with whatever Pokemon he has, and he's about to go down to 2 prizes. So Azul has to make something happen within the next 2 turns. This turn has to be a Sableye knockout, and then the next turn has to be the Kyogre.
He also could, this turn, Azul, go for the Zamazenta, take 2 prizes on the active. That is also a potential option for him. Corey does not find the Disruption Supporter would have been a pretty good turn to play it. Instead, goes for the research, discarding the full hand to draw a fresh 7, and Pablo does find that collapsed stadium.
Now, I do think that the Zamazenta play is actually not available because I believe one Metal Energy was prized, and there are 2 in the Lost Zone.
That's true, that's
true. So that takes away that potential play. We do see the collapsed stadium hit play. Cramorant seems to be the choice for Azul, just valuing the Kyogre, valuing the draw of Greninja, and of course the flower selecting. Raikou does hit the discard pile. And is there a universe? No, there's no Lost Vacuum in Corey's deck. I was wondering if there
another
was
card
a
we
way.
sometimes see in the Miraidon decks.
Indeed, if there was a way to get rid of that Force Seal Stone from the Pikachu and then attaching the Bravery Charm. I feel like we keep seeing Force Seal Stone on Pikachu, and it keeps ending up mattering so much instead of having the Bravery Charm on those Pokemon, on that Pokemon specifically, in this matchup and others.
Azul checking the resources, seeing what Corey still has available, of course, still keeping track of his own resources. Needs to take 2 prize cards this turn, and it pretty much has to be via the Sableye knocking out the Flying Pikachu. Zamazenta totally cut off thanks to the Metal Energy still remaining in the prize cards. Nest Ball, that one single copy that Azul has in his deck at the moment, is able to find the second copy of Sableye. Now the only thing missing is a Psychic Energy, which, by the way, Pablo Azul did attach a Psychic last turn to his Kyogre.
Oh, that is true. There is a Psychic right here, which, of course, you would love to see on the Sableye. And sometimes that energy
He's
on
got another
Kyogre,
one in hand.
There you go. But, I mean, sometimes that energy could matter, right? We know one energy is prized. We know 2 are in the Lost Zone right now. Therefore, that leaves 8 total energy available. But that one on Kyogre could end up mattering in the sense that maybe Azul can't pull off a 5 energy Aqua Storm.
Azul's just checking every little thing. You saw him debate on that flower selecting. Does he Lost Zone the Switch Cart or the Colress Experiment? He takes a moment, counts the deck, sees how many cards are available, wants to make sure he's not going to totally run out of cards, but wants to make sure he can guarantee the Aqua Storm on the next turn. Does Lost Zone the Pidgeot V in the Battle VIP Pass. 2 pretty useless cards right now. Can, of course, just throw that Forest Seal Stone into play. And what Azul wants to do right now is also thin as much as possible so that anything that gets judged back into the deck, when he draws his new hand, it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, I'm sure Azul has definitely all the pieces for Kyogre. Otherwise, we would have seen a concession a while ago for sure, right? So it's up to Corey to be able to play a Disruption card as he sees Azul's deck is only 1 card, and you have to hope that the Disruption is enough. Corey will put Azul on that timer. You do it now or you lose the game, but can he disrupt Azul's hand enough? I think an Iono is his best bet.
Yeah, I'm thinking back to last turn where Azul attached the Psychic Energy to Kyogre. He could have attached a Water Energy. He has one in the hand, and that's something you kind of have to do with this deck, is put a Water Energy on the Kyogre. Now, what he might be thinking is that he's expecting and respecting the possibility for Corey this turn to probably, to have the chance at least to boss his orders the Kyogre. And Azul has probably kept options open with the Super Odds still available, that even if that happens, he should be able to still find the pieces necessary to close out the game with the Aqua Storm and the Super Odds available. Now Corey with the Miraidon active, only 2 energy on it. He will have to retreat it. He does have the Path to the Peak in hand. That could slow things down, put a wrench in Azul's plans. Potentially, he actually has no stadium bumps remaining. Both stadiums have been utilized, and the Lost Vacuum is already in the Lost Zone. Attachment for turn to the active Miraidon, and Dynamotor can prep something else on the bench. Maybe Corey actually wants to attack with the... I guess actually you probably want to leave the big charmed Miraidon on the bench. And
indeed.
Actually, here, Pablo, I think if Corey doesn't bench anything else, Corey should just win, right?
Yeah, the Echoing Horde is in the Lost Zone right here. So even if an Escape Rope gets played by Azul, as long as Corey doesn't bring up this Bravery Charmed Miraidon, Azul can only take a knockout on 2 prizes, either Miraidon EX or Raikou. But how do you knock out this Miraidon?
Yeah, it's just not going to happen. That Bravery Charm boosting that hit points all the way up to 270. Azul's probably going to play through the motions and play an escape rope, hope his opponent makes a mistake. Azul does not even have it, and he's going to concede this game. Corey finds the win in game number 1.
I wonder if Azul was hoping for a mistake, maybe a preemptive benching of a Pokemon to thin, which is sometimes important, but this time it ends up working out really well for Corey. We see very well-planned strategy. The aggression never stopped. The well-timed dodge and disruption, the well-timed Boss's orders to take down that Sableye, which prompted Azul to require more cards to be able to redo that Sableye. And the start, right? The start at the beginning was really awkward for Azul.
Really fast start for Corey, an extremely slow one for Azul. He just couldn't get things rolling, and Corey got a little too far ahead, and then wisely at the end of the game. I mean, this is the smartest thing he could have done in this set for sure, is not putting another benched Pokemon into play. Sometimes it's not what you do in your game, it's what you don't do that wins you a set.
Yeah, this is something that I always advise to people. Just because you can play a card doesn't mean you have to. Just because you can use an ability doesn't mean you have to. Just because you can attach an energy doesn't mean you have to. Sometimes holding out on those attachments, holding out on playing those cards can actually be very, very, very significant.
Ooh. Looks like we're having some discussion right now at the game. Some issue potentially at the table with our last game.
Okay, so we're gonna check to make sure we know what is going on, and we'll let you know as soon as we can. Some perhaps sequencing, perhaps we're not sure. I didn't seem to catch anything that was off or weird, but we'll have to see. Yeah, we have many eyes during the game.
Yeah, we're having one judge walk away from the table, probably to discuss whatever the situation is with other judges. We'll get it sorted out here shortly.
Now, that last game, I think, showed the true power of Miraiden.
Yeah, so I just got word of exactly what happened. On our stream here at the stream table, players set out their prize cards off to the side and then draw their prize cards as they go through the game, of course. It's a little farther to the side than what you would normally do as you're playing a game out in the field. So what happened here in this game, Corey had one prize left at the end of game number 1. He shuffled and set up his deck, but left that prize card over on the prize card area. So he only shuffled and set up with a 59 card deck. He found a basic, has an opening hand, but there is still a prize card remaining. So our judges are just going to confirm what exactly needs to happen. It's probably going to just be a result of having Corey reshuffle everything and set back up. I mean, what he's done now is shuffled and set up with a 59 card deck, which is not a legal Pokemon deck, but it's really not too much fault of Corey's own. It's a very simple mistake, and I think that should, in my mind, that should be the result. Just have him reset up, reshuffle. It's definitely a bummer if you're Corey and you see your opening hand and you really like it.
Yep.
But you technically shouldn't have ever had that hand because you were using only 59 cards.
Yeah, one card going in and out of deck could be a difference between you getting a mulligan or not sometimes. So important, should be an easy fix, should be hopefully a straightforward reset. And let's get going with this very exciting match now. If you're Azul, you're definitely worried about having enough time to win this match, this game in particular. You don't have to win the match, as we said. 35 match points might be enough, very likely to be enough to make top 8. But for now, we'll see what the resolution is for this small thing about the prizes.
Yeah, John Lucas there at the table explaining to our players the situation, and I think it does sound like we are going to see Corey reshuffle, reset up. You know, John Lucas is a very experienced, very knowledgeable judge. He's been on our stream many times and travels to many of these events. So, yeah, it does look like that is going to be the result. We're actually going to even have a judge shuffle as well. Something funny Azul does kind of regularly at tournaments in high-pressure situations whenever his opponent is, you know, shuffled their deck and they need like one card to win the game, he actually won't shuffle or cut their deck. He says, I want a judge shuffle, calls a judge, has the judge come over and shuffle, and he says, I don't want to leave it up to myself. I don't want to cut the deck, I don't want to shuffle, I want the judge to do it. A judge shuffle is final, nobody can cut or do anything after that, and leaves it up to that.
I also did that once in a high pressure match. I made sure, I asked the judge to shuffle my deck. It had a very low amount of cards left over, and I just didn't want there to be any sort of like questionability over the shuffles. I was like, just judge, please shuffle my deck. There's so few cards. make sure it's done well. And now we see the prize cards.
Oh.
1 energy prize, but a lot of basic Pokemon prize for Corey this time around.
Yeah, a ton of basic Pokemon and an electric generator and some pretty important Pokemon as well. That Flying Pikachu V for that nice little pivot option. And is that right? Is that a prize penalty that's been awarded to Azul? Is that correct?
That is very interesting. Double prize loss penalty for Corey indeed. So Azul can now just play to the Kyogre play. Doesn't need, there's no pressure for him to get that knockout. All he needs to do is dig through his deck and pull off the Kyogre. And yeah, interesting resolution to that.
Yeah, I'm honestly pretty surprised to see that. Seems like a simple enough mistake, and it's not like there was any distinct advantage gained, but that is the ruling. Azul now has to take 2 less prize cards to win this game.
All right, now, fun fact for Corey, Washington, oh no. All right.
Yeah, we're continuing on here with this game. We are going to see the nest ball for Corey get things set up and does search out with the tandem unit, the Raikou V.
All right, so good setup for Corey. Going to be able to apply a lot of pressure. That double prize penalty will doesn't change anything for Corey in terms of what he needs to do. He needs to take 6 prizes, and that's it. He needs to apply that early pressure starting on turn 2, put Azul on that clock, and try to disrupt him as much as possible to make sure that he's able to finish out the game as quickly as he can. Now, the Pidgeot V start for Azul, not ideal. That does mean Azul will need to shuffle that back in, because turn 2, having that in play against Miraidon could be problematic.
Yeah, I think Azul did at least have a Battle VIP pass in the opening hand, so he will be able to get some Pokemon in play, and I think Pidgeot can shuffle itself from the active spot. Is that right, or does it have to be on the bench? Do you remember Vanishing Wings, that ability?
I believe it can switch itself from only the bench, right? Not on the active, so we will need to see a retreat. However, Azul already holding a Battle VIP pass, which is very good for him. Will have a different start. Didn't prize all his nest balls this time around, so should see a little bit more fluidity coming from Azul's early game this time around.
Yeah, it does start with the nest ball, has the VIP as well. Taking a moment to check, of course, all of the prize cards. Does see quite a few Pokemon in there. Don't think there was anything too detrimental for him prized, and Radiant Greninja is going to be the initial grab.
Yeah, 1 energy prize, 1 Rash Kit prize, not the biggest of deals in terms of pricing. We'll be able to get that Greninja. We'll get going, accumulating cards in his hand, get those flower selectings, and then make sure that Pidgeot V, unless there's a Forest Hill Stone, it's not in the way, because Corey could accelerate his win condition. Instead of winning in 6 turns, he would only need 5. So one very important thing for Azul to do is definitely get that Pidgeot out of here.
We do see a pair of Comfey hitting the bench now off of this ever-powerful VIP pass. And Azul hopefully has some combo of switching cards, something like that, to get this Pidgeot V out of the active. Of course, if he can find a Forest Seal Stone, it'll be pretty nice to have this Pidgeot already in play. You can use that right away on this turn. And Azul is going second, so we could see, hopefully, for his sake, that turn 1 Chorus experiment.
Indeed. Azul, pretty straightforward turn 1. Corey also has a pretty straightforward plan. As mentioned, will utilize Raikou on turn 2. It's the best attacker, the cheapest attacker. Doesn't require any electric generator hit, so you're not leaving anything up to chance. All you need is a switching card, or if you find an electric generator, you only need to hit 1, right? You're not relying on 2. So those little decisions, they matter so much in making sure that you're applying as much pressure as quickly as possible.
Azul having a debate here off of this nest ball between the Cramorant and the Comfey. Almost wonder if he should have just held on to the nest ball, wait to see what he sees off the Comfey, and then decide which route he wants to go, what he wants to commit to. I understand wanting to play the nest ball first because you want to thin the deck as much as possible to increase your chances to draw Colress's experiments. That is what he decides to do, and flower selecting is now used. Escape rope and nest ball as the 2 choices. Does have to keep the rope so that he can just pull off 1 more flower selecting at least this turn. Does go with this. Let's see 2 more cards, 1 energy and another, a psychic and a water energy.
No Colress found this turn for Azul. Now, as you mentioned, I am very surprised about the choice of the Cramorant, because even a 3rd Comfey I feel like would be very powerful here. You're not concerned over taking 2 prizes, so you actually don't get any benefit from dealing damage, applying pressure. I guess it opens up other win conditions if you want to go Sableye, but there's very little enticement to take prizes at this point in time.
Yeah, Azul could just wait for, 6 turns and then go for Kyogre, but he also could get some damage and play with Cramorant, spread some damage with Sableye, and then just set up for a 4-prize turn with Sableye even. He has the ability to go for that. He does have one more Comfey here and finds Sableye and the Zamazenta, choosing to value Zamazenta here in this spot. What do you think of that? Why is that one so much more valuable than the Sableye, which is one of the most important cards in the deck?
Yeah, Zamazenta does open up this early aggression. If you want to do 4 prizes through Zamazenta and then Cramorant plus Sableye, you do have access to the other Sableye, right? You also play a bunch of Super Odds, 3 total, to recycle the Sableye, so definitely merit to it. And if you lost zone the Zamazenta, you're never getting a big hit in. If you lost zone Sableye, you still have Zamazenta, and you still have the other Sableye as an option. Now, solid start for Azul, but no Colress, no attack. A lot of cards seen, so a little unlucky there to not see that Colress.
It did have one in the prizes, so it does decrease the odds ever so slightly, and that, of course, could be the difference between finding it and not. Still got 3 cards in the lost zone, which is, still pretty solid. We do see Corey with the attachment to the Raikou V on the bench, and the research ditching the hand, finding a fresh new 7.
Very odd choices here. The Arvin guaranteed the retreat into the Raikou, and if you just attach to the active and then research away the energies, you can Dynamotor onto the Raikou to guarantee the attack.
Yep.
So 2 ways to guarantee the KO, 2 ways to start applying pressure, which is what you need to do. And now you, unfortunately, leave it up to chance. If you don't find Escape Rope, if you don't find a switch card, then that's 1 extra turn that Azul has. And when you get a double price penalty, as Corey is in this spot, every turn matters so much.
Ultra Ball does discard 2 Lightning Energies, and we'll have to see if this series of plays from Corey leads to a missed attack on this turn, and that would be pretty bad if he doesn't find a way to pull off an attack and put on some pressure.
I can't see Corey's hand very clearly. He's not playing it yet. He's shuffling his hand a lot, so I think we might not see this attack, which is going to be a really unfortunate turn of events here. Maybe that the pressure, there's a lot of pressure right now in this last round of Swiss.
We do see the Electric Generator hitting just 1 single energy card. It does go to the Miraidon on the bench. There's a Path to the Peak, it looks like, in the hand. Artisan is still in play. Yep, accidentally got put into the discard pile. Dynamotor now for Corey will throw that extra energy into play. A pretty strong setup, but due to the decisions made, is going to miss the attack.
There were 2 ways to guarantee, none of them chosen. I love the research, but no need to attach to the Raikou. And now Azul does immediately find a Colress off the Flower Select. Will be able to advance his Lost Zone counter, will be able to start potentially attacking, and not being a price down on turn 2 after your opponent chose to go first, always very rewarding.
Forest Sealstone hitting the Lost Zone. It's still a powerful card. Azul has not used his V-Star power, but does have that other Sealstone in the hand. Of course, that Pidgeot V did vanish back into the deck on the last turn, so Azul will need to find it or a Nest Ball if he wants to pull off that play.
Now, Zamazenta is a very powerful card, and we see it right there. However, its Retaliate attack only works if your opponent took a knockout last turn. Yep. So not taking a knockout, yeah, we see the scoop. Good recognition by Corey, good awareness that this game, whiffing that attack, maybe whiffing that attack was a blessing, because then he decided to scoop, and now we get to move on to game 3.
I almost wonder if Corey should have conceded as soon as the prize penalty was awarded. You know, being down a 2-prize deficit in an already difficult matchup gives you very little margin for error, and you pretty much have to hope your opponent does not have an ideal setup, which Azul didn't have a perfect one. He was pretty content, I think, with the 3 Comfey turn, but did whiff the Colress on turn 1. Finding the Colress was enough for Corey to decide, hey, let's move on to game 3 and make sure we do have plenty of time, and it is coming down a little bit. 16 minutes left remaining.
Yeah, 16. You'd imagine it's probably enough to finish this game, especially with the extra 3 turns at the end of time. However, we do need to remember, Azul is okay with a tie. Corey needs to win if he wants to make top 8. A loss doesn't even guarantee 33 match points, probably not enough to top 16, or is like on the fringe. So
yeah.
like you don't mind the tie, you get top 16 or you get close to top 16. However, you're in the spot, it's the last round, you're so close, you want the win, especially after that first game.
6 prize cards going out now for each of our players, a Boss, an Iono, and Arvin. 3 supporters in the prizes for Corey. Azul seems to keep on prizing those Colress Experiment, and a pretty bad one, that one single copy of Cramorant, and the start as well is the Manaphy, though Azul does have a pair of VIP Pass.
Double battle VIP Pass to close out the series always feels really, really nice, but do see Corey choosing to go second, looking for that first turn attack. Very, very key, very, very important. Does require an important combination of cards, does require electric generator hits, which are never, ever, ever guaranteed pretty much. However, it's what you need to do, right? Apply the pressure, put Azul on that low turn timer, and try to do what you did last time. Limit your bench and make sure that those Bravery Charms pull through for you.
This first VIP does find the Radiant Greninja and the Comfey. Of course, it looks like a Nest Ball and another VIP in the hand. Azul could fully fill this bench up. It is going to be a little clogged with this Manaphy in the active spot. And I have to imagine if Corey goes for a turn 1 knockout through something like an Escape Rope, Azul will be pretty happy to push the Manaphy as a sacrificial card.
Indeed. Now, both the Cramorant and 1 copy of Sableye being prized for Azul does mean that getting those first 2 prizes is not going to be as straightforward as you would like. You do have access to Zamazenta, but there is Bravery Charm to factor in. So, and Zamazenta is a lot more costly than 1 Cram and 1 Sableye attack to get 2 prizes. So we'll have to see. And if Corey's able to somehow absorb a hit through Zamazenta with Bravery Charm and then be able to collapse Stadium away that attacker, that could pose a problem for Azul. Getting those 2 prizes could be difficult, especially because you're not going to be taking prizes early, therefore you're not going to be unlocking that Sableye. You're definitely not going to be unlocking that Cramorant unless you find Hidui and Heavy Ball.
So Azul choosing not to use that Nest Ball could have thinned the deck of 1 more card, but I think more importantly wants to keep his options open moving forward, right? If he finds Forest Sealstone, maybe he wants to get that Pidgeot V out so that he can get that powerful tool utilized. If he doesn't do too much this turn but can set up for the Zamazenta, he wants to keep that Nest Ball around to find that on the next turn if his opponent does find the turn 1 KO.
Indeed, once again showing the value of just because you can play a card doesn't mean you have to now. Azul did draw into that Pidgeot immediately as soon as we mentioned saving the Nest Ball for the Pidgeot, but that's okay. Now that Nest Ball could be Zamazenta, or it could be Sableye towards the end of the game. Could even be the 4th Comfey if necessary, so important to keep resources.
And this is pretty decent for Corey. Azul had a pretty full board, but not a lot of switching cards and only 1 single energy, so he could only pull off 1 flower selecting. This is what Corey wants to see, and if we're attaching a Bravery Charm to a Zapdos, I'm a little worried about what the contents of Corey's hand look like.
It probably includes a Research, and then you're going to lose the thing anyways. You can't afford to play down the path because you don't want to shut down your Raiden, but yes, that Bravery Charm on Zapdos. I feel like I would have even preferred it on the Raichu even,
No,
maybe?
I actually think you don't want to put it on the Raichu because you want to keep the Forest Sealstone out open, right?
I mean, sure, but I don't know.
Maybe
like,
not.
I mean, it's just conserving your attackers against the attacks of Sableye, being able to collapse Stadium away. However, we do see the Collapse Stadium being discarded right here. So that play has now been eliminated. There might be a universe where there are 2 being played, and that's something Azul has to consider, but we have perfect information, and we know there isn't a 2nd copy.
What if Corey could pull off an attack with the Zapdos this turn? Electric Ball right away. Pretty annoying 1-prizer to deal with.
It would be very impactful, actually, and there's no way to retaliate other than Zamazenta, right? 2-hit killing a single prizer never feels good.
Now, how worth it is it for Corey to extend here? I don't know how strong his hand looks, and this Nest Ball makes me wonder if we're going to see the Squawk ability come down. Is it ever worth it? I mean, that's such a liability, I feel like.
It is such a liability. However, if you don't start attacking this turn, you're in trouble anyways, right? So I think you have to get the most out of this situation. Corey definitely factoring in that into his decision-making. He's considering the Flying Pikachu, grabs that no no Squawk ability. However, that 30 HP difference in this instance, probably not significant enough.
Sure.
If you want to guarantee, you want to apply the pressure, I think there's definitely merit for the Squawk.
We are going to see a generator being used. 5 cards off the top, 1 energy hit already. Can he find one more? No, just one single energy.
If you hit 2, then you're able to attach, retreat, and attack with the Raikou. However, doesn't seem like that will be the case. So see that with turn 1 KO by Corey, that's a big relief on the pressure that Azul could have in order to finish this game.
We'll have to see if Corey maybe has one more generator waiting in the hand. I see the switch cards and the energy card. Okay, so he can still pull off this attack.
Okay, so straightforward, take the KO. That's what you need to do, right? It was bare bones. You lost a very important resource in the collapsed stadium to pull this off, but you're doing your job. Yeah, you're applying the pressure, eliminating a Comfy, also pretty important, and putting that timer on Azul as soon as you can.
Comfy promoted for Azul. Only 1 single card in the Lost Zone. So if he's going to pull off a Mirage Gate, Zamazenta attack this turn, he's going to need some help.
Yeah, he's going to need that 1 copy of the Lost Vacuum, which he can now search for with the Forest Seal Stone. Difficult Colress here, though. A bunch of energies, a Stadium, which is also, of course, very useful. The Pokestop lets you dig through the deck, and then Energy Cycler, which is so crucial to do the Kyogre play.
And you always have to be mindful of how many energy you're discarding with this deck, or lost zoning, I should say. Azul plays 11, and when it comes down to the end of the game, he needs 8 still in the deck to pull off the Kyogre play, and actually does choose to lose the Energy Recycler. That is one of the most valuable cards in this deck, though Azul does play 2 copies. You typically only need 1. It does just feel a little risky to lose 1 right now.
Indeed, that second copy of Energy Recycler just became one of the most important cards for Azul right now.
He cannot lost zone that at this point.
Exactly. Or he could, but then he cannot play.
Kyogre, right.
He could Kyogre, but then he's going to need all 3 Super Rods to pull it off. And you need Super Rod to be able to recycle resources, have access to those energies, to pull off things like Zamazenta, to maybe apply pressure with multiple Sableye at some point, maybe even use Greninja, and maybe even retreat or get back Comfey to continue thinning. So definitely, we've talked about this. I feel like with this Lost Box deck, you have the least margin for error than all other Lost Box decks, but you have the great reward, which is Kyogre.
So I think with Azul using this Nest Ball here for the Zamazenta, he's probably guaranteed. And if not guaranteed, he's pretty close to it. A pair of Colress off of that Flower Selecting never feels super good, but he does have the Pidgeot V in hand and the Forest Seal Stone. It looks like he also has an Escape Rope as well. Of course, still can use 1 more Comfey, can find that Lost Vacuum. This is only going to put him up to 6 cards. He does still need to use that last Flower Selecting, so a little surprised at... Oh, he's actually going for the Hisuian Heavy Ball, fetching out the Cramorant from the prizes. Oh, so he's just going to go for the Cramorant this turn. Okay.
That seems pretty reasonable. If your opponent decides to go boss on the Zamazenta, you keep the Cramorant alive and are able to apply pressure that way. No need to go super turbo just yet, but 1 Colress has been played this turn. 1 Colress is right here in the Lost Zone, and then the last Colress is in the prizes. So 1 Colress available for the rest of the game, essentially, as that Colress at the very top is not going to be taken by Azul anytime soon.
And we know that it's in Azul's hand, and honestly, it wouldn't be unreasonable for Corey to assume it's in Azul's hand, right? If your opponent lost zones a Colress, it's probably because they already have another one. So an Iono play from Corey could leave Azul missing out on those supporter cards, though Azul, good for him, does move that Colress down to the bottom with that Hisuian Heavy Ball.
Yeah, the Hisuian Heavy Ball not only playing a very important role in fetching that Cramorant, but also resetting those prizes, and now the Colress at the bottom, so now there is a much higher chance that Azul is able to find that after he knocks out this Raikou or any other Pokemon.
So Azul can bench the Cramorant here thanks to the spot that was freed up by the Pidgeot V flying back into the deck. He'll be able to Escape Rope and attack something. He could also attach to the active and retreat. That is an option as well.
Yeah, pretty straightforward turn here. 4 cards in the Lost Zone, definitely less than you would like to finish your first or your second turn rather, but so far so good. Both players doing what they need to do, right? Corey applying pressure, Azul returning that pressure, looking for that first 2 prizes, and then leading up to the Kyogre. So now it's up to Corey to be able to hopefully attack the hand and take away that call risk that, as you mentioned, if you use your detective skills, you know that two call risk in the lost zone and almost taken like quickly, right? Azul didn't consider too much. That means there wasn't much of a choice.
Judge now the play for Corey. His one supporter for the turn will force both players to shuffle their hands into the deck. They each get 4 new cards to work with. Attacking the hand is almost as important for Corey as it is to attack Azul's Pokemon.
I think if you're Corey, this turn you're hoping to potentially power up the Zapdos here. This Zapdos could be his preferred attacker to make sure that there's no threat of a Zamazenta taking another KO back-to-back and activating those 2 prizes, right? That's what you're trying to prevent as Corey, as well as making sure you are taking a prize card every single turn.
Where do you think the Bravery Charm would be better utilized for Corey? Is it nice to put it on the Raikou here if he finds it to make it a little bit beefier so it doesn't get KO'd by Sableye, or do you value increasing the HP of something like Raichu or Flying Pikachu?
I think with the low amount of cards in the Lost Zone, I would imagine you'd rather try to prevent the late game KO by Sableye. I feel like with the hand attack, Zamazenta's retaliation is not going to happen too soon. That gives you time to, like I mentioned, power up the Zapdos, right? So if Zapdos is in the active and Raikou is out of range of Sableye, getting those 2 prizes for Azul will be a little difficult.
Ooh, I do think Corey has the Switch Cart in hand, so could utilize that to heal this and move into the Flying Pikachu. That would have meant that Azul can't knock out this Raikou with a Cramorant on this turn, but Corey choosing not to do that, does choose to just take this prize card, hold on to that Switch Cart for later on.
Indeed, valuing that switch effect, which could come into play for Miraidon, but yeah, getting that Raikou out of range of a Super Rod by Azul on that Cramorant could have been impactful. Now, tough decision here for Azul off that Comfey, and one important thing to note, we do have 4 minutes remaining, which I believe it should be enough as long as Corey plays decently quickly to be able to get those last 2 turns, right? He probably won't be able to take 4 prizes in 4 minutes, but if you take 2, then time is no longer a factor.
Of course, the Lost Zone decks are not exactly known for their speed, even though we do call one of them Turbo Lost Zone box. There's a lot of actions that have to happen on any single turn. Azul, of course, has options to shuffle cards back into the deck, which we're seeing happen with this Super Rod. He's got Nest Balls to play. He's got Colruses to play. Tons of different things to do. Flower selecting, switching cards to be utilized. So it's not crazy that a turn like this for Azul could take 2-3 minutes.
Yep, and there's exactly the play we mentioned. Super Rod, Nest Ball, Cramorant. So this Raikou could have been out of range had we been able to play that switch card, but it was not. Now that Raikou is down, Azul accomplishes his first goal, which is take 2 prizes, right? Which also makes Corey's Iono, which he has in his hand, that much more effective, right? Now, one thing to consider before playing that Iono is Azul did not play a Colress. And there's very few reasons not to play a Colress as a Lost Box player if you have it. So if you know they don't have it, therefore playing the Iono means you could get him closer to that.
I do think Azul did just take a Colress off of the prize card, so that is something he'll be happy to have access to. Corey is just 1 energy away from having this Zapdos powered up. Of course, this Flying Pikachu in the active having free retreat makes it the perfect choice to send up after a KO happens from your opponent. And Corey will go for the judge, even though Azul went for the Flower selecting last turn, did not get a Colress, still increased the hand, still took a couple prizes. Even if your opponent didn't play a Colress, I think it still seems fine to judge. Just limit the Lost Box players' options as much as possible.
Yeah, in the end, you're trying to make them whiff. You're trying to slow them down a bit. Killing the Cramorant definitely not as impactful here at this point in time as knocking out perhaps the Comfey could have been to just limit the amount of cards that Azul can see during any given turn. But the Path to Peak does shut down the Radiant Greninja. We have the guaranteed KO, and Zapdos is as good as an attacker as a Miraidon. You don't need to deal a lot of damage here.
4 cards, now 5 found for the Electric Generator. Does only hit 1 single energy. Could prep the Miraidon, get that ready to go. Of course, still has access to Dynamotor, still has an energy card in hand. We'll see a couple more energies being played this turn, and you can see why this deck is so enticing for so many players and why so many people choose to play it. there's something special about just playing that electric generator and getting those extra cards in play.
Indeed, reminiscent of Max Elixir, which was one of the best cards ever printed, I would say. Max Elixir is such a powerful card. Electric Generator, a more balanced card, only available for Lightning-type Pokemon. Less cards seen off the top, therefore reducing the chances of success. But Corey very smartly spreading his energies out to make sure that he can attack with different things if he needs to. And we're going to see the Electric Ball for KO.
Taking out Azul's Cramorant. Now Azul sending up the Comfey off of this Judge. What does he have to work with? Does start right away with countering the Stadium. That's pretty nice to see for him. He'll be able to use concealed cards now that turn. Can also shuffle. I guess it was a Judge, not an Iono, so shuffling the deck doesn't necessarily matter. But he can thin one additional card out here, maybe get himself a Sableye into play. With 5 cards currently in the Lost Zone, how likely do you feel it is to pull off a Lost Mine this turn?
With 5 cards, quite difficult, honestly, unless you find that Lost Vacuum of a Colress. It's going to be quite difficult to pull that off. It would be your plan. You would try to perhaps eliminate the Flaffy on the bench, spread a little bit of damage around, because you do have the option of Zamazinta, and then that way you make sure that Bravery Charm never matters, and both Pokemon are in range, both V Pokemon and the X Pokemon are in range of the Zamazinta attack, making a different path to victory other than the Kyogre.
Azul does have to lose the Echoing Horn once again in this match, and we are whittling down to time. Just 5 seconds now remaining. This will make Azul GG turn 0, and that leaves Corey with not enough time. He was only going to get turn 1 and turn 3. Will not be able to close things out, I don't think. Won't be able to take 3 prizes in 2 turns.
Yep, unless Azul decides to somehow bench the Pidgeot V and leave it there, there is no way for Corey to take 3 prizes in 2 turns. Once again, I'm a big fan of Zapdos EX. I'm just going to put it out there. Miraidon players, play Zapdos EX. It's to your benefit. There is Manaphy to take care of, but you can boss it. I'm sure, at least in the beginning, a lot of players will simply
Canceling
not.
Cologne in this Miraidon deck too?
No, not quite. But you take that down first, or if people are not expecting it, right, then they won't preemptively play a Manaphy, and then you just go bench, power up, etc. But yeah, this game seems like it will be a tie no matter what. Azul can potentially win this game within his 2 turns, right? If he thins his deck enough, if he's able to do the Kyogre play. But Corey, unfortunately, unless Azul chooses to bench the Pidgeot V, there is no way for him to take 3 prizes in the 2 turns he has left.
We do see Azul playing plenty of those Mirage Gates, fully setting up the Zamazinta, wisely choosing to do this before having to Lost Zone cards. That way you don't run the risk of Lost Zoning your energy. Retaliate lined up, ready to KO this Flying Pikachu. And this is part of the sequence for Azul because Corey chose to send up the Flying Pikachu. You know, could have chosen to send up the Flaffy so that this wasn't an option, but now Azul able to take 2 prizes. And Corey just has to send back up the Zapdos, which cannot even knock out this Zamazinta, by the way. It's got 130 HP, and that Metal Shield ability makes it even more difficult to KO.
Yeah, sometimes that Metal Shield feels like a completely useless ability. It doesn't factor in ever. Zamazinta has such a low amount of HP, but it actually matters right here. I mean, Corey 1 energy away from knocking out with Miraidon, but once again, this KO not super significant, and Azul content to walk away with the tie, I feel.
1 energy away, and
no energy found.
No energy found. That is the truth. He does have Dynamotor, so we could see Raichu come up and knock this out.
Yeah, true.
But Corey just going to have to pass. Azul could win this turn. Does not have to, though. Let's see what happens here.
So pass, not even attack, no damage? Yeah,
looks like it's just going to be a tie.
It is a tie indeed. So Corey Claffiton goes up to 34 match points. Azul Garcia Griego gets to 35. And now we're going to have to see who's going to make this top 8. Will 35 match points be enough for Azul? Depends on how well his opponents throughout the day did.
Yeah, going to be relying on the rest of his opponents doing pretty well. Going to be crossing his fingers that of the 35 match point players that make it in, he will be one of those included. Corey, of course, played well, just unfortunately a tough matchup on the winning end and against one of the strongest players. He's still should hold his head high. He's going to get the 34 match points. That's a top 16 finish. That's a ton of packs, a ton of points, and $2,000 US.
$2,000 US is a really good amount. That used to be nearly the amount you would get for second place.
Yeah.
Now 8 players get that amount, which is very nice. With the championship points, you get to go to more regionals probably if you choose to, and go for that Honolulu invite.
Recapping the game here, Azul just did not get things rolling in this game one. Still made it close and still had a chance to win, but Corey was able to just get a little too far ahead, taking knockouts every single turn. Azul whiffing attacks for the first few turns, does finally get the Cramorant up and running, and Corey was able to boss his orders, take out more important attackers like the Sableyes, and go down to just fewer prizes remaining, and it was too much for Azul to come back from.
Indeed, and bring it down to this unwinnable scenario for Azul thanks to the Bravery Charm on the benched Miraidon. If it wasn't the active, then Azul would have been able to pull off the Kyogre play, but yeah, that was the key point in the match.
We had a little bit of an issue at the start of game number 2. Corey unfortunately getting a double prize card penalty. I don't know that it would have mattered too much, though. Corey did whiff the attack in this game, even though he went first, just could not pull everything off that he needed to, and conceded pretty soon after, which I think was wise, gave himself the best chance to win this set.
Indeed, we did see Electric Generator hit, but the attachment on the Raikou was the problem. Should have been a straightforward research. You have the guaranteed energy of Dynamotor, attachment to the active, and that would have allowed the pressure. But like I said, yeah, maybe that was a blessing in disguise, which meant Corey conceded quite quickly that game and then almost had enough time to close out the series. It wasn't looking super great towards the end right there, but that 2-card Iono, I feel like if time hadn't run out, Zul probably doesn't take the KO with Retaliate. I'm not so sure how that game would have played out if time wasn't a factor, but Corey did what he needed to do. Got that turn 1 KO with Raikou, was able to continuously apply pressure. He just came up short by a small margin, and that's what decides these games sometimes.
It really is. Every little amount of time, every little amount of damage, all those things add up, and eventually you need a few of those things to go your way if you want to make it a deep run at a regional championships.
Yeah, you can be the best player in the world. However, if you don't have that little bit of extra luck go your way, you don't get that solid starting hand to get you going, that can be a little problematic, and skill only goes so far, right? So it is a combination of deck building, skill, and a little bit of luck.
So we do have a few players confirmed for top 8 that we can share with everyone. Sawyer Melvin has made it in. Sawyer's had an excellent start to the season. We mentioned before, top 16 in Pittsburgh, and now top 8 with the Lost Box Kyogre. He's playing the V version of the deck with the Dragonite, the Raikou, kind of the more traditional version of Kyogre, similar to what Andrew Estrada won that Pittsburgh Regional Championship with. Ryan Harris playing a deck that you're a big fan of, the Gardevoir EX, really strong in the meta right now.
Yeah, Gardevoir EX just has it all. Bench damage, healing, big one-shots. It can really do it all, and with the self-sustaining engine of Kirlia's Refinement, it just has everything it wants to possibly. Everything you would want in a deck, Gardevoir has. The issue is getting past those first few turns to get to a point where the deck is in full engine, and I can't believe we're gonna say it, but Kyogre could win its 3rd regional, its 3rd North American regional.
Yeah, and there's a chance. I mean, I think there's going to be 2 Kyogres in top 8 at least, maybe even more. We'll have to see exactly how things shape up. Probably the biggest surprise, though, is a player called Nicolo Abetti. We haven't seen them on the stream yet. Watched a couple of games out there in the field. They're playing an Arceus V-Star deck. Do you have any predictions what they've chosen to pair with their Arceus V-Star this weekend? What could you guess, Pablo?
All right, so my educated guess would be Duraludon VMAX and Alolan Vulpix, but I feel like based on that question, I'm completely wrong.
Absolutely, completely
wrong. All right,
you would have to go through a long list of VMAX Pokemon.
Aerodactyl V-Star.
Not V-Star. It's a VMAX Pokemon, and it's a VMAX Pokemon that has done well in the past, has had top cuts at regional championships before.
So definitely not Kyurem VMAX.
Not with Arceus.
Not with Arceus.
Yeah. It is that type, though.
Ooh.
It's a bit of a hint.
Wait. A water type VMAX? Inteleon? Rapid Strike Inteleon?
This is an easy one to forget, but a very popular Pokemon.
What? Blastoise VMAX?
I don't even think that's standard anymore. It is Gyarados VMAX. Gyarados VMAX and Arceus V-Star making it into top 8 of this tournament.
Oh,
that's crazy.
That is insane. What? I cannot believe that. What? Gyarados VMAX making another appearance. Wow, it's crazy to think how there's VMAXs that are over 2 years old and they're still making a splash, right? That tells you how how powerful they were, really. Like wow, Gyarados VMAX. Definitely never in a million years would I have guessed that.
No, I mean, it was Drew Kennett, I think, that got top 4 with it. Wasn't it Portland last year, one of the regional championships?
Yes, I lost to him
Or
in
no,
that
2022, actually. Yeah, it was even 2 years ago,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, I lost to him in that tournament, actually. He swept me with that Gyarados VMAX.
And so no wonder you totally wiped it from your memory.
Yeah, completely. It was so traumatic. I was like, nope, I'm just forgetting that round.
Well, as we're continuing to get set up and we're continuing to finalize our top 8 bracket, let's remember what these players are playing for. Let's remember what is on the line. What are the prizes that these players are looking at? $10,000 for first place, a full double up from what it was the past few seasons. Pablo is someone who won a regional championships back when it was 5K. How does it make you feel to see how much the game has continued to grow?
It definitely makes me very jealous, but also very happy. Yeah, this is a good sign. This shows how much interest there is for the Pokemon trading card game. This game that we all love leads to this very intense moments, such as the one we just had on stream. And I'm very happy. Yeah, these tournaments are hard, and therefore the rewards should be proportional to the effort. And $10,000 is a very big amount of money.
Yeah, in second place, still taking home $7,000. Definitely not chump change there. Not for any of these finishes. All the way down to the top 32. Getting $1,000 is pretty nice. And that's one of the things I love, too, about how much the prize pool has increased. You know, you kind of mentioned that, you know, when we were talking about Corey getting into the top 16. That's $2,000. That's multiple regional championship trips paid for, right?
Yeah.
Even if you're able to drive to some that are close. Obviously, Corey being from Sacramento, his cost of coming to this tournament was just the cost of entry pretty much, right? So that's a pretty big win, and now maybe he'll get to look at some flights to go to future regionals. Maybe he can look to drive to some other ones nearby later this year, like Portland, and see if he can make them happen.
Yeah, San Antonio should be reasonably close, and it's happening very soon. So, yeah, $2,000, a very good amount. And the booster packs, the booster packs are also
can't forget them.
Pretty cool. Yeah, pull those Charizard EXs that are really cool looking. They're also pretty valuable.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's Obsidian Flames is the set given out at this regionals for victory. Yeah, just a little bit removed from Paradox Rift coming out, and that's one. If you're a competitive player, a lot of players, whenever they get their booster boxes, you know, if they need cards from whatever the new set is, they'll crack them open and try to get the cards they need. Or if there's, you know, a particularly sought-after card, maybe they'll go after them. Some people choose to just keep them sealed, keep them in a closet, let them accrue in value.
Indeed.
Some people take them to the vendors right away to try to sell them, get a little bit of extra cash on the way home. But I feel like when Paradox Rift comes out and that's the set that's awarded for tournaments, a very high percentage of those boxes are going to get opened because that set is incredible for competitive play.
Yeah, and we don't even know all the cards in it yet, right? Like usually we find out ahead of time through the cards being released in Japan, but this time around we know some of the cards. We've seen some very crucial and impactful cards, but there are still cards to be revealed, so we'll have to see what else they have in store for us at which will be the first tournament where they will be legal, LAIC, which I'm very excited about.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it. I think we're pre-releases even this weekend for Paradox Rift?
Next one.
Next weekend?
Yeah,
okay, so very soon. Maybe check that out, see if you can find a pre-release in your local area to go to. Get your hands on some of those cards a little early. We are going to get that top 8 set up, and we are going to be having a community vote as well for our top 8 match. So be sure to stay tuned to that Twitch chat and let us know when that poll goes up. Who do you want to see face off in our top 8? In the meantime, as we're getting it set up, we'll take a quick little break. Don't go anywhere. You are certainly not going to want to miss this.
Let's take a look back at the 2023 Pokemon Trading Card Game World Championships from Yokohama, Japan, the first Worlds ever held in the country. Coming into day one, Lugia V-Star was the most popular deck, followed by Gardevoir EX and Giratina V-Star. Surprisingly, old favourite Mew VMAX was nowhere to be seen on the list of most popular decks. Day two saw a shift in the metagame, with Lost Box the clear most popular deck, and Lugia V-Star and Gardevoir EX following behind. All decks were expected to be good coming into the event. The junior final saw Shoutouts taking on Gabriel Borges Torres. Shoutouts had to overcome some adversity, including a very slow start in Game 1, but a big performance from Dragonite V in Game 1 taking every prize, and a huge Aqua Storm from Kyogre in Game 2 saw him take the title. In the seniors final, Gabriel Fernandez's Lugia V-Star proved too powerful and overwhelmed Sydney De Bruyne's Arceus V-Star deck on the way to a 2-0 victory. To conclude the World Championships, we had Tord Reklev, winner of 4 international championships, taking on the underdog Vance Kelly in the Masters Division Finals. Tord's Gardevoir deck had proven nearly unstoppable throughout the weekend, but in Game 1, the surprise tech card Box of Disaster in Vince's Mew VMAX deck proved too much to handle. Tord showcased the power of Gardevoir EX in Game 2, including a huge one-hit knockout on a free prize Mew VMAX to tie the match up at 1 game each and took us to a tense Game 3 with little time remaining on the clock. In the third and final game, Vance proved why Mew VMAX shouldn't have been overlooked coming into the tournament, using a boss's orders to take a knockout on the very last turn of the game to pull ahead in prizes and take the title of World Champion. Make sure you're following the action all season long at Pokemon.com/compete.
Welcome to the 2023 Pokemon World Championship.
世界最高峰のバトルがこの日本で行われているのが、とても信じられないというか、こういった舞台をすごく今楽しんでて。
It's been an incredible experience. They're going all out for this world.
The opening ceremony with the drums, like everything was beating, my whole body was into it.
You've seen the show, you've seen the decoration, everything. Like it's definitely worth in Japan. Like it's everything I wanted it to be.
So exciting just to walk down the street and see all your favourite Pokemon everywhere, and to watch your children's faces as well when they light up as they see everything. Pokemon just brings such joy to everyone's lives when it's things like this. It's amazing.
Altaria, there's only some health left on the Azumarill, and its accent is going to be able to Shadow Claw down, and he will become the 2023 Pokemon Go World Champion!
It's Accent, the most decorated Pokemon Go player in history!
No. Are we there? Are we there? There's a second energy cycle we're waiting for. Now we can attack with the Kyogre. Aqua Storm is going to do so much damage. It's going to take out those bench Pokemon. And Shoutouts is your Junior Division World Champion.
Pumpkin Pit! Pumpkin Pit can discard the stadium. There's a Lumineon V that can search out boss's orders. Bring up the Arceus V. Gabriel Fernandez is your Seniors Division World Champion here in Yokohama, Japan.
He's got a ton of cards in hand. Power Tablet. Vance is playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch card. Moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot. And Boss's Orders brings up the Zacian V. Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Champion!
Out here, it's only really got that Pollen Puff or the Clear Smile, but it gets the knockout. Sora Erisara is your 2023 Pokemon World Champion. Now, Arcanine's gonna avoid that, but Gastron survives. It's just a sliver of HP.
It's little Arcanine sled. That means Gastron gets an attack off. It should get a knockout here if it goes for Ice Beam. It's Anthony Amuga, stats down. It's a 3v1 now.
The battle is just canceled, and Tolia Ogawa is your Seniors Division World Champion in Japan.
get any secondary effects. So as Pollen Puff will take out the Chien-Pao, and all Michael Kelsch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping Dragapult. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will be your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
まだ実感が湧いていないです。
ワールドチャンピオンになることは自分にとって目標でありました。チャンピオンになってめちゃくちゃ嬉しいです。家族に恩を返せて、観客の人も盛り上がっていたので、僕的にもとても嬉しかったです。
It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to.
It still hasn't really set in that it's real, but it's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time.
我赢下世界锦标赛后，我非常兴奋，也觉得不可思议，也很感谢所有支持我的人。
I'm feeling good to be a world champion, something I'm gonna remember for a long time.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. For this episode, we're going to take a look back at the 2015 U.S. National Championships in Indianapolis, Indiana. After a stacked top 8 bracket for the Masters division, we were left with 2 players remaining. The first finalist was Jason Klaczynski, the 3-time world champion with a resume, well, the casters said it best.
No one has a resume like this even close in the Pokemon trading card game. He's won many more regionals than just that one in 2015.
This was the furthest Jason had ever gone at the National Championships, and he was counting on the item and ability locking deck of Seismitoad EX and Garbotoxin Garbodor to get the job done. His opponent, Enrique Avila. Enrique was considered an up-and-comer in the scene and would have to take down Jason, the final boss, to claim the title. The resumes showed a clear favorite, but Enrique had sleeved up the secret deck of Wisconsin, Wailord EX. This massive Pokemon featured 250 hit points, the most in the TCG at this time. The strategy was unlike anything ever seen on a table of this magnitude. Deck out your opponent with a wall of tenacious Pokemon without ever announcing an attack.
How prepared do you feel going up against a deck that is so new?
Not prepared at all. I got 75 minutes plus 3 turns to figure it out.
The stage was set, and Enrique started things off with that Wailord EX in the active position. Jason was taken aback by the size of this Pokemon. The game plan commenced. Pass, pass, pass. Jason's main attack only dealt 30 damage. With the Muscle Band for an additional 20 damage and Hypnotoxic Laser for poison, Jason tried to whittle away at these giant Pokemon. Enrique meanwhile used well-timed healing cards like AZ to avoid giving up prizes. In a pivotal spot, Jason had to overcommit Pokemon to the bench, and Enrique jumped at the opportunity to play Lysander. Enrique played back-to-back Team Flare Grunt to remove energy from the Seismitoad EX and led to the deck-out victory in Game 1. With half the match time depleted, Jason's opponent shifted from Enrique to the clock. For a game to be considered complete after time plus 3 turns, a player must have taken 4 prize cards. In Game 2, Jason focused on a single Seismitoad EX stacked with energies, leading to the necessary knockouts.
And there's the knockout. Wailord goes down.
With just minutes left, Enrique finally ran Jason out of energy. But was there enough time to deck him out? With a Colress and an N both reloading the deck and avoiding the Hue, Jason had found a way to outlast the Wailord. With the match tied 1-1, this would have to be settled in sudden death. The crowd was electric. The rules for this final game were simple. 1 prize card for each player. Take it and you are the champion. For Jason, this meant bide time until the perfect turn. Energy, Band, Burbank, Laser, N to 1. With the inevitable staring him down, Enrique played the honorable AZ to clear his only Pokemon from play, and Jason Klaczynski was crowned the 2015 U.S. National Champion. With this victory, Jason had won every level of Pokemon TCG competition, cementing his legacy in the competitive scene. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in TCG history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Sacramento Regional Championships. We are just about to get top 8 underway. I'm so excited to begin. And it's been a monumental weekend of competition, a ton of Maridon making appearances on stream. But now that the competition has been fully whittled down, we're gonna have to take a closer look at how it all fell into place, Kyle.
Yeah, we have our top 8 established. Looked like only one player at 35 points missed, so I'm going to see a lot of familiar faces that we featured today on the stream. It's going to be a good one. A lot of interesting decks that made the top cut, and of course, community choice brought us a fan favorite.
The community choice has been such a fantastic and welcome addition. Even if the matches end up being a bit one-sided, we can all just say, you know what, this is fine, because this is what our fans really want to see. They want to see their favorite names, the well-known players up here, getting the spotlight, getting some extra shine. But I am pleased to announce that as we head into top 8, we are going to see some fresh faces indeed.
Yeah, there's been a lot of players on their up-and-coming adventure. Some players with their first regional experience finding some success. One of them in particular playing a very wacky deck, and that will be something to watch.
Yes, for our top 8 match, the community did vote, and we do have Nicolo Abate showing up. It is his first regional championship and is popping off. This was such a massive competition, over 1,400 players, I believe, in this one, and to make it through all of that stiff competition, we've been talking it up all weekend, the caliber of play, the level of players that have shown up from all over the globe. Certainly to take your place among them is an accomplishment in and of itself.
Yeah, the thing about the road for our opponent on the other side, Charlie Kerr, saw, what, 11 Lost Zone decks? When you play this many Snorlax, you're licking your chops and saying, yes, please, sign me up.
That's why the players were bringing the Lugia, anticipating Lost Box, trying to go for that three-peat after it took down Peoria and Pittsburgh. Let's go ahead and refresh our memory, though, Kyle, on the deck breakdowns for day 1, day 2, just kind of get a better idea of what the players decided to bring here.
Yeah, to start things off, we see Lost Zone was one of the most prominent decks featured, 22% in day 2.
Very good conversion.
14%, yeah, talking about that conversion rate. And there's a few different ways to play this. We've seen success with the Andrew Estrada version, where you're playing all of the V Pokemon and the Kyogre, some just playing Turbo Lost Zone, and then, of course, Raymond's list that we just saw last week, playing just the Pidgeot and focusing on those single prize Pokemon.
And no matter how you build it, it seems the deck is always able to find success just because it gets a lot of a boost by being so favored into Maridon. And this has been a deck that maintains its popularity because it's simple to pick up and very effective.
A lot of great decks still out there. At the very tail end, you see that Lugia V-Star, 8%, and still hanging on, trying to show that it can potentially be one of those prominent decks. It has a good Lost Zone matchup, and I think that's what's been saving it, and continues to find the right plays. And sure, the deck is consistent, but the damage output has been lacking ever since losing the single strike package.
And of course, we can't count out Gardevoir and Qian Pao. Gardevoir was talked up immensely by Henry Brand. He was bringing it. A lot of players liked the list. What it does is very consistent, very strong. Mirage Step, allowing it to fight its way back from some very bizarre and behind situations. But Qian Pao just kind of waiting in the wings as a nice beat-down deck. Now, I can finally announce as well, Kyle, we can take a look at the bracket for our top 8. See the rest of how these matches are stacked out.
That's what I'm talking about. Right there at the tippy top, Sawyer Melvin has been on an absolute tear. Tons of success here in day 2 up against Dominic. We got a Lost Zone Kyogre matchup against Dominic's Lugia V-Star. So going to be great to see how that one goes. We're going to be featuring Nicolo Abate versus Charlie Kerr. They just played last round, and Nicolo got the best of Charlie in, I don't even know how to say this, Gyarados VMAX Arceus deck up against the Lugia V-Star.
Incredible, Kyle. And when you're playing in a tournament, we all know that our competitors can get a little salty after a loss. So once you're able to run it back right away against your opponent, you've got more knowledge about their deck and about the matchup. Maybe we can see some adjustments there. Alexander Flatos going up against Azul Garcia Diego. We saw Alexander earlier today on the colorless Lugia, and the deck did not show up for him, Kyle. Hopefully, now making it into top 8, he can shake off some of that bad luck.
Yeah, saw Charlie playing the list perfectly and just wondered when it was going to be his turn. Played down Lugias, they just did not stick around, and was a quick work right there. Azul been featured on stream a few times already this weekend. We're going to give him a break, see if he can handle that one on one of the side tables. Meanwhile, we have Ryan Harris with another top 8 performance here, silently becoming one of the most dominant players we've seen in North America up against Dorian. And let's take a look there, another Lugia V-Star.
Ryan Harris also rounding out, I think, the smorgasbord of different lists for our top 8 with the Gardevoir deck, of course. It's a deck that has, ever since it made its debut at EUIC last year, has just been a fantastic meta pick, very solid, very consistent, and always has a way to adapt to the metagame. It's very similar to Mew VMAX in that manner.
All right, looks like we are ready to get things underway here in top 8, so let's go ahead and introduce our players.
Yes, let's head down to the table, Kyle, and begin top 8 here at the Sacramento Regional Championship.
Look at that hat. Let's go.
Dripping.
You know, if you get your first regional opportunity, this is how you get it done. There's the story for you. This is my accomplishment.
His first regional, first top 8. And I love the hat, the way it fits over the headset. Gyarados VMAX, a deck that I can confidently say was not on anyone's radar.
I think I called this before this show. No, this is ridiculous. It's a 1-1 line, so we'll see if it's able to show up. But certainly, everyone's going to be looking for that Gyarados, especially Charlie Kerr on the other side there. Plenty of accomplishments. The Secaucus Regional Top 8 was one of the more recent ones, along with that Charlotte Regional's finalist placement. Where he had a rough go against the Galarian Wheezing as Regigigas.
That was a dark era indeed, Kyle, but Charlie Kerr coming off of a strong performance in Peoria and bringing that colorless Lugia, the deck that a lot of people had hyped up because of Mew EX, didn't quite show up at the last tournament, but now, after running it back once more, finds himself in top 8 again.
This could be an interesting back and forth. Really depends on who gets to go first, who can get that attack off. 220 hit points is pretty good for Charlie to work into, and we'll see if an early Lugia can get the job done, or if Nicolo can find some help, but it's a 1-1 line. See you later, Gyarados.
Gyarados VMAX in the prizes, Heavy Ball being in the prizes doesn't help out either, doesn't matter. And both of these decks kind of share a similar idea of I want to get my Pokemon V with an energy attachment, prepare for the next turn so I can turn my game plan online. But Charlie Kerr's game plan is certainly a little bit more explosive, and I believe, you know, that ability of Archeops to always keep an attacker up and running is going to put Nicolo under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, Nicolo's deck certainly could be considered the more fragile of the two just because of that energy placement being so crucial on the opening turns. However, thankfully, because they're a water Pokemon, you get to play 2 Melanie. We'll see if that comes into play.
A little bit of extra energy acceleration and some card draw can go a long way when an Arceus deck is backed into a corner. Getting down to the table, finally, looks like Nicolo's going to get us started off. Arceus V in the active spot and a Nest Ball.
I already love Nicolo. Look at this. The Arceus V is intruding on the line there, going right into attack Charlie.
You're just got to assert dominance, Kyle. You got to take up as much space in the table as you can.
Maybe he'll refuse to play an energy because it'll get in the way.
He attaches them underneath. It's just going to be a long line trailing behind the Arceus. But after this Nest Ball allows Nicolo to get an idea of what's in the prize card, sees that Gyarados VMAX is in the prizes, can immediately start pivoting to a different idea. This list also has, Slacking V in there, so still some potential to take some big swings.
Definitely. We see also the Bibarel line is going to be important as we see the Bidoof taken early. There is some opportunities. The Radiant Pokemon in this deck is the Radiant Greninja, which is not oftenly seen with Arceus, but playing those water energies could certainly draw some additional cards. So maybe Nicolo is able to find a lot of resources if they line up, but this hand is not the best. At least you have your water energy, but we're going to be waiting.
Yeah, it seems to be a pretty, vanilla turn for Arceus V. The classic attach, pass, and now it's over to Charlie Kerr, starting with Lugia V in the active spot. Always great to have to evolve into the V-Star as soon as it's able. Professor Burnett entering play. Beautiful supporter. Search your deck for 2 cards and discard them. Seems like such an oddball ability, but it's tailor-made for this Lugia package.
Yeah, and it's fishless as well. That's the best way to play Professor Burnett, not clogging up the bench with that Pokemon, which can so often be 2 easy prize cards up against an Arceus deck. Yeah, you have to love seeing this. Maybe a Tails as well. Get some additional bench Pokemon would be nice.
Beautiful. Just immediately grabs the Lugia V, and this is the perfect setup, Kyle, because now if something ever were to happen to this Lugia V in the active spot, you have the second one ready and waiting to evolve and get your V-Star power going.
Yeah, typically you're going to see attacks from the Arceus V-Star dealing 180 damage due to that double turbo energy. There's a world where Nicolo opens it up, finds water energies, gets those in play by way of the Melanie, and then uses that one-of choice belt to take a knockout on a Pokemon like that Lugia V. So having a backup is definitely going to be helpful.
Beautiful having the third Archeops as well to read the wind with Lugia, just getting some resources. And Charlie Kerr likes that, sitting across from an Arceus, because it is a matchup where you aren't under as much pressure to immediately get the Archeops the way you are in others.
Tough decision here for Nicolo. Sees the choice belt, could potentially lead to some help, but instead going to take the more conventional route, just use the Iono. Play to attack into the Lugia as opposed to attempting to knock it out. It would have to be playing the belt, ripping an Ultra Ball off of the top, and then throwing away the water, and then using Starburst to take the knockout. It would have been great, but those cards were not on the table here.
Yeah, just reading the hand quality, seeing what the likelihood of that even lining up was. Instead, put the choice belt back in with the Iono, save it for later when you might need one little more clutch boost of damage. Palpad just played for the Iono once more. I think this really signals to Charlie Kerr that Nicolo's having a pretty awkward time of it getting anything started.
Yeah, found Path to the Peak, which is a great card against Lugia V-Star. However, you don't have an attacker lined up other than this Arceus V with the double turbo, attacking for potentially 110 or 90, however it works. Power Edge is not going to do very much here.
Just trying to get as many cards out of the deck, out of the hand as possible. Bibarel for 2 cards. Nest Ball.
And a V card energy. That's not going to do it.
Once again, just very awkward, very slow. Both decks don't mind taking it slow in the early game, but if you still end up a step behind your opponent, Lugia getting ahead in the prize trade is terrible, especially because Nicolo can't fall back onto Gyarados VMAX for this game. The 330 HP allows it to soak up a lot of damage and still have some really decent damage output.
How awkward. Has to play the Path to the Peak first, finds the Nest Ball, can't find the Radiant Greninja and try to draw out of this. Instead now just has to think of a secondary Pokemon to charge up.
Yeah, just taking one long, sad look at the Radiant Greninja.
Yep. You could have helped me so much. There's a Melanie in hand. There's no water energies in the discard pile. It all would have lined up so cleanly. Instead now, Power Edge for 110 is the potential attack.
And it's just, once again, using the Path to the Peak to stop your opponent from getting too far ahead of you also stops your ability to even bring things back to parity.
Power Edge for 110.
All right, goes for Power Edge, 110. It's a little bit of softening up on this Lugia V. Could pay off down the road, Kyle. But Charlie Kerr is poised and ready to pop off here.
No, he's not. No.
Wait a minute.
This is dangerous.
I saw the Ultra Ball. There's no way to bump the path?
Well, you'd think there'd be a Pumpkaboo, but that's not here.
I'm getting wit. Oh my goodness! I saw the Ultra Ball. There's Lugia V-Star.
Right? It should be that easy, but it's not there. It's not featured in the list. Charlie, instead now, theme deck mode is probably going to just attack
and because
with
Charlie
Lugia V.
Kerr is running 4 bosses orders, so you got to cut something for that 4th boss.
Look at this hand, just nothing going on. Has to read the wind. Bank on these cards along with the gift energy
All right,
attached to
Niccolo,
the
the path to the peak has kept the floodgates closed. The Archeops remain in the discard pile. This is his moment to really start to put on the pressure, especially with this damaged Lugia V in the active. One more Nest Ball. Grabs the Radiant Greninja anyway. As you said, Kyle, even if he's not drawing cards, maybe some Moonlight Shuriken comes through thanks to Melanie.
There's potential for anything at this point. Nicolo's just really banking on Bibarel finding an Ultra Ball at this point. Any way to get water energy into the discard pile, and you can start accelerating left and right here.
Just an attachment for the turn to the Arceus V. Bibarel for another 2 cards. Second path.
It's Ultra Ball!
Let's
go.
go.
All the cards to draw there, fantastic. Right off the top is gonna get the 2 water energies potentially into the discard pile. And from there, you can use the Melanie, can start to accelerate, and you get an even better attacking Pokemon in the active in that Arceus V-Star.
I also like discarding the path to the peak here. You know that once this first path gets bumped, it's not really gonna be relevant for the matchup. Keep that second water energy in the hand so you can just attach it elsewhere, wherever you need. Arceus V-Star, very easy grab off the top. And let me see, this alternate art was from the, it was some special Arceus set that they came out with. It's very rare to see this version because everybody already had their Arceus V-Stars before that came out.
By the time this came out, Arceus was considered not a great deck anymore. So respect to Nicolo for taking it out and playing. Sure enough, has another copy of it right there.
I mean, yeah, the Arceus connoisseurs in the audience right now are posting which set this special art does come from.
Ooh.
Gets the early knockout on Lugia V.
Charlie finds the stadium off of the gift energy.
Whew. So it looks like we might still have a real game here after all, Kyle.
We need it.
Beautiful double Arceus powered up. Charlie Kerr says, must be nice to have a bunch of energy in play. Let me try to do that.
First things first, we've got the stadium. We've got the Archeops. They've been in the discard pile since the opening turn. At this point.
All right, has Snorlax, therapeutic energy, nice single prize attacker to get some damage. Mesa Goza bumps path to the peak, finally unleashing Summoning Star. So that Primal Turbo can help Charlie Kerr get these attackers powered up and start to mount a counteroffensive.
Yeah, just checking to see if there's any considerations for a Pokemon like Weirdeer in a spot like this. I don't think that the math would line up for a knockout just yet. Usually that includes Jet Energy. So probably just in 2-shot mode, but at least we're playing Pokemon at this point. It was looking scary for a minute.
And after the Summoning Star, we need to attach, you see, double turbo energy maybe to this Lugia, get a hit, or do we just attach 2 regular, try to get maximum damage here, Kyle?
It's fine either way, and as long as you're dealing any damage to this Arceus V-Star, you're eventually going to clean it up, hopefully, with a Pokemon
no difference.
Like that Snorlax, and certainly you're looking for an opportunity where you can surprise your opponent and take a big knockout later on with that Weirdeer. So energies on board are always going to be a nice thing to see.
Yep, so Charlie does opt for the double turbo energy. It's a great card not only because the damage nerf doesn't really matter for this situation. You just have an easy energy in case you do want to treat this Lugia V-Star. And then the second double turbo going on to Snorlax.
Yeah, therapeutic already in hand, I believe. So that Pokemon will be lined up to take a knockout. Start to incorporate some single prize Pokemon into the prize exchange. And that's where Charlie's really going to make his money. Trying to throw off the counter right here for Nicolo, who's already up 2 prize cards.
And after Tempest Dive, discards the Mesagoza. We're over to Nicolo indeed. Heavily damaged Arceus V-Star in the active spot. Fresh one on the bench. I would like to see one more attacker established here, but Nicolo is very happy to finally have access to concealed cards to see a little bit more. Defiance banned and Gyarados V drawn.
Yeah, Gyarados V added to the board. We do know that the V Max is in the next 2 prize cards, I believe, to be drawn. So potential to throw some energies on this Pokemon and eventually evolve. The card I was looking for this turn would be that Sharon's Care, one of, that's been added into this list. Really nice to heal off this Pokemon. Don't see it just yet.
Yeah, the energy is starting to get gummed up in the hand, so it's making it difficult to use the barrel effectively. This could be a manual attach for turn. Not really sure where he wants to put this. But the problem, too, is once the Arceus goes down, you have less energy acceleration. So if you don't have the attackers already prepared, it can be very awkward for you to swing back when you need to.
Yeah, the Defiance Band comes into play when you're down in prize cards. Nicolo obviously off to a very strong start. And here's the Starbirth. What are we eyeing up here with the energy attachment to this Arceus V-Star on the bench?
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's Starbirth, maybe try to find an Ultra Ball, discard some stuff, barrel for a little bit more, keep thinning down. With Gyarados V entering play, Nicolo is potentially trying to threaten, right, the Gyarados V Max. Charlie Kerr doesn't know right away that it is prized. And at the end of the day, you can still Heavy Storm for 180, maybe just come up to take another prize when you need to.
Is the boss's orders already in hand? Or it looks like we have the Serena. That'll do the trick there.
Okay.
As we have the Choice Belt already lined up. 3 energies on this Pokemon. That's 230 damage to continue to advance the prize race and knock out this Lugia V on the bench.
I think that's pretty solid as well. You know that once the Archeops are in play, your opponent's always going to be able to attack you with something, and it just becomes a way. The strategy at that point, Kyle, right, is just to get around whatever they're attacking with and find those easy prizes when you can.
Well, the damage should start to stick at this point. Of course, it would take Charlie finding Collapse Stadium, benching even more Pokemon, and at that point, he's going to start to run into some susceptible Pokemon like Lumineon. And those, of course, could just be an easy boss away from closing out a game and moving on to game 2.
So Serena brings up the Lugia V, as you talked about, Kyle. Arceus V in the active with that Choice Belt that Nicolo had saved for later. Put that back in the deck with Iono. Now it comes back when that damage is needed.
Yep, Nicolo just confirming the water attachment there on the Arceus V-Star. That's correct. We'll see if there are any more energies to be attached to this Gyarados V.
And this is great because now Nicolo's attaching the energies to the Gyarados V, getting a little bit more there. And after these 2 prizes are drawn, we'll have the Gyarados V Max in hand.
Lines up fairly well. There is, I believe, a double turbo energy in hand. So could see this Pokemon attacking with a bunch of hit points pretty soon.
Yep,
however,
330, hard for Charlie Kerr to get through. Max Tyrant going to threaten 240 damage, but...
Yeah, the issue with the Gyarados is it takes 3 water energies to use Max Tyrant. So look at this, targeting it down. So I don't want to deal with you and all those hit points.
200.
Oh, it's not a knockout. Look at that.
It's
just
not
with the double
enough.
turbo.
And Gyarados V has the Get Angry attack, can strike back depending on the amount of damage counters that are on it. Might not even evolve this.
Hang on. Yeah, we're just an energy away, right?
One more energy. Is there a Melanie?
Just get angry.
Judge for the energy. Do
Get
it.
angry. Hit him.
DTE. Yeah, just get him.
We're not getting angry.
Oh, he's evolving and he's going in for the Max Tyrant.
I'm angry.
But wait, you need one more water energy.
That's the Hyper Beam can be used. You're in the attack phase if you'd like, but it looks like there's a little more going on. Why didn't we get angry?
Nicolo is a very polite person. It's his first regional. Wanted to keep his cool on stream, Kyle.
Oh.
That seemed like a layup to me.
Yep.
I think after getting the Gyarados VMAX out of the prizes, was it enough? Maybe my math was just wrong. 6, 2, 6. The audience is doing the math right now for me. Oh, it's backing out of the play.
It's a lot. It's a big knockout. It would have been 400 damage and then reduce the double turbo. It was a super knockout. You get another prize card in game 2 because of how big a knockout it was.
This is just a long-term bait. Got the 3 prize Pokemon heavily damaged on the bench. Wants Charlie Kerr to go chase it down with the boss.
And Charlie top decks the research. He's still in this thing. He's got another research in hand. Let's keep going.
Yeah, the full art research is we need to see some additional attackers. Snorlax is not really big enough to contend right now with the current spat of Pokemon that Niccolo is threatening with.
I might need you to take over. All right.
Sometimes it happens like that, Kyle. It is Niccolo's first regional, made it all the way to top 8, and sometimes you don't think about the attacks on the Vs that you need.
It's such a cool attack. There was a whole deck around it previously.
It's not even about the not taking the prizes. It's just not being able to see such a cool attack on stream.
Yeah, I think the hat was a little too low.
But Charlie Kerr, after that research, finds the Weird Ear V and Radiant Charizard, 2 of the late game comeback attackers that Colorless Lugia loves to run. So if Charlie Kerr is going to bring this one back from the brink, these are the Pokemon that are going to do it for him. Damaged Lugia V-Star in the active spot. Niccolo's already used the 1 Serena. There are 2 bosses orders yet to be found.
All right, giddy up.
Frontier Road brings all of the energy up onto Weird Ear V, and Psy Shield Blast will deal 40 damage per.
Wow, look at that. The collapse stadium as well.
Beautiful.
Removes all that hard work that Niccolo was working on. And at this point, you're running out of attackers, Niccolo. You got to lose a Pokemon here. Is it just Bidoof, or do you throw away the damaged Gyarados? There might not be enough energies to even attack with that Pokemon later on. We're running out of resources.
Yeah, has to double check the number of energies canceled out by the double turbo. It's enough, isn't it?
Oh, don't make me do this.
Oh,
1, 2,
no.
3, 4,
Chat.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Folks at home, what about your calculators? We request your aid.
320 down to 280, back up to 320.
Has to do
we are
one
there.
more attachment.
Oh, there we go. Everyone get involved. Pull out your calculators at home. It's a fun time. It's 320. Through
the V-Guard.
Through the V-Guard, we get there.
Okay. That is enough. That's a big Frontier Road. Weird Ear V built up a lot of momentum running all the way from downtown to take that knockout. But this Pokemon still only has 220 HP, which means that Niccolo maybe can strike back. The Defiance Ban already went to the discard pile, which wouldn't even be active.
Skarzik, who are we attacking with?
I'm trying to think here. I'm looking at the deck list.
Bidoof, who's left?
Slacking V, where are you?
We need to do 20 damage to this Pokemon. Well, I suppose a little less. There is 1 V-Guard snuck into the mix there.
Yeah, and if Weird Ear V can survive for another rep of damage, it means that Charlie Kerr will even it up and be out of options. We saw earlier that Niccolo didn't have enough energy left to even power up the Gyarados VMAX properly. There might not be anything in the list for him to Trinity Nova onto this Arceus V on the bench.
There are enough energies to attack with another Pokemon such as Arceus V. It looks like 2 energies that aren't double turbo, 1 that is. So if you could find the double turbo along with one of those 2 other odd energies, you can attack with Power Edge again and get the job done. Need to get the attachment this turn, or of course rely on that Melanie for some assistance to pull water energy out of the discard pile.
But it all just comes back, I think, to the Gyarados V. There was an easy attack to grab 2 prizes, have a threat in the active spot, and another waiting in reserve.
Did Charlie even know that it was an option? He bossed it up and attacked right into it.
Yes.
Said if you have an energy, you win.
Yeah, so Niccolo just had to back out, knew that Charlie made a big mistake. Didn't want to punish him too hard, I guess. But Arceus V-Star now in the active, 3 energies attached, gets the Vengeful Punch. Very cheeky.
Yeah, what an interesting way to potentially add some more damage onto this Pokemon. Would still be 10 short of a knockout.
So after the judge, both players will shuffle their hands into their decks to draw 4. Niccolo needs something massive off of this for certain.
At this point, most important card is to find an energy. You have the option of using the Bibarel as well. We've seen 1 down, still use that second one.
Ooh, he's keeping it from us, Kyle.
Mystery, those are not great.
Path to the Peak can bump the Collapse Stadium. Open up one more bench space. Get a card out of the hand for the barrel.
Plenty of water energies there.
Yeah, running really low on energy at this point. Part of Nicolo's strategy certainly is to get that Gyarados VMAX established. With 330 HP, it's going to remain in play for a very long time, and then you make use of those energies a lot more. Since all of the energies have been attached piecemeal onto smaller targets, the energy going to the discard pile is now starting to come back to bite Nicolo.
Wow, only drawing one card, not going to count to the stadium. It isn't energy, but is it a jet?
Yes.
That you have to go to the active and now escape rope back out, take a single prize knockout. That is one way to attach an energy.
That is correct. The jet energy is mandatory. So after the escape rope, Charlie Kerr just considering this Snorlax has kind of just been chilling on the bench the whole game. Nicolo comes right back into the Arceus V-Star.
Yeah, this is the wrong Pokemon to attack into. Of course, Nicolo didn't have an opportunity. Maybe you just don't even attach the energy at this point. But Weirdeer V is just going to come up active, take a knockout, and there's no Pokemon that challenges this.
One more knockout. That's going to leave Nicolo with one more prize remaining. He's just making a big bet here, Kyle, that I'll somehow be able to find another KO when I need it to close out this game. With Path to the Peak down, Radiant Charizard's Excited Heart ability will not be active. Charlie Kerr has to get this stadium out of the way, and there's one more Collapse in the hand if my eyes don't deceive me.
What a wild back and forth here.
Yeah,
Luminous
Nicolo, I
energy.
think, really demonstrated that this list is not a joke. The Arceus and the Gyarados just having consistent attacking pressure is something that we've established throughout the weekend is a recipe for success, and simply was not able to follow through when he had the maximum pressure against Charlie Kerr's slower start thanks to Path to the Peak.
All right, there is a counter stadium. There's a few of them in hand.
Okay.
Just contemplating which is the correct choice.
Weirdeer's hogging all the energy.
I'm not sure if there's another way to use this Collapse Stadium. And Mezagosa potentially gives Nicolo some assistance, considering the Iono first. This Radiant Charizard cannot attack.
But didn't bump the stadium before?
No.
What's the... I don't know if he realizes it, Kyle, that he had to bump that Path to the Peak.
Are there enough energies to retreat? Taking a look now with the Archeops. Should hopefully have a double turbo in there. Still has that option.
Yeah, maybe the plan was always just to attack with the Weirdeer.
Then promote the Weirdeer.
I don't know, Kyle. At the very least, the Primal Turbo ability allows Charlie Kerr to pivot out of this spot, painted himself into a corner by just going for the Iono and not bumping that stadium first. Maybe fearing the Radiant Greninja. After the Iono, wanted to make sure Nicolo didn't have access to concealed cards to draw, but the barrel's right there. I don't even know what I'm talking about. I'm trying to make this play make sense, Kyle.
Yes, you are on the same path as me, my friend. There's a lot happening
We're
here.
taking a winding path through a dark forest right now, and Weirdeer Veer's taking the frontier road back into the active spot.
How do you get out of this mess? With the potential of a Melanie to attach a water energy along with the final V-Guard energy, you can deal 200, which deals...
Lost Vacuum, gets rid of Path to the Peak. Is there an energy for Radiant Greninja? No. You'd have to barrel, hope you get an energy, draw two more, find Arceus V-Star off the Ultra Ball, okay.
Even the best attack with Melanie would result in being 10 short. Double turbo along with Boss's orders would get the job done on any of these Pokemon on the bench.
Yeah, we got a nice glimpse there, Kyle. There are still 2 bosses orders left in the deck. A lot of cards potentially to be drawn. Can we thin down just a little bit more? Lost Vacuum, okay.
Very wise. Play the hand down to 0. 5 cards looking for double turbo along with boss's orders. Boss's orders in the hand. One more look. Not there.
All supporters. Not even something to discard for Radiant Greninja. And Charlie Kerr threatening with this fully stacked Weird Ear V to take the final 2 prizes.
Only options, potentially boss's orders, bring up the Radiant Charizard. Stall for time. Hopefully there is not enough energies to retreat this Pokemon.
Most of them are attached to Weird Ear V. I would like to see Niccolo double check the discard pile.
You've already seen the Luminous Energy.
That is just a one of in the deck.
Not a threat anymore. Maybe a count on those Jet Energies would make him feel a little more comfortable too. A few of those in the discard pile, 1 on the Weird Ear V. I think boss's orders on the Radiant Charizard makes the most sense here. Buy some time.
That's all you need to do is buy 1 more turn. You can thin down with the Judge, draw a little bit more with the Barrel. Next turn. This was a very, very wild game.
50-50 looking at the deck. There's 5 cards left. 2 boss's orders. Nice call there, picking up the Radiant Charizard, trying to buy some time. Play
Benches
the hand
Arceus
down.
V, passes and prays. Does Charlie Kerr have the energy to retreat this Radiant Charizard?
It's going to take a look.
Capturing Aroma to thin.
There's 1 Jet Energy remaining. Finding the Drapion V.
Another Capturing Aroma.
There's 1 energy in hand. Is there another energy to retreat? Just thinning down to potentially try to draw into the Jet Energy for the Weird Ear?
He's going back in, he says.
Has the Ultra Ball in hand, can continue to thin.
There's a Professor's Research in the hand as well. Just keep thinning it down.
That's got to be the line. Continue to pull all these Pokemon out of the deck. Try to draw into this final Jet Energy to promote the Weird Ear.
There's only about 12 cards left in the deck. If my eyeballing is correct, another nest for another thin. He's going all in for this play, trying to manipulate the numbers in his favor as much as possible. This is the biggest Professor's Research for Charlie Kerr right now.
There was potential to pull even more with the Lumineon to take another supporter out. If you miss by 1, that could be huge. Looking at the last 7 cards, looking for the Jet Energy to close things out.
The crowd is chattering amongst themselves.
Not there. Not there.
No Jet
Not there.
Energy. Didn't grab the Lumineon, a slight inefficiency there, and this was after not bumping that path to the peak to
It's on
actually
the
get
bottom
the attack.
of the deck!
Oh! And again, if you attach Jet Energy directly from the deck onto a Pokemon, its effect does not activate.
Double turbo off the top! Niccolo closes out game 1.
What a nail biter has the card. Both players learned a lot from that game, Kyle. I think that's the lesson we can take away.
I met Arceus. I met Arceus 3 times in that game. What happened?
We'll take a deep breath, recenter ourselves. Us on the desk, the competitors at the table, our audience here in the venue, our viewers at home. Get up, stretch your legs. We're gonna go into this match with a fresh perspective. Both players are already beating themselves up, knew what inefficiencies that they made during this game and how they can clean it up, keep their mental clear and strong, and head into the next game of top 8 with a fresh perspective and a new plan to take it to a game 3 for Charlie Kerr's instance.
That was awesome. That was so cool. So many big draws for both these players, understanding the outs to try to close things out. And Charlie almost had it figured out. 10 cards remaining after all the thinning. Could have been 9, but it was the last card on the bottom of the deck.
That was some nail-biting ping-pong action, Kyle. And making the smart play, recognizing there might not be enough energies to get this Radiant Charizard out of the active spot. We heard the crowd cheer when Niccolo went for the boss's orders on it. They all knew that that was going to be the game-winning play. But
Wild start here in the top 8 of Sacramento. Niccolo playing Gyarados VMAX, currently up 1 game versus a finalist in a regional championship just last year, Charlie Kerr.
And again, it's been a grueling weekend of Pokemon. These players played each other in the final Swiss round as well, Kyle. So Charlie Kerr probably went in with a game plan and maybe tunnel visioned on it a little bit too hard. Niccolo as well. Throughout all the games today, I probably would imagine he could count on one hand the amount of times he's been presented with the opportunity to get angry and simply missed that opportunity. Just evolved the Gyarados, and as soon as he played that Pokemon down, that evolution down, you could see the look on his face that he realized, I've missed out on a pretty easy attack there.
As he retreated the Pokemon after the evolution, said, I messed that up. I don't know if he was talking about the amount of the retreat cost or the fact that he could have won the game right there. Either way, if we see that opportunity, I really hope he strikes this next time.
Yeah, making it spicy for us, certainly, Kyle. And this is why we're here, to just walk our audience through the tumultuous developments that occur during these games. And sometimes even when a match seems fully in your favor, if you get too excited, you miss sequence, you take one misstep, a game can get that much harder to get the victory. And that ate up a bunch of extra time as well, I have to call attention to. If this does go to a really dramatic game 3, then if Niccolo somehow doesn't have enough time to conclude, or it goes into a prizes taken sort of idea, you know, the extra time that was taken in game 1 will have massive implications for that scenario.
All right, we have a hand for Niccolo, and it's looking pretty solid. Hopefully turn this into a great game 2. Prize cards coming down.
Everything's
double path to the peak.
So no path to the peaks available, and this means that Niccolo's not going to be able to stop the Lugia V-Star at the start of the game like he was earlier. This forces Niccolo to be a bit more aggressive and get those attackers up and running faster to keep up with Charlie Kerr's onslaught, thanks to Primal Turbo. Radiant Greninja in the active spot, classic Bidoof onto the bench into a Nest Ball. I see one Water Energy in the hand for concealed cards after thinning down.
Yeah, this is...
Grab an Arceus V here off the Nest Ball.
Pretty solid start here. The double turbo energy can be attached to the Arceus V. You can use that water energy to conceal cards, continue to see even more of your deck. You're only staring down the Lugia V with a V-Guard energy, so taking a knockout with Melanie's does not seem like a possibility anymore. So you understand you're going to have to attack in twice. Might as well do this with the double turbo.
So after evaluating the deck, figuring out where all the prizes are lying, Niccolo shuffles up, is ready to continue the turn. Charlie Kerr going for the classic Lugia V start, attach, pass. You know, typically Arceus is the one that's doing that, but with Radiant Greninja in the active spot, it's going to give Niccolo a lot more resources, because in game 1, he set up the path to the peak to slow down that summoning star, didn't have access to concealed cards, so getting 2, 4, 6 extra cards throughout the game really does help these Arceus V-Star lists.
Doesn't get much better than this. Energy attachment ready to roll. Has the Arceus V-Star lined up for next turn. The Path to the Peak's the only piece that's missing, but of course with 2 in the prize cards, it's pretty unlikely to see any more of that.
Niccolo, I think, debating using this Ultra Ball right now. Are you scared? Are you going to try to Ultra Ball for a second Arceus V? Nope, just passes it.
I think we lose either way if this Arceus V goes down, so hold on to that. It can lead into the barrel for you later on, and then maybe you can get the ball rolling and find some attackers.
I'm going to go back in. Lumineon V from capturing Aroma. Second capturing Aroma. And this is great, too, for Charlie Kerr to open up with capturing Aroma. It allows you to evaluate what Pokemon you're going to have easy access to, and then you can save your other cards for finding those ones, like your Ultra Balls and whatnot, to get the things you actually do need.
Looks like
Do we see any Archeops in the starting hand here for Charlie Kerr?
I think this is going to be a pretty solid turn. At least one Archeops in the hand. Another capturing Aroma. Another heads.
Beautiful.
That's all.
Luminion could get Professor's Brunette.
If you have the Ultra Ball, this is unbelievable. you could use you could throw both Archeops in the discard pile and then use the boss's orders on the Arceus V. It's not going to be the case. However, this is still a fantastic turn 2 Lugia V-Star full setup.
Beautiful. Has the Mizagoza as well. And just going to shuffle up. After the Professor's Research, draw 7 cards. We got Lugia V-Star in the active spot finally. Get the Archeops up and running. And thanks to the V-Guard energy that was attached last turn and a gift energy this turn, Primal Turbo for a double turbo. And then another Primal Turbo to start establishing the next attacker. Charlie Kerr opts not to bench the Radiant Charizard as well, just discards it to the Professor's Research instead.
Yeah. Don't mind that at all. It was a difficult Pokemon to work into the mix. Worrying about the path to the peaks at the end of the game. There's a lot easier paths. let's just work on the Lugia V-Star, maybe establish a second one as well.
I think Charlie Kerr also recognizing, if I'm remembering correctly, the luminous energies in the prizes makes it harder to, rely on the Radiant Charizard. Even though it is a late game kind of attacker for your deck, if that's at the very top of the prizes, the Radiant Charizard is going to be a dead card anyway.
Yeah. Do like to see the Lugia V played down. This is one opportunity where it looks pretty unlikely for Nicolo to have the answer to knock out this Pokemon. Double Turbo already on the Arceus V, so dealing 220 damage. It's not going to happen this time around. Gives you one turn to evolve this Pokemon and not have to worry.
Lugia V-Star, without Path to the Peak to stop this from occurring, is just so aggressive. Arceus V promoted to the active, has a double turbo energy attached. Arceus V-Star for the evolution, but Barrel also evolved up. Nicolo debating now the Ultra Ball, the Lost Vacuum, trying to empty this hand down a little bit more for Industrious Incisors.
Yeah, the whole hand plays out here. The Vengeful Punch on the active. Ultra Ball to search out whichever will be your main attacker for a good chunk of this game. Could eye up the Gyarados V or go for another Arceus.
Yeah, with both Path to the Peak in the prizes, you can't really rely on the slacking V the way you'd like. And I think the Gyarados is a nice option. Also is going to have access to Starbirth this turn, if there's something else that Nicolo wants to dig deep for.
As I reread Get Angry.
We're past that. We got angry earlier, Kyle, and we took a deep breath and counted to 10. And now we're here in game 2 with Nicolo on the back foot. This powered up Lugia V-Stars in the active, waiting to start swinging, setting some damage down. Got a nice Snorlax as well as a single prize option to keep the pressure up.
Yep, finds Path to the Peak one turn late. Wants to cash in on that Starbirth now, so likely playing that Stadium. The problem is you're still up against a Lugia right now, and you can just remove that Stadium pretty easily.
Yeah, it's only useful in these early stages to prevent the Summoning Star because Lugia, with Tempest Dive and everything else, can just get rid of those. You can't really win the Stadium War. And you can see the pressure that Nicolo is under, has to consider every possibility from this position. One misstep means that Charlie Kerr is going to absolutely run away with this game. Already ahead one prize and is in a position to take 2 more.
Yeah, what a difference between game 1 and game 2. Just going first in this matchup seems so pivotal. Buys you the time you need as the Arceus player, and of course, the aggression of Lugia V-Star to attack on that second turn, take a big knockout, potentially eye up an Arceus V is so big here. And that pressure's really starting to be felt.
After the Starbirth resolves, Nicolo opted for Nest Ball and another energy card. V-Guard, maybe going to manipulate this math just a tad. Gone are the days of powerful colorless energy boosting the damage and allowing Lugia to hit these big numbers when it needs to. And If all else fails, maybe Niccolo is able to evolve into the Gyarados VMAX properly, have a 330 HP Pokemon in the active spot, getting a lot of pressure down. And Boss's orders onto the Minion V. I like this, and this was another strat we talked about in Game 1, Kyle. You can't deal with the big Lugia in the active spot. Just get around it. Take the easier prizes when you can.
Yeah, this is a nice knockout to continue to stay in the prize race. One foreseeable issue potentially would be Weird Ear V. If that stadium is countered, there's potential to, of course, find a lot of energies and maybe take a big knockout here. We'll see if Charlie has the pieces to pull that off, though.
And after the Trinity Nova, 1 onto Arceus V, 2 Water Energy onto Gyarados V. So the threats are starting to accumulate on Niccolo's side, and Charlie Kerr can respond very easily thanks to Primal Turbo. Second Lugia V-Star now entering play. One more Snorlax to round things out. Seems like Weird Ear V is going to be showing up way later in the game for us, Kyle, as that clincher of colorless Lugia.
Yeah, really like this play here. Use the boss's orders, take the knockout on the Gyarados before it becomes a problem. This is the amount of hit points that we can deal with. The Arceus V, V-Star on both sides now with the benched and active.
So Charlie Kerr is now ahead on prizes and with no favorable targets for Niccolo to take advantage of. Going to have to set up some damage on the Lugia V-Star. Is it going to be a punch into... There's no way to recover this Radiant Greninja now that I think about it, right?
Not that I know of. There's
potential for Defiance Band to help out a little bit, but Charlie Kerr has the V-Guard energy. Double Turbo's already hurting Arceus' damage. Maybe Vengeful Punch gets those 4 damage counters onto something important and gives Niccolo an out.
Yep. Niccolo's still holding on, trying to thin the hand down a little more. Find some resources with the Bibarel. Would like to have the opportunity to attack with a 3 energy Arceus that's not using the double turbo to maybe find a Pokemon that can be knocked out and take some additional prize cards. It's just not lining up right now.
There might be the potential to get Slacking V set up as an additional threat now that Niccolo is behind on prizes. It can use that Defiance Band, but it is difficult, right, for Arceus. You've already used your Star Birth to actually search out the cards you need when you need them. Melanie coming in big, get that energy attachment, drawing 3. Ultra Ball is going to be played here. Niccolo debating what other cards to discard to pay for that cost. And then search out one more Pokemon.
This could be the search for the Slacking V. The problem, however, is the hit points. You start to worry. This is an easier Pokemon to knock out, potentially, with the Weird Ear V. 2 Pokemon with 280 hit points right now, 1 with a V-Guard in the active.
Yeah, ideally, you know, the Arceus deck wants to have multiple threats in play that are kind of hitting the same numbers, but because Arceus is always that attacking Pokemon that, as long as you have enough HP, you can ignore, and Charlie is turning Niccolo's strategy against him, where he can always boss around the Arceus and get the easier prizes on these smaller V Pokemon. And after Trinity Nova attaches some energy to the Slacking, its heavy impact attack takes 4 energy in order to get powered up.
Yep, just 2 waters there, so not yet able to deal the 260, hopefully 290 with the Choice Belt, and start working on some one-hit knockouts on Lugia V-Star.
Has the Sharon's Care in the hand, so that's always nice to maybe try to outplay some of Charlie Kerr's damage. But at this point, you know, taking 3 prizes is pretty easy. Just one more knockout on a V, maybe bring up the Bibarel for the final prize. Slowly but surely, we're working our way towards the finale of this second game, Kyle. And as we evaluate the board state, it's looking like a game 3 to me.
And it's certainly starting to look that way. Charlie continuing to set up some attackers, and now the Snorlax is ready to work into the mix. Obviously a great threat here with Niccolo at 4 prize cards remaining. Potentially swapping into this Pokemon to deal some chip damage could be beneficial.
Yeah, I love the additional pressure you generate thanks to the therapeutic energy. The Snorlax is not going to fall asleep from its thumping snore attack, and it's just going to consistently threaten that massive damage and set up a 2-turn KO.
Charlie tried to thin out using the abilities of his Archeops first to then potentially find a Jet Energy to promote the Snorlax into the active. Does not find it off of the 3 cards. So Lugia is going to be at risk here.
And this is the reprieve that Niccolo needed, not taking a knockout this turn with an Arceus in the active.
Oh, the hand. It's just not strong right here for Niccolo.
It's so awkward, and these are the sorts of cards you can't thin out of the hand to set up for Industrious Incisors.
I believe that Sharon's Care was part of the Iono to the bottom of the deck as well. Would have been a fantastic card to find. There's no shuffle before the Bibarel as well.
So that card is going to be lost to time for now. You can play Path to the Peak to draw 2 now off of Industrious Incisors. The Nest Ball at least lets you shuffle.
Well, you won't miss next time because we'll have double Bibarel ready to roll. However, the retreat here is just a boss away from 2 more prize cards for Charlie.
And once your opponent, like we saw in game number 1, is down to only 1 prize card remaining, it becomes impossible to outplay. Niccolo has 3 attackers established and ready to go to swing on whatever's in the active, and Charlie Kerr as well has 2 attackers right now, 3, pardon me, and potential for more thanks to Archeops.
Wild to think that Niccolo will be ahead in the prize race following this turn after the fantastic start that we saw Charlie start off to.
Yeah, and losing out on the Charon's Care, has to retreat. Even though the Vengeful Punch is cool, you have the knockout thanks to Trinity Nova. I don't even know if there's enough energy left in the deck to get any meaningful acceleration here.
Gift energy really paying off. Loading the hand up before making the decision with Snorlax. If you saw Boss's orders, this decision is even easier to promote this Pokemon.
And now all Charlie needs to do is bide his time. Lugia V-Star going to be pretty safe with 280 HP. Is there another V-Guard to attach to it just to make absolutely sure? It's harder for Niccolo to take that knockout. Weirdier V is going to be, again, the finale that Charlie Kerr wants to get into play and power it up in the same turn. Doesn't want to have that 220 HP Pokemon waiting for Niccolo to potentially bring it up with Serena.
Charlie has the counter stadium. I believe it is the Collapse Stadium, however, and wants to work in the Luminion to Boss's orders, the Arceus V-Star on the bench, this damaged Pokemon right here, but has an interesting decision to make now. You don't want to play the Luminion and then have your Collapse Stadium out.
And Charlie Kerr just asking for some clarification for Slacking V's ability. This deck plays Path to the Peak to turn that off, but if Path to the Peak is discarded or countered once more, Slacking V would only be able to attack if Charlie Kerr was on even prizes. Wait, no, you have to be on odd prizes?
It's if you
have 2, 4, or 6, this Pokemon can't attack.
Yeah, right now it's it's on Nicolo's prize card. So Nicolo cannot attack because he's on 2.
Gotcha.
Usually you just put a path out there and hope to ignore it.
Whenever I've seen Slacking V, it's like path is there. We never read the ability, but if you don't read, you get cooked. We saw it in game number 1. If you don't read that, get angry.
Slacking's not the only one who's kind of lazy.
But yeah, just an Iono trying to disrupt. Snorlax V still in the active. And this is kind of a repeat of what we saw in game number 1, where it's coming down to the wire. Both players struggling not only to establish threat potential, get their Pokemon set up with tons of energy cards, but trying to keep their opponent from having the right cards at the right time. Like we saw Charlie Kerr disrupting that Charon's Care.
Yeah, what a wild sequence. Charlie just not able to take a knockout because of the mismatching of the stadium along with the Luminion. Can't play the Luminion down. It's an easy boss's orders knockout for Nicolo, or the Serena there. So makes the right choice, but it doesn't feel right as Nicolo is just 2 attacks away from closing this game out on single prize Pokemon.
Wisely uses a Serena not for its gusting effect, but to simply draw some cards. At this part of the game, Nicolo needs to see as many cards as possible, have as many resources as possible to try to close this out down the road. Second Bibarel found off of Ultra Ball. Give you lots of opportunity as well, right? To Industrious Incisors into cards that you're able to discard, and then have a second Industrious Incisors to maybe draw 1 or 2 after the fact.
And at this point, you're just trying to thin the deck down. You want to make sure boss's orders, maybe even escape rope, are cards that you can find easily on this final turn. You're going to lose this Arceus V-Star next turn, most likely, and it's all about finding that last prize card to win the game.
Yeah, just attaches the Defiance Band to the Arceus V-Star. Not really relying on this extra damage. I think Nicolo is really, really honed in on just taking 2 single prize knockouts to close this game.
So wise here. Play the energy onto the Arceus V-Star. Make sure that you have a guaranteed attacker lined up. Slacking is a little unorthodox there. Of course, you don't have to worry about kind of lazy if you take the single prize Pokemon attack, but either way, knocking out an Archeops should be light work for this deck.
Yeah, this was certainly a muddy way to get there, but Nicolo has worked his way into a semblance of a strong finisher towards the end of this game number 2 to advance to top 4. After taking the knockout, going down to 1 prize remaining, Charlie Kerr promotes Lugia V-Star, and everything rides on this Pokemon being able to knock out the Arceus V and then take 1 final knockout on a Bibarel before Nicolo has the boss's orders.
Scans the deck, sees plenty of Pokemon. Once more grabbing the Drapion V. It's down to scraps, trying to close out in this situation. Potentially worth considering benching another Pokemon that could endure an attack from Arceus V-Star if Escape Rope was the play.
You can only attack on odd or even? You can attack on odd. On odd, okay.
All right, once again, confirming that is how Kinda Lazy works. Odd prize cards. Slacking is 1 energy away from attacking for potentially 260 damage with heavy impact. Cool card.
Yeah, big damage in decks like this that can accelerate the energies. You make really good use of it. Goes for Tempest Dive.
Oh, it's a boss's orders in hand to close out for Nicolo off the Iono to 1. So smooth as he moves into the top 4 here in Sacramento.
That was a massive set for Nicolo. This is his first regional championship, Kyle, and he's advancing into top 4. Going up against Colorless Lugia, a deck that wants to hit very specific matchups to take advantage of the meta, is not prepared for Arceus Gyarados VMAX.
No one's prepared for that.
Not even I was prepared, Kyle.
That is unreal. What a match to move into the top 4. Gonna be curious to see who's following along in the rest of the tournament. We did get a few of those results as we moved on. Looks like Alexander Aflatos took game 2 against Azul to move into game number 3. Ooh. So we have that one continuing. Sawyer Melbourne, 2-0 victory against Dominic to move into the top 4. And it looks like Dorian Stotts against Ryan Harris is in game 3 as well. So we soon will have all of our top 4. But let's take a look back at how we got here. Gyarados VMAX, Arceus V-Star, getting it done.
After that first game, you know, Charlie Kerr had a lot of respect for the Gyarados, immediately bossed it up in game number 2 after establishing the double Arceus V-Star. Just having Pokemon that can attack, drop some damage, but not potentially get knocked out in return means that you're putting so much pressure on your opponent to try to respond or boss around it. Charlie Kerr had plenty of energy in play, but was lacking the resources to get those important supporters when the time was needed.
Yeah, what a big turn here, taking the knockout with the Serena and the Choice Belt to move up to 2 prize cards remaining.
Oh yeah,
a lot
we
of
gotta
wild
take a look
stuff
at this
happened
again.
right here. There was a get angry opportunity for 400, but we moved past that. Retreat, ran away, and tried again.
It gave Charlie Kerr a big opportunity to bring game one all the way back, and we saw the struggle. Even though Nicolo only had 2 prize cards remaining, everything on the bench is massively damaged. The Weird Deer Veer taking out the Arceus. Seemed like, yeah, you can see, look at this. Flash forward, bringing it all the way back to 1 prize card remaining. Nicolo bossed up the Radiant Charizard, knowing that Charlie Kerr didn't have enough energy to retreat this, and Charlie Kerr trying to find Jet Energy to bring Weird Veer up into the active, but didn't get it off of Professor's research.
Just a little bit short there. Bottom card was the Jet Energy, and we move into game number 2.
I think this was big, Kyle, getting the early prizes off Lumineon, going ahead in prizes right from the get-go and establishing multiple attackers to keep Charlie Kerr under pressure and contained. Arceus can establish whatever attackers it might need, and Charlie Kerr is a little bit more constricted because of the 2 Archeops taking up bench space.
Yeah, conserving the energies, using all of the Pokemon at his disposal. Nicolo finding plenty of opportunities to continue to take prize cards in this matchup. Charlie tried to hang on, had an opportunity maybe to use a boss's orders on this turn. Could not find a way that he was comfortable with that Lumineon having to stay on the bench. Boss's orders would have ended it. Boss's orders ends it either way here with the top deck off the Iono to 1.
Yeah, that was beautiful to see. I think that certainly Nicolo Abate really, cleaned it up heading in throughout the rest of that set. And I think what really helped out as well, Kyle, is the Path to the Peak. It's a card that players have started to really gravitate back towards to shut down their opponent's ideas. And not only does it stop the Summoning Star, it makes it a lot harder to weave in the Radiant Charizard and the Weird Deer V once you get into the later stages of the game when these Pokemon are meant to do those big numbers you need.
Yeah, we've talked about it for years now, basically, at this point. The Path Judge combo is so strong, it does not matter what you pair with the Arceus V-Star. I've said a ham sandwich before. This time it's a Gyarados VMAX. Doesn't matter. It gets the job done. It's just such a powerful combination. You include the slacking as well to potentially hit some of those big numbers. It works out, and sure enough, that's going to be moving on into the top 4. Who had that on their bingo card?
I certainly didn't, and maybe Nicolo didn't either. We can head down to the lounge now and hear some thoughts from our winner as he moves into top 4.
Thank you, casters. Juancho Soldana here with the winner, our first winner in top 8, Nicolo Abate. How are you feeling, Nicolo?
Good. Don't know quite what to say. I'm super excited to be here. Didn't expect to make it this far, but I'm having a great time.
I'm glad to hear that. I'm having a great time watching you play, especially with a deck like this. Again, I don't think this was on anyone's radar. It's not on anyone's bingo book. Especially not mine for sure. And what made you decide to bring something like Arceus into this format?
Yeah, I mean, so some of it is definitely just that I like playing it. I mean, I was playing kind of a greedy Chen Pal list for a while, and I got tired of needing so much. And so I started playing Arceus because you don't need so much. You don't have to play Battle VIP Pass, which I really, really like. And I just was enjoying playing it a lot. As for this tournament, I was expecting a fair amount of Lost Zone, and I think it's a good matchup into Lost Zone. And I think I have a solid matchup into Charizard, especially with the Gyarados. And again, I'm comfortable with it, and thought it was a decent play for the tournament, so I just rolled with it.
For sure. I mean, very decent. I mean, you made top 4 with it. That's pretty good, and could potentially take it all. Again, I'd like to talk about, we mentioned the Gyarados VMAX in your deck. Can you describe what that's for specifically in the matchup?
Yeah, so mostly it's in there for the Charizard matchup, even though I only played against 2 Charizard the whole tournament, but because if they have to attack into it for 180 early, it can be, then I can get angry for 360, or it can be a little awkward if they have to play around it. But mostly it's there for Judge, Path, Hyper Beam, discard their energy, because I can't one-hit KO the Charizard, but they don't play that many energy. They accelerate them onto the board, judge path, hyper beam. Per my testing at least, they would miss it a lot of the time, and then you could knock out with Max Tyrant after that. And it just has a ton of HP, so it's hard for them to knock out unless I let them go to one prize card, which I can play around, or if they play Choice Belt. But and then in other matchups, it's just a big dude that hits 240. And the last thing I'll say is I wanted to play Water because I really wanted to play Melanie. I think it smooths over the Arceus experience just a lot, because if you miss energy turn 1, you can recover and still get a turn 2 attack. It's also a little bit of energy recovery. And yeah, so that was kind of my thought process.
I like it. It seems like your deck is very versatile. I mean, the one Pokemon itself has so many different types of modes, right? The Judge Path Hyper Beam. That's something I've never heard of. And in my opinion, that does sound very annoying. And then the Get Angry attack, being able to take just big knockouts. I mean,
I did get angry this tournament for 360.
The 360, wow, okay. Yeah. Well, what did you hit?
It was into a Charizard. It was one of the 2 Charizard I play. I was able to get angry for 360, so that was fun.
That's awesome. Maybe we'll see more Get Angries maybe in the finals. We'll see. And but yeah, again, amazing run. This is your first regional, right?
That's right. Yeah.
And I that astounds me. I think that's absolutely amazing. First regional, 1,000, almost 1,500 people making it to the top 4. I need to know, what's the secret? What advice would you give to other aspiring players to their first regional?
I don't know, but I guess what I would say is, again, bring something you're comfortable with, because that's what's just been huge for me. I felt like I have just been very comfortable with my list, and try to know your matchups around that list, and then just take it game by game. I had a kind of tough stretch in the middle of my day 1 where I had some rough ties, double prize penalty, and then I lost to Control on a Bibarel flip. And I just told myself, okay, just play one match at a time, and I had to win out to make day 2, and it worked out. So again, just try and play the game, stay out of your head, have a good time, play match to match.
Love that advice. Before I let you go, anyone you want to shout out?
Yeah, my friends, they're sitting right out there.
Yeah, I can hear them the entire match.
Yeah, so a couple of them played VG, a couple are just here to watch, and it's been awesome to have them around supporting.
Love to hear it. All right, I'm going to let you go get some rest before your top 4 match. But yeah, we still have a lot of Pokemon out there. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. let's flash back to the 2016 U.S. National Championships held in Columbus, Ohio. This was the biggest national tournament held to date, and the last chance for players to secure themselves an invite to the Pokémon World Championships later that summer. 2016 was a year filled with disruptive decks, especially those utilizing the power of item-locking cards. With Night March running around as the most dangerous and explosive deck in the format, players understood the best way to stop the deck was to shut off its powerful item card engine. As we entered into our top 8, a historic match was about to take place, one between Paul Johnston and Fred Hopman. Both players had chosen to play decks revolving around a powerful item locking strategy. Paul was playing a Water Toolbox deck featuring Seismitoad EX, a powerful EX Pokemon capable of item locking the opponent with its Quaking Punch attack. Fred also chose to play a deck surrounding a powerful item locking Pokemon, Vileplume. When in play, Vileplume's irritating pollen ability item locks both players. With the help of Forest of Giant Plants, Fred could evolve his grass Pokemon the turn he put them into play, allowing him to item lock and set up his powerful grass-type attacker Vespiquen on the first turn of the game. Fred was by far the favorite going into this match.
And I've got to say, he has quite the favorable matchup here, simply because of typing and how frustrating Vileplume can be in general.
If Paul wanted to advance to the top 4, he needed to pull off something miraculous. As Game 1 was underway, Fred began developing his board, utilizing several Shaymin EX's setup abilities to draw tons of cards. He aimed to get lots of Pokemon in the discard pile to fuel Vespiquen's B-Revenge attack, while additionally establishing item lock, all on the first turn of the game. While things were going excellently for Fred on the first turn, a certain card in Paul's hand sparked a glimmer of hope in what looked to be a dreadful situation. Team Flare's Lysander. Lysander was a card that had been included in almost every deck since its release back in 2014. It acted as a powerful gusting card, able to bring up a benched Pokemon into the active spot to be attacked. While Paul understood he was under item lock, and since it was the first turn had no attackers available, he looked to utilize Lysander in a different way. In the Pokemon TCG, an uncommonly achieved win condition exists, where a player wins the game if their opponent has no card to draw at the start of their turn. Fred had yet to take any prize cards, and more importantly, discarded a large amount of resources to establish his powerful board plus item lock. On top of that, Fred was unable to find an attached Floatstone to his Vileplume before establishing item lock, a card that would allow his hefty Vileplume, which had a 3 retreat cost, to retreat for free when attached. With Fred having very few cards left in deck, Paul understood his win condition and pounced at the opportunity by using the boss himself, Lysander.
Anything like that? Uh-oh. Bring up
Oh my
Vileplume, and that's the whole game?
What? Fred concedes immediately.
What? Wow.
Fred instantly conceded the game. He had taken a 10-minute turn and set up a near-perfect board, but being unable to find Floatstone before item locking both players meant a single Lysander stranded the poor Vileplume in the active spot, losing Fred the game. Game 2 started almost the same as the first, with Fred doing all he could to establish Vileplume with a Floatstone to make sure history wouldn't repeat itself, but he missed yet again and chose to evolve Vileplume without a Floatstone attached to it. Paul opened with Lysander again, and instantly played it to bring Vileplume into the active spot. A stalemate ensued as both players passed their turns back and forth, until eventually Paul found an important second Pokemon to put into play. Fred finally found the second double colorless energy needed to allow Vileplume to retreat to the bench, but Paul had one final trick up his sleeve. 3 Lysander was all it took for Paul to win one of the craziest, most bizarre top 8 matches to ever occur in the Pokemon trading card game. Paul didn't use a single attack the entire set, but with the help of Lysander, capitalized on Fred missing just a single card both games to secure himself a win in top 8 of the National Championships. Thank you for watching. Let us know some of your favorite moments in TCG history by using the hashtag PlayPokemon.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Sacramento Regional Championships. It's been a long weekend of Pokemon. We just had our top 8 match on stream. We're moving into our top 4 now. And once this match is concluded, Kyle, we'll have our finalists ready to go here in Sacramento. My name is Adam Skarzig Watson, joined by Kyle Sablehouse. And we have just a little bit more time before our players are prepared and down at the table. How you feeling, my friend?
Yeah, it's been, I mean, that was an unbelievable finish that we had there in the top 8 and crazy back and forth between those two players who played in the last round of Swiss to get to this point, had the rematch, and it was a 2-0 victory for our player Nicolo with the Arceus V-Star Gyarados V Max deck. Looks like we do have some results here as we see our players that will be in the top 4. It looks like Azul lost to Alex, who's going to be moving forward with the Lugia deck. So our top 4 here, Sawyer with the Kyogre, Nicolo with the Gyarados, Dorian with the Lugia, and Alex with the Lugia.
A lot of Lugias converting into day 2 and into top 8. We can take a closer look now at the bracket so we can also see the matchups from top 8 in closer detail. It was a 2-0, a 2-0. And then a close 2-1 and 2-1 to decide the Alexander Flatos and Dorian Stotts matchup.
Yeah, what an interesting matchup there with Nicolo versus Sawyer. How do you deal with all the damage spread, but then also the hit points on the other side along with the healing? It's just a crazy back and forth there. On the other side, Alexander versus Dorian, the Lugia mirror match. Always an interesting one to check out. The knockouts don't happen so frequently. It's a lot of chip damage back and forth using those collapsed stadiums. Maybe you can incorporate that Weird Deer once more and try to take a big knockout. Always fun to watch.
Yeah, we'll look now at the top 8 decks that these players brought. Not just the matchups, but we get a nice layout of so many Lugia in the top 8 for Sacramento.
I did not see this coming. It just doesn't make sense. And then, of course, you see that the conversion rate for the Lost Box decks was 22%. And if you run into enough of those, certainly a lot of matchups start to look a little more favorable. Sure enough, 4 players trusting in this deck were able to make it work, along with 2 players on Kyogre, the lone Gardevoir losing out there in the top 8, and Nicolo with the hope of Gyarados players around the world.
The wild card to round out the top 8, certainly. I think that when you look at the Lost Zone Kyogre and the Gardevoir, these are decks you were hoping to see. And so it's not just that Lugia made top 8, it's just that so many made it. And it was just the clashing of stats and matchups. The Lost Zones and the Rhydons and the Chen Paos are all canceling each other out. And somehow when the smoke clears, Lugia is still reigning and moving on to the top here for Sacramento.
Well, when we reach our top 4 and have those players ready to roll, it will be a Lugia player moving on into the finals as they are paired up in the mirror match. So we will see at least one of them in the finals facing off against either Kyogre or Gyarados. I guess Gyarados is pretty comfortable with the matchup after going 2-0 and beating Charlie in the Swiss rounds as well.
Yeah, Nicolo was letting his nerves get to him a little bit there, but now has some time to decompress and prepare for that next match. We have a little bit more time to kill, Kyle, so I'd like to take a look now at some tweets. We have a couple left that our audience at home did share with us using that hashtag #PlayPokemon. This one comes from Aralor. I've had an absolute blast at my first ever regional championships. This is an unreal experience. Amazing, and once again speaks to the fact we're getting so much new blood joining the scene, so many competitors getting the confidence to take that plunge and show up at these championships. And certainly, Orlor could be the next Nicolo.
Absolutely. There's so many great players that have been joining us. Just a lot of great personalities as well. So fun to meet all these new people. We love to say hi, get to know you guys a little bit better, and eventually we have some more to share when we see you on stream potentially.
Oh, Shining Espeon sending big energy and manifesting a Lugia match on stream. We didn't have a ton of them throughout the Swiss rounds, and they all were saving themselves here for top 8, Kyle, and we've got plenty of Lugia to go through.
I love the timeline of now everyone wants to see Lugia again. It's just like Mew VMAX. Eventually, it all turns around. You were sick of it way back when, but no, now Lugia is cool. He plays colorless style and has all these different random Pokemon in there. It's definitely starting to become a crowd favorite.
especially because it makes use of Mew EX, which was a card that a lot of players were excited about, not just as a collectible card and a Pokemon that people love, but as a card with a very cool attack with genome hacking. Turning your opponent's attacks against them gives Colorless Lugia a very cool, flashy slant that players can make use of, and I think we saw previously can catch some Pokemon by surprise, and was one of the big reasons that Rapid Strike box didn't show up in the numbers that I was predicting.
It's the reason I don't play Giratina anymore. It just does not work anymore when you see that card on the other side of the table. It's unfair how good that card can be at times, and we've seen a few players try to work that into other decks. Doesn't really work as well. It's more so a Lugia staple, and we'll see where else it makes sense.
Colorless Lugia is starting to rise to the top as the predominant Lugia, right? It had to clash first with the single strike variant, and if seeing all of these make top 8, there's going to be more players maybe making the switch from single strike to colorless, and then we get a collective, experimentation with the list, maybe refining it a bit more, finding some extra attackers perhaps it could take use of. And all that means is we've got Alexander Flatos and Dorian Stotts up next. Alexander, last time we saw him on the stream, was playing that colorless Lugia mirror and really didn't get a chance to play. It's still a Lugia deck at the end of the day, Kyle, and if you don't get your Archeops in the discard pile, your train's not going to leave the station. Yeah,
well, when you're on the other side of the table, you have Charlie using triple capturing aroma basically every time we've ever seen him play. It's going to be pretty difficult to keep up with that. And obviously with the 4 bosses orders that we saw on the other side, taking those knockouts can be so simple when it all lines up. We'll see what the back and forth looks like. Of course, V-Guard energy is something we'll be eyeing up to potentially avoid losing those Lugias in the early turns.
That's very true, Kyle. You, me, and everyone at home waiting with bated breath for this next round to begin. But one more thing that I certainly am looking forward to is the Pokemon illustration contest. This has been, it's become a new tradition for the Pokemon Company to get our artists in the community coming out to show their love for their favorite Pokemon. And if you win the contest, you get a nice prize, a chance for your art, yes, you, to have your art featured on a Pokemon card. What a huge honor. The theme for today for this contest is Pokemon's magical moments, and there's so many ways to interpret that. We've got a lot of magical Pokemon ready to go. They have a list. There's 10 Pokemon to choose from, so I'm sure there's going to be a favorite for everyone. Draw your Pokemon of your choice, being cool and dynamic, or just enjoying a chill moment in its day.
Yeah, there's a lot of great opportunities out there for all you artists. Even if you don't think that you're an artist, we'd love to see your interpretations of these Pokemon. We do it so often on Pictionary, and it turns into a wild time.
Absolutely. The submission period for those art pieces are going to be running until the end of January, so you've got plenty of time, but don't procrastinate. I can't wait till we get closer to the end of the contest submission period, and maybe we'll see, our artists posting their pieces online, maybe even using the hashtag #PlayPokemon to share their artistic genius with us here in the casting desk.
Yeah, wouldn't that be something if we were casting over those cards later on? It's always a great opportunity. Maybe it's playable. That'd be cool.
That would, now I'm super excited. Could you imagine not just having a card that you can say, yes, it's full official, you poured your heart and soul into a beautiful art piece that you can brag about for years to come, but there is the off chance that it's meta or becomes meta due to some, we've had it happen before, Kyle. There's some card you have to dig out of your bulk from years ago that suddenly becomes meta because of a certain synergy, and you can always keep your fingers crossed, viewers.
You see Adam Watson listed as the illustrator on a card.
Oh my
goodness. You get to then play your own card as your 2 and 4 at your local League Cup.
I get to play my own card before I drop at the next regional. Somehow it'll synergize with Dialga. We'll make it work.
I'd like to see that. That'd definitely be something. Looks like we are getting closer to getting underway here in the top 4. Players finally reaching their seats. Got to give them time. It's a grueling tournament, a lot of play, and we are down to the top 4, a Lugia mirror match. It's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, we've got new players, a new matchup. a new game to cast, Kyle, and this is a new opportunity for our players to demonstrate their prowess and really give the people a show. I do want to give a special shout out now while I have the opportunity to our audience here in the venue, here at home, and your support really makes all of this possible. We're just kicking off the 2024 competitive season. We've got a lot more competition to go, but for now, in this moment in Sacramento, we've got players fighting to secure their spot in Honolulu.
And we are also getting even closer to 100,000 followers on Twitch, so be sure to click that notifications button, that like button as well. Let us know that you're watching at home, that you're looking forward to all of the action. Gets you involved in a raffle once we hit 100,000. Maybe you could be the recipient of a very cool prize.
That's great too. The community participation throughout this weekend has been fantastic. The people at home voting for what they wanted to see on the stream, and hopefully we can continue to facilitate that, expand upon it, make it an even bigger part of the broadcast, and maybe somewhere provide some additional context for our viewers as well, so they can make some informed voting decisions for the best of the best matches to be featured on stream. Because, you know, Azul is going to get tired out here with the people voting for him over and over again.
The lights are getting bright for him, yeah. He definitely sees a lot of play on the stream. Was actually just a game short this time around from reaching the top 4 after losing to Alexander.
I mean, the people like who they like, and maybe they'll develop a new fan favorite as we head down to the table to kick off our top 4. Let's go down there right now, Kyle.
All right, introductions underway as we meet Alexander once more after having him on stream earlier on up against Charlie Kerr. Has this accomplishment to his name, a first-time regional player, and getting the job done here in the top 4 now.
A lot of new faces. This is what I always hope to see, Kyle, is some new names making their places known amongst the best of the best. I know that Alexander certainly has a long way to go, but at the end of the day, he's made a fantastic meta call for this event.
Yeah, worked out very well. Lugia V-Star can get the job done up against a lot of decks. Maybe even the mirror match.
Dorian Stotts also showing up. Washington State top 4 way back in 2015. A longtime player versus a new face. And Dorian also making that strong meta call with the colorless Lugia. It seemed to come out almost out of nowhere because of Mew EX. Oh, this is a deck to play. It's going to be great. And a little bit untested, but he believed and is rewarded.
Yeah, maybe we'll get to speak with Dorian a little more about these accomplishments. Looks like a very well-known player in the senior division, almost 10 years ago, it looks like. It's now coming back out in the Masters division, finding some success here and looking to add to those accomplishments with the Lugia V-Star.
I'm trying to dig deeper into the deck lists here, Kyle, and the only big difference that's jumping out to me right now is Dorian is not on the Weird Ear.
That's right. Yep, it's just Alexander with the Weird Ear. So the potential for one-hit knockouts basically lies in the Luxray and the Weird Ear in this matchup. Gotta take a look at which player is going to be ahead in prize cards. That back and forth can be very interesting as you try to piece together that wild combo of Luxray along with that reversal energy and a boss's orders.
It ends up being very bizarre. A lot of the colorless Lugia players seem to be content to hit tons of Lost Zone, whereas a matchup they feel very favored. And now, as all of those Lost Zone players have gotten, eliminated, it's okay, but have you studied the mirror match? We know that Alexander got a little bit of experience earlier on, and maybe that will translate here in the top 4 match. The prizes look pretty decent for both sides.
Yeah, over a year ago, it only mattered what the mirror match looked like against Lugia. That's all you'd ever see. So this is a little bit different for our players. We are going to get underway, however. And who is starting things off?
Looks like it is Alexander Flato's double Luminion V starts.
Uh-oh, we're swimming.
Nest Ball as an opener at the very least. It's a liability to have the fish there. Low HP, worth 2 prizes. You hate to see it. And I think it's really going to come down to what we saw in the top 8. whichever player can knock out the Luminion V first might be favored here, Kyle.
Well, thankfully, both of these players featuring 2 copies of Collapse Stadium, so maybe this Pokemon won't be too long for the table.
Yeah, Alexander's probably already thinking about that line. I want to fill up my bench as quickly as possible, so when mine or my opponent's Collapse Stadium hits, I'll be able to get rid of this liability fish. Just attach of a Jet Energy to Lugia V to bring it into the active, and a pass over to Dorian. Has Great Ball. There's been a lot of debate around the specific math for this Ball Search card, and I guess for Colorless Lugia, somehow, after the numbers are crunched, it's worth it. Finds a Lugia V.
Yep, it's going to work out there. Find this Pokemon. The hand, however, I'm a little bit worried about. Saw Therapeutic Energy, double Archeops, and double Boss's Orders. I'm not sure if there's another piece to the puzzle, but if not, this could be a dangerous opening turn.
Yeah, if Dorian does miss out on the opportunity to get this Lugia V into the active, has to keep this Luminion V into Alexander's next turn where Lugia V-Star might come through. Yeah, it's a bet you just have to take at this point, Kyle.
There's nothing else you can do. You can buy time with the Boss's Orders, bring up that Luminion, and hopefully slow down your opponent. But Alexander has the potential to find a big swing turn here. 1 Archeops in hand, looks like a potential Boss's Order, or a Professor's Research in hand too. So the attack certainly lined up to at least take a knockout on the Luminion.
So is it going to be an attach, retreat? Couple energy still in the hand, 1 reversal I see.
Oh, is he playing this slow?
This is looking like a much older format, Kyle. Both players kind of just jockeying for position before pulling the trigger on the summoning star. Doesn't seem to be a way to grab the Lugia V-Star in the hand.
There's some big resources in the hand. The reversal energy, the Collapse Stadium.
You could throw away this hand to research, right?
Oh, it's just going to be Read the Wind. This is so risky.
Taking it real slow. Has the read that Dorian Stotts doesn't have anything going on.
The other side.
Exactly. Alexander knew.
There's just 3 birds in the hand.
3 birds in the hand is worth.
There's none in the bush.
I'm trying to make up a new saying here, Kyle.
You can't read the wind. You lose.
Double
Let's
turbo.
read the wind.
Double turbo, attach, retreat. Colorless Lugia. Boss's Orders once again trying to stall Luminion. Read the wind. All right, so Alexander Flatos had the option to go for a big extension with Iono or Professor's Research. Didn't get punished by going for a slow Read the Wind, but wants to accelerate and gets rewarded with capturing Aroma heads.
Yeah, that is nice there. There's an Ultra Ball in hand, it looks like, too. So there's plenty going on this turn. I think this is going to be a Lugia V-Star knockout.
And is Alexander going to push his advantage even more? Oh, no, it has the double Archeops. I was going to say, you go for single Archeops. But, yeah, discards both Archeops, gets Lugia V-Star, and, yeah, just needs to bring it back into the active. We can Primal Turbo to the Luminion, just get that other retreat. After everything is said and done, maybe Alexander will go for the Professor's Research, try to draw into another Jet.
Don't think you need to at this point. Honestly, you're holding on to a Boss's Orders. You're going to knock out a Lugia V. You're just waiting for your opponent to bench another Lugia V, as that's the only way that this deck operates. And at that point, you know that you're going to just continue to knock out that Pokemon. Use the Reversal Energy as a way to retreat. Use the Archeops to load this Pokemon up with 4 energies that are not double turbo. Easy knockout lined up. And there's still not much going on in Dorian's hand other than Iono.
Yeah, this is night and day from the last time we saw Alexander on the stream. He's actually playing a real game of Lugia here, Kyle, and I loved that audacious read of saying, I can squeeze in one Read the Wind here. My opponent has nothing going on and is now able to, get a few more cards in the hand and then also maintain this very dominant posture for the mirror.
Yeah, for Dorian, at least either way, your Read the Wind was going to work or you're going to get knocked out of it. There's a Boss's Orders in hand, no supporter played. So this Lugia was going to be knocked out either way for Alex.
And Dorian already used 2 Boss's Orders just to kind of keep alive in this match. Has to concede, and that's the mirror, ladies and gentlemen. Going to move on to a swift Game 2. Alexander Flatos spent the bad luck earlier on the stream, and it's now coming back to reward him here in top 4.
That's, you know, I'll accept the loss early if it means that I get the luck here. I hesitate to call it luck, though, because there was not much going on in that hand. Had to use Read the Wind, try to buy a little bit of time, but...
Let me tell you, that's a very specific flavor of copium that has been passed down throughout the ages. From the ancient card gamer texts of, oh, I'm just going to lose now so that I'll be luckier later.
It's the Ecto Cooler. Delicious. Well, as we have our eyes on game number 2, Dorian has to think, I like going first. This has to be better than starting Luminion and watching my opponent play a game that I tried to play.
Yeah, there wasn't actually a really strong reaction out of Dorian. After so many games throughout day 1 into day 2, 11-2-2, has seen it all. This is a player that has seen it all, not just with Lugia, but just by playing Pokemon for so long. That sometimes you just get the bad beat, and you shuffle up your nice pink favorite sleeves. You're in top 4.
Okay.
You just got to rely on your deck to show up for you when the chips are down, when it matters most. And this is the X factor that shows up from time to time, Kyle. There's certain players that when their back is against the wall, they seem to tap into some well of protagonist energy. And it could be the pendulum swinging the other way, and Dorian is going to slaughter Alexander's board state before he can get set up.
You know, you might be onto something because I've seen the opening hands. I'll leave it at that, as we will soon flip over our starting Pokemon. But 3 energies in the prize cards for Alexander, 2 Collapse Stadium for Dorian. But maybe you can draw those at the right time. Here's the matchup you're looking for, ladies and gents.
Oh, baby. Gift Energy Pass on the Lugia V. Alexander starting with Drapion V, an attacker that you love to pack for the Mew matchup, but doesn't do a whole lot for this deck right now. Capturing Aroma, hitting Tails for a basic.
You have to think that that'd be an okay flip. You can at least see a Lugia, but with the hand the way it is, there might be 2 Archeops in the discard pile this turn.
This is always so terrifying. When you see your opponent start with the Lugia and the attachment, there's always the worry they have the nut hand of just Ultra Ball, double Archeops, find Lugia V-Star, and they're off to the races before you can even put up a fight.
Yeah, it's certainly looking like it. This is an Ultra Ball potential discard Professor Burnett. No, we're just going to use the Professor Burnett here. Hold on to that resource of the research for the next turn.
And now with 2 Archeops in the discard pile, a solo Lugia V, is Alexander going to roll the dice once more that Dorian won't be able to punish this? Just preemptively Ultra Ball for Lugia V-Star, or grab a second Lugia V?
Yeah, without the V-Guard energy, most players tend to lean towards the second Lugia V in this spot. However, your opponent didn't do anything. There's no Archeops in the discard pile on the other side for Dorian. There's 1 energy on the Lugia V. So taking a risk here, going for the Lugia V-Star.
All right. I mean, he's got the buffer, right? Game number 2, you're already up a quick game 1. Plenty of time left on the clock. Alexander has shown his propensity to take these riskier lines. And we'll see if Dorian can capitalize.
Dorian knows that that hand is gasoline with the way that everything just played out there. Potentially throwing away a Burnett, then using a Burnett, then using multiple Ultra Ball there, and not ending with another card played down. There's an Iono in hand. Is there anything else to help out?
Lugia V-Star. 1 Archeops I think I'm seeing in the hand. No way to discard it from what I'm seeing.
Oh, no, I think there's a Professor's Research as the last card there. Double Archeops as well. There you go.
Double? Well, I'll be. Dorian Stott's going to get established here on the second turn. Lugia V-Star in the active. Just needs 1 Primal Turbo to get that Tempest Dive up and running. Beautiful start from Dorian. And after the Professor's Research, Alexander's not worried about Boss's Orders, of course. So it's just going to be an easy 2 prizes for Dorian because of the Drapion V. And we'll see now if Alexander is able to respond in kind.
Well, the answer is yes. There's a lot going on there for Alexander. The question now is, can you work this in the combination with the Luxray, as that would be a phenomenal counterplay here against the opening aggression of a Lugia V-Star. There's a big potential there with the Professor's Research held on to, along with the Lugia V-Star. Will all the cards line up?
I think that this is a great microcosm of the multiple debates going on regarding colorless Lugia, how it should be built, what Pokemon you should be running. Alexander going deeper one level to run the Luxray to help out with the mirror match or against Single Strike Lugia. But Primal Turbo sets up Lugia V-Star. Ultra Ball to look through for the next attacker to get partially established thanks to the second Primal Turbo.
Occasionally you see players favor that Lugia as another attacker. You can play that down in this situation like this. Use your second Archeops to throw down the V-Guard energy onto that Pokemon and protect it from the other Lugia V that will eventually be a V-Star on the other side for your opponent. Doesn't want to go that route. Instead, is comfortable with the single prize strategy. And we'll see if there's enough Pokemon to work into the mix. Certainly plenty of Snorlax to go, and maybe that Radiant Charizard at the end.
Yeah, I think because of Dorian's build, once again, folks, not running the Weird V, leaning much harder into a single prize idea, wanted to absolutely double down and hate on the Lost Box decks that hate trying to chew through a bunch of big single prize Pokemon, especially that Snorlax. And when it comes to a mirror match like this, where Alexander has some bigger Pokemon to rely on and some single prize Pokemon as well, could be slightly favored.
Oh, here's another Lugia V-Star found. And overall, this could be a pretty solid turn for Alexander. There's consideration here now to use your Summoning Star, see these Pokemon, and then get them the energies out of your deck before you use the Professor's research.
Goes for the research right away. I was expecting at least one Primal Turbo.
Right.
But draw 7, couple Jets.
There's Ultra Ball.
Not a terrible punish. Sometimes we've seen these Lugia players actually like having the Jet energy specifically in hand to make it easier to get the right Pokemon in the active spot.
Well, Nestball's going to take a look for us first to see what all is happening there. Reversal energy in there along with the Luxray. Sees both pieces that he's looking for. Maybe along the way you can establish a Snorlax.
Now that Dorian Stotts has kind of, taken first blood, the swelling flash from Luxray is available to strike back with a pretty nice chunk of damage.
Yeah, this works out very well. With the Jet energy, you can also just promote this Pokemon into the active spot without having to retreat the Lugia V-Star. Ultra Ball certainly has to be taking a look for the yellow guy.
Another amazing Pokemon that this deck really likes. Colorless Lugia being able to take advantage of reversal energy is so clutch. It's just the perfect comeback mechanism. You're putting a single prize Pokemon in the active spot after taking 2 prizes back. And, you're taking a page out of Gardevoir's book where it really makes the prize map awkward for the opponent. Alexander opting for Archeops into the active with the Jet energy and then retreats it.
That is a way to get Luxray in the active. You could also just put the Jet energy there. Either way.
You're just getting 1 Jet energy out of your hand, I guess, so that you have... It's not going to get shuffled back in with Iono, or I don't know. It's
I don't think it matters. The important part is reversal energy is ready to roll there.
Yeah, because once you start taking prize cards, the reversal energy, does go offline. But again, the Jet energy is very important for being able to get the right attackers into the active at the right time.
Yeah, what a big turn here to take the knockout, as there was a V knockout on the other side. So now the prizes will be tied. You have to assume that Dorian will take a knockout on this Pokemon, maybe with the Snorlax, and then there's still no reversal Luxray plays at all on the other side for Dorian. It's not getting to use all of the Pokemon at their disposal.
Yeah, now that the prize cards are even, very awkward to swing back on this. Fortunately, Snorlax now in the active with that therapeutic energy attached. That means that Thumping Snore won't put it to sleep. It's just going to be a single prize hitting for 180. But as it stands right now, Alexander's probably happy with that trade. The Luxray already did its job, did what it needed to do for this mirror match, and now you can just keep chugging along for the prize trade. Great Ball not finding anything. Was that all 4 boss?
I think there was a Mew in there, but just choosing not to take it. But yeah, there were a lot of boss's orders in there. At this point, considerations may only be thinning the hand down for if gift energy can draw you some cards too. There's so many cards in this hand that just you can't play down yet.
It seems like both players are, even cadence, 4 prizes remaining both, but Alexander is in the driver's seat, has great tempo thanks to the Luxray, has a Lugia V-Star ready to go on the bench with the V-Guard energy attached, and Dorian can't take the risk of setting up a Lugia V that might just get bossed up and KO'd. There's no potential time for it to get the evolution. Instead, Dorian bosses up an Archeops, is going to try to cut off the source of these attackers by taking away Alexander's ability to accelerate energy.
Yeah, when you're losing the resource war, you have to mix it up, and attacking the lifeline there of the Primal Turbo can be a way to disrupt that. There's still not much going on in the hand, even to the point where you might consider throwing a gift energy on the Snorlax just to draw.
That does help, certainly, for Dorian Stotts. Drew 1 card off the last gift energy, but after making a bunch of plays this turn, can hopefully thin the hand down and make use of this second gift energy to see a little bit deeper into the deck and find a way out of this. There is still Radiant Charizard for Dorian as a comeback mechanism. Again, no Weirdeer, which is kind of a second way to get a big attack seemingly out of nowhere.
Yep, the potential of this Lumineon to mix up the prize exchange is huge. It is a little bit of bait for Alexander if he takes the knockout on the Lumineon and would activate the reversal energy and maybe walk right into a Luxray of Dorian's own. So have to consider that maybe it's just more worthwhile to take these single prize exchanges left and right.
And Alexander promoting his own Snorlax. This is just going to become a single prize exchange from this point, and then perhaps Alexander's hoping to just get that Lumineon knockout as the final set of prizes for the turn. We have to be wary, though, right, Kyle, because of the threat of Collapse Stadium, maybe getting rid of those easy prizes before you have a chance to take advantage.
There's also still a Luxray that could attack right now with the prize exchange going back into Dorian's favor. There's a reversal energy not being used to its fullest extent, and there's the boss's orders on the Lumineon. This could be risky. Of course, getting ahead in the prize exchange seems nice at this point in time. You're going to go down to 2 prize cards remaining. Maybe you can chain together those, have enough resources to close out. I don't think that there's a punish available, though. No Luxray, and certainly not in combination with boss's orders.
Yeah, Alexander once again being incredibly risky to set Dorian Stotts up for that swing back play. Luxray, reversal energy, boss's orders to knock out the Lugia V-Star and then go down to 1 prize remaining. If Dorian does not have that specific setup right now, then Alexander can very easily kick back, take 1 prize, take 1 more prize, because there's another Snorlax waiting to get powered up. I mean, is there enough energy, though?
There's no reason to try to rush for it this turn. It doesn't have to happen this turn. Dorian can take a knockout on this Snorlax, feel comfortable going down to 2 prize cards. There's no V Pokemon in play. Alexander takes a knockout, goes down to 1 prize remaining, and that can be the turn for the boss's orders Luxray combo after activating the gift energy here.
Just take your time. Dorian does have a little bit more time than it appears to make that combination come through, and setting up and thinning the hand down as much as possible to get maximum value out of the gift energy is going to be the strategy. Dorian matching Alexander's pace by going down to 2 cards now remaining in the prizes.
And look at the difference here. There's a Luxray that cannot attack instead of a fully loaded Snorlax now, because this Pokemon wasn't used last turn as the attacker. It just starts to slow things down, especially when you only have the 1 Archeops to start pulling with the Primal Turbos.
And Alexander promotes the Lugia V-Star because there's now only 1 Archeops available. Needs to go with a Pokemon that has an energy already attached to it in order to attack. And what this means is Dorian no longer needs to get boss's orders, just needs to find the Luxray and the reversal.
Looks like the energy choice is to attach to the Snorlax, but without the Pokemon in the active position. Iono is a consideration with both hands low. However, there is a gift energy on the Snorlax. So
yeah, Alexander, I think, committing to the Lugia V-Star play and then thinking better of it, trying to pivot back into this Snorlax. Still has Jet energy in the hand.
Tempest Dive, keep the stadium.
There's no
Is there
energies.
enough?
Oh, whoa,
whoa,
what?
whoa, okay.
There's still not enough. There's 3.
Huh? Oh, I'm missing one.
Oh my
Wow.
goodness. Yeah, because the energy was stacked in that manner, Alexander also didn't properly consider the energy counts on the Lugia V-Star.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, that's fine. That's fine. So,
Oh, that's going to be a missed attack. That's crucial here.
oh, that's fine. Go ahead.
And that's
So
just
this
a fast
means
turn.
that Dorian can hit this Lugia V-Star with the Snorlax and threaten to take 2 prizes even without the Luxray.
Now, wouldn't this be a cool situation for a deer? Unfortunately, Dorian does not play that card, so the knockout is not going to be available this time around. Snorlax still must feel very comfortable attacking into this Pokemon. You can finish this, the Lugia off with the speed shot from Archeops, and certainly there's not much else you need to do. Just announce the attack, Thumping Snore into this Lugia. Therapeutic, so you don't have to fall asleep. All the pressure back on Alexander. There's still a Collapse Stadium in play. How do you remove this Pokemon?
Yeah, it's a huge blunder here, Kyle. Alexander has to retreat this Lugia into the bench, find a couple more Pokemon down, set up a second, and you have to bump the Collapse Stadium, but you can't because you're only running Collapse Stadium.
Yeah, you'd have to be playing the Vacuum to then play your own Collapse Stadium. And it's not a card that we see featured any longer in these decks.
And now Lugia V-Star seemed to be, you know, a Titanic attacker, 200 HP, just taking a prize and setting Alexander down, just specifically forcing the opponent to have the Luxray to come back. Now has to pivot into the Snorlax, take the knockout, and pray that Dorian doesn't have the boss's orders.
Yeah, the hand for Dorian, we at least see the Reversal Energy and the Luxray ready to go, but not sure if we saw the piece of boss's orders to close out the full combo.
In situations like this, Kyle, the player's always just top deck boss's orders for game, right?
It has to be, yeah. If not off of the gift energy, then the top deck for turn certainly would get there.
Yeah, the boss's orders is right there. You can almost see it. There's a Thumping Snore.
All right. Gonna take a look right there. Is the card available? One additional resource found. Snorlax to the hand. That's not going to be it just yet. One more card to look at. Is it a boss's orders or a Luminion? It's a Mesagoza for the flip.
Here we
This is
go.
how we play Pokemon. Looking for heads.
Tails. And now because of that, Dorian does still has access to the Luxray. But there's not the proper target now.
Yep. Looks like just missed the rolling for Thumping Snore. Still asleep.
Yeah. Just keeping everything nice and clean. I respect it.
This is tough.
Alexander Flatos with 1 prize card remaining. Lugia V-Star retreated manually, so I don't even know if there's enough energy to get this powered back up. The Luxray not going to be able to attack because of the reversal energy not being active. There's a DTE on the Archeops, if I'm not mistaken, needs 1 more attachment there for a Speed Wing. That's not enough, though.
Yeah, as far as Pokemon you feel comfortable attacking with in the spot, I think the only answer is Drapion V. I don't think that it's still around. I think it might be in the discard pile at this point, but it's a Pokemon that could potentially withstand a double turbo attack from a Lugia V-Star.
And this is heartbreaking for Dorian Stocks. Alexander made a big mistake and put himself in a position where Dorian could have won this game and didn't have the boss's orders when everything was said and done. Now just going to go for a shuffle here. So just assuming that another attacker is established, maybe if Snorlax goes down, is there simply not enough energy for Alexander to take a knockout regardless?
Still looking for a potential secondary attacker. Maybe if you find the Drapion with the double turbo energy, you can work that Pokemon into the mix. Looks like Ultra Ball was found along with double turbo, just not sure of which Pokemon are available. Is that a pass of the turn?
Yeah, the Snorlax is still asleep because of the lack of therapeutic energy.
There's a Jet energy in hand. And that's going to be the promotion. there's a retreat there available if not, and there's the Iono.
Iono put the double turbo back on the bottom of the deck for Alexander.
He can just retreat and attack with Snorlax, right? I'm gonna just watch.
Just swag. He's making up for lost time. This Lugia got robbed of one attack, and he's just making sure.
That is a way to win Pokemon, I'm sure.
Yeah, Alexander understands the mistakes that were made, but has to shake it off and keep moving.
There's nothing much to do other tthan laugh at that point. But hey, that is a way to take a win there, and looks like we got the slip out here. What's going on?
Yeah, it's a 2-0.
Okay, it was that fast.
By the way, that is a 2-0. We were so focused on the potential for the comeback for Dorian Stotts that when it didn't come through, it seems like we're living in a dream, Kyle.
It doesn't feel like that was 2 games of Pokemon, but sure enough, we did have a 5-minute game 1, and here we are now with the unusual way to make it to finals, to say the least.
Alexander Flatos just being the blessed one of colorless Lugia. You make the strong read of the right meta deck. You make a couple audacious reads on your opponent's hand quality, Kyle. Take the big risks and never punished.
Ever.
Alexander Flatos, already a blossoming Pokemon player, developing his specific brand of plot armor right from the get-go.
You have to love it. And yeah, it was a wild back and forth here. We finally get into the second game where Dorian looks to have a phenomenal start. Big knockout there on the opening Drapion V. This is what led to a really good exchange. The Lux Ray found here along with the Reversal Energy, able to knock out this Lugia V-Star, take our players down to 4 prize cards. And then Snorlax tried to mix it up a bit.
Yeah, had the beautiful counter with the Lux Ray Reversal Energy, specifically in the deck for this board state, and didn't even get the additional rep for the Lux Ray when it was available. And Alexander Flatos was opening a lot of windows and doors for Dorian to bring this to a game 3, but when all was said and done, just did not have the card draw and the proper supporters at the right time to take advantage.
I'm ready to watch 5 more games of this because it feels like we did not see enough Pokemon. Sure enough, that is enough to reach the finals for Alexander. Huge victory there in the top 4. Now patiently awaiting to see who will meet him in the finals.
I know, you have an insatiable appetite to see games of Pokemon, to cast Pokemon. I know that our viewers at home also want to see much more Pokemon be played, and we have one more best of 3 to go before we crown our regional winner here in Sacramento. And don't forget that winner's also punching their ticket to the World Championships.
And into the $10,000 club. Pretty nice club to be a part of. Still waiting on my invite.
We'll get there soon, right, Kyle? I mean, you've been preaching for the Lost Tina back before that really caught on, and now its time is past. Chen Pao did seem to be a strong inclusion for a bit, and now the meta's shifting once more. So we all have to look to Kyle Sablehouse once again for the next hot deck to play if you want to make your day 2 of a regional.
Well, I'm not going to share it until I win, so don't look at my Twitter. I'm not going to help you.
And it's not just about predicting where the meta is going to go. It's about, you know, making sure you're hitting the right matchups. Sometimes players have the best meta read, but just get unlucky. You hit the bad matchups. PJ with 2-6 earlier we had in for an interview was running Miraidon along with the rest of the Shuffle Squad boys and didn't hit the electric generators. And that's how it happens with Lost Zone Kyogre still having such a dominant part of the metagame. You can't play into that horrible, absolutely horrible Aqua Storm matchup.
Yeah, there's certainly a lot to be had there, but we do have our winner ready to go. Alexander is ready to talk with Wancho. Let's hear some thoughts.
Thank you, casters. Wancho Saldana here back in the lounge with our top 4 winner, Alexander Flatos. What a match! How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good.
Yeah, it was colorless Lugia against colorless Lugia. That, you know, how do you maneuver the mirror?
I mean, it's pretty much a coin flip who gets the Archeops first, but in the game 2 matchup, the Lux Ray is a big part to try and take the prize trade.
I know, just because Yeah, just because you don't set up, right? You were able to maneuver that massively, getting some key knockouts, getting back into the prize trade. Again, you mentioned earlier, this is your first regional championship?
Yeah, it's my first.
Your first regional championships, and there's about 1,500, give or take, people here. And how does it feel to be one of the top two, potentially the winner, the champion?
I mean, it feels really good. I started off my first round, lost, won 11 straight, almost didn't make top 8, lost the next 2, and then won my final one just to get to top 8. So it's been a roller coaster, so it's been really fun.
The roller coaster indeed. Lost game 1, 11 straight wins right after. I'd be over the moon.
I was feeling good, yeah.
Tell me about your deck choice. Why colorless Lugia for this tournament?
Lugia just... I like the gamble aspect of it, but the fact that it just speeds up energies real quick. If we get to Archeops turn 2, it's just, you can snowball games real easy. You have one really bad matchup and everything else is pretty much fair across the board.
That is true. Did you run into any of those bad matchups on?
No, every round I played, I said the only way we beat Miraidon is we dodge it. We just got to dodge Miraidon. I said, well, all we do is dodge Miraidon. We didn't play one Miraidon.
Wow, good job dodging that.
We dodged all of it.
Strategy worked. But yeah, and then... yeah, it's a very, very interesting deck. And was there any interesting matchups though leading up to the finals?
Nothing too unique. Probably the Lost Zone Kyogres were probably a little more interesting. I saw a couple of cool techs. Someone was taking like the new Mewtwo from 151. So it was interesting. Nothing too out of the ordinary though.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I don't know if you noticed, but I was there actually watching your top 8 match. It was against Azul GG. I know, one of the best players in the world, right? He's top 4. And what does it feel like to be playing against these high caliber players?
Oh, it's an honor. You know, it's a great match. He's a good guy. Mm-hmm. It's just, I like his content. You know, he's a good person. You know, playing against the top caliber players are just really fun. It makes it more competitive. So I have nothing more much to say about that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the Pokemon community, in my opinion. I think it's just so fun to really play and meet all these new people. And I want to talk about that top 4 match real quick.
Yes.
Again, game 2, you know, you had the Lugia with 3 energy and didn't attack, right? And I can't wait for you to watch the game back because you noticed it. I believe you noticed it, but your opponent actually had Luxray and the energy to get the return KO.
My opponent told me after the game they had the Luxray and the energy in their hand to knock out the Lugia, which, I mean, I think it was my error anyway, because since he didn't have boss, I should have just brought the Snorlax. It was just my mistake. But honestly, I got lucky off that for him not whiffing the Mesagosa.
You know, some would say that would be a tactical misplay.
A very tactical misplay, yeah.
No, but yeah, I mean, sometimes you just got to do what you got to do. You've played how many hours of Pokemon now? It tends to happen. How are you picking yourself up now, and how are you preparing mentally for the finals?
I mean, I'm just happy to be here. I mean, all the hours spent, you know, I enjoy it with my friends. We play a lot together. You know, it's something that we do together. I don't think I'd be doing it without them. So it's a shout out to them, you know, shout out to all of them. I'm just ready to just go in the finals and play, you know, just have a good time.
I'm ready to watch you.
I appreciate it.
And okay, a couple of fun questions before I let you go. You know, rest up for the big match. Tell me a fun fact about yourself.
Fun fact, I can't think of anything too fun. Like in general, like card games or just anything?
Anything in general.
I mean, I've been playing card games for a long time.
Okay.
I've played Yu-Gi-Oh! For about 7-8 years, switched over to Pokemon. I guess the fun fact would be, I don't know.
You play a lot of games.
I do play a lot of games. I guess that's just a fun fact. Nothing too much to share about.
There we go. All right, you know what? I'm going to let you rest up. It's the last match. This is the last match of the night, and I cannot wait to watch it.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, best of luck. All right, so don't go anywhere. Finals still here at the Sacramento Regional Championships. Caster, it's back to you.
That was, I think, certainly, Kyle, an insightful interview. You know, Alexander is cognizant of the errors in his gameplay, and this is a very important point that we have the opportunity to dig into here now, is that we have a lot of new faces, up-and-comers joining the scene, seeing success because of all of the information that's out there in the wild, all of the learning resources for our players that want to take the plunge into the competitive scene. But there is one thing you cannot teach, and that is the endurance, the mental endurance of playing a full weekend of Pokemon against the best people in your region. and you can see the fatigue starting to set in.
Yeah, there's certainly some decks out there that you can pick up, have success with early on as a Pokemon player as you're trying to move into the tournament scene. Most notably, it's going to be the Lugias and the Miraidons. Doesn't mean that you are not going to be a strong player on those decks or that you can't come up with high-level plays, but moving up the ranks, playing those decks, you certainly can get some great matches, and it can lead to some great prizes as well, as we see these players are playing for a lot on the line here at these big events.
And because the stakes are so much higher for this season, the pressure mounts. $10,000 going to our first place winner, not to mention the booster boxes, and of course, the cherry on top, the locked-in guaranteed invite to the World Championships. It gives you the rest of the season to either just go into the hyperbolic time chamber and just hardcore practice, or continue your journey using that prize money to travel to more and more tournaments to get your chops up and ready for the caliber of competition that is going to be awaiting you at the end of the season.
You get 10 months to practice your hula dancing. That's pretty good. I'd sign me up for that.
That's true as well, Kyle.
Oh, you can also potentially lose that game and still earn $7,000 and a ton of championship points to move on and potentially book your ticket as well through the championship marker of 600 points here in the US and Canada. You also get those 3 boxes to go along with it. It's a very nice prizing that we see here. Even our players who had their runs cut short here, $5,000 for that performance there for Dorian. Pretty solid start.
Yeah, the incentive for these players to come out and play their hearts out has never been greater. And we also have to consider, Kyle, that if it's your first regional and you're already doing amazingly, making top 8, top 4, are you going to remain hungry? You know, oh, I did good enough. I did way better than I thought I was going to. And then you take your foot off the gas a bit. But are you going to remain in the pocket, push even, and dig deeper, right? For when your brain is completely fried in order to take down that big victory.
Well, we had a great weekend so far. We're still not done. We have finals lined up for you very soon, but take a look, and we have for the rest of the week here, Pokemon all across the board here on Twitch. Got the Pokeween thrills and chills. Let's go!
The classic Pokemon, you know, like Season 1 episodes where Ash meets Haunter for the first time.
Oh, that lick is dangerous, my friend. I remember that. That gave me nightmares.
Yeah, Ghastly, Haunter, and Gengar, you know, they're spooky ghosts, but back in the day, you know, back in my day, they were just funky prankster ghosts that were just chilling in an old mansion.
Yeah, having a good time. As we move on, you can see on Wednesday, take a look back at some TCG history, the 2014 U.S. National Championship. Get to see what Baby Puka out there. I'm down for that.
The old documentary footage they're digging out of the archives. It's been a long-running competitive history for this game and a great way to remind all of the new blood we're getting in the scene where the beginnings of our beautiful game started.
Yep, Thursday, 2 p.m. You can take a look at the Pokemon series Sun and Moon Ultra Legends series. We'll be watching that along with all of you at home. You can check that out and talk to us and interact with us throughout watching the whole series. That'll be fun.
Yeah, it's always nice to have a great Pokemon watch party. Just hang out in the chat, either type along or just watch along, have it playing in the background. And I mean, Pokemon is just a classic at this point. Sun and Moon is somebody's first generation, Kyle.
That's right. Not mine.
But as we move forward throughout the season, we're going to keep having more and more fun events going on tied to the Twitch channel. So if you aren't already following, make sure you are. Get those notifications turned on so that you don't miss out on any Pokemon action. Be that competition, be that a look back at some of the history of our competitive scene, or as we saw on the graphics, some great classic Pokemon anime.
Yeah, we got to be getting close to 100,000 at this point, right?
Yeah, we've been gearing up for this potential giveaway for a while. So if anybody in the chat hasn't followed yet, anybody that you know that likes Pokemon, have them log into Twitch right now and follow this channel. This is going to be the source for most of your Pokemon action going throughout the season, because we've even got EU under the umbrella now. Their tournaments are going to be on this channel too.
Well, sometimes when you're watching Lugia in the top 4, it ends a little quickly, so we have some bonus action here for you. We're going to go ahead and throw it down to Wancho with a mystery guest.
Thank you, casters. Juancho Sedana here back in the booth, and I have a very, very special mystery guest. We still have time before finals, so let me introduce to you, no stranger to the stream, Jeremy Triple J Jalen.
I'm not that special.
No, you're very special. You're special to me.
Listen, I think I'm the only one in the venue left still, so that's why I'm here.
You're also not wrong, but we saw you on stream yesterday. It was I believe the caster curse working its magic.
Every time. It's happened to me twice now. I'm just not very good in round 9. I started out 5-1, played 5 Lugia and an Arceus. I was playing Rhydon, so it was pretty good.
Yeah, so we have Jeremy Jalen to thank to why it's not 8 Lugias in top 8, it's just 4.
Yeah, just 4.
Yeah.
If I would have made day 2, maybe it was going to be 0. But
no. Yeah, you're playing Rhydon EX, and I was over the moon watching you play. It was a lot of fun. You're definitely a showman at heart. The Pikachu going for the Thunder Shock, and that was, it was the most fun play, but it was also the correct play. Walk us through that.
Yeah, well, I made a lot of incorrect plays throughout that match.
I'm just asking about the Thunder Shock.
Yeah. We'll talk about the one correct thing I did. No, anything I do is for the stream. Usually, if I'm commentating or if I have the wonderful chance to play in an actual win and in. As you can see, it's for the stream. And then I know. Flipped the heads, did well. Game 2, that was the most fun I've had playing Pokemon in a while.
When you hit together. No?
Yeah.
No.
I'm sorry, Wancho.
Okay, that's okay.
When you're able to hit 3 generators for 6 energies or something like that, no better feeling.
I actually, just a fun story, I actually had to walk out of backstage because I was too noisy. You can probably hear me shouting because this man, he turned the electric generators. No, they're not electric generators, they're power plants. Each one hits 2. Another 2. I highly recommend checking out that game because it was electric. It was a lot of fun.
I got that. Yeah. Listen, just riffle shuffle, do well, thin your deck out, get the best odds, and if you say you're gonna do it, then you'll do it. That happened multiple times. I ended up taking a knockout against an Arceus V, going second, and I was just like, hey, if I Squawk and Seize into Electric Generator, switch out, and hit 2 energies off that generator, I win, and I did. Ooh. So if you believe in yourself, you can do it.
Believe in yourself. Yes, I love that. And I mean, we saw so much of that too. I mean, in that game, on the stream game alone, lone routes you have to hit 2 energies off that electric generator, get the boss, take that knockout, and I don't understand how you lost that. Yeah. I have to rewatch it.
I understand, but listen, save your Forest Seal Stone for later. Don't use it too early, folks. That's the moral of the story there. But it was very fun. I also was like, hey, if I hit 2 energy off this electric generator, I might win the game. And I did, but I didn't win the game. So,
but you made it a very interesting game, though.
Oh yeah, it was very fun. Brent's an amazing player. He's the one player that your favorite player's favorite player.
I kept saying that over and over again on stream. It came from you.
No, it came from Kyle. I stole it. But it is definitely another one is Mark Garcia, one of my favorite players ever to play. But he's a West Coast person that played in the old days, and no one really knows him anymore. But again, just those type of players, they play the game wonderfully, and losing to Brent wasn't too bad.
For sure. Any advice you can give? Again, you didn't make it to the day 2. How do you pick yourself up after something like that, and how do you prepare for the next tournament if you're playing?
It's a new tournament, right? You got to take every round as its own thing. If you're going in and you're X2 and you're like, oh, I cannot lose another one and stuff like that, well, just take it one game at a time, even within the match. Give yourself the best odds to win, and if you don't have the mental capability to do it, then things are going to end poorly.
Love it. Yes. And you know what? I follow you on Twitter. No surprise. You were very divided, I think, on your deck till, I think, the very last minute.
Yeah, it was either Judge Path or Judge Path.
Okay. What's the other Judge Path?
So I am a really big lover of Arceus V-Star. I am very excited to see Arceus V-Star Gyarados in the top 4 right now. It was the Arceus V-Star that ended up taking down one of the online tournaments a couple days beforehand, playing Crushing Hammers, Path to the Peak, Judge. That's my playstyle. I'm a Galarian Wheezing person, you know?
No.
I love making my opponent not play the game and still having them as a friend afterwards, so.
Oh, yeah, he's the person I don't want to play against. I want to play the game. No Quaking Punch, don't item lock me, let me use my stuff.
No, it's a lot better when I get to do what I want, and then you sit there and look pretty.
Okay, fair enough. By the way, I cannot wait to play again soon. If you don't know, me and Jeremy are going to have a post-regional showdown. Sunday.
Yeah, he's been trying to fight me for a while, and he's just been stuck in the Philippines. Yep. Been dodging me, you know?
Yeah, I can't wait. But yeah, you know what? Before I let you go so that we can watch our finals game, any last shout-outs you want to do?
One of my really good friends, Drew, and I, we've been doing kind of some YouTube content off the top TCG. It's been really fun. Hopefully we're going to stick with that, keep it consistent, and just kind of bring you some more information. The day and age that we're in Pokemon TCG, everything's out there, and it's really, we're kind of spoiled with the amount of content that we have, and a lot of the players are doing amazingly well too. So it's just something to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, you're definitely someone I will listen to. But yeah, with that, we're going to go on a quick break. But don't go anywhere. We still have the finals here at the Sacramento Regional Championships. We'll see you in a bit.
My name is Andrew Ford, and I'm from Raleigh, North Carolina. When I was on stage and I won, I was just really hyped up because it was a super close game, and I didn't think I was gonna win. I've always wanted to show that I'm one of the best, if not the best, player in North America. This weekend, I never really doubted myself because I wasn't playing to win, so I had nothing to doubt. I mean, this game consumes a lot of my life, but it was honestly changed my life. Winning Worlds, I'd probably be considered the best player in the world, so it would be what I've always wanted.
My name is Cyrus Davis. I'm from Niagara Falls, Ontario, Canada, and I just won the North American International Championship 2023. Winning this event is life-changing. It means everything to me. It means I've left a mark on the history of this game, and it means that my long time playing has all led up to something. It's the journey, it's the friends, it's going to other parts of the world. I will be at the World Championships. I think I'm definitely going to make day 2, and I'm sure with a little bit of luck, I can roll my way all the way to the top.
My name is Alex Gomez. I'm from Spain, and I'm the new North American International Champion. It feels great to win a tournament again. I actually cried. I was really emotional. I was happy, of course, with so long since I won an event. I thought I couldn't do it anymore. My advice to other trainers is keep trying, never give up. You gotta trust yourself and believe that you can do it. If a tournament goes badly, you can still try. You're gonna bounce back. Then I'm gonna try to win at Worlds.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes wherever they tread. They came for the glory, they went for the fame. They go down in the books, we'll remember their names. Content as they fight, my look in their eyes. They came to win, they came to be immortalized. 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 Immortalized.
We are back, Pokemon fans, for our trading card game regional championship finals here in Sacramento, California. Over 1,700 players entered this room, but only 2 remain. One more match until we crown our regional champion. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here for this final match by Pablo Tablemon Meza. And I don't think, Pablo, I could have predicted what we're about to see.
Absolutely not. The Pokemon you made me guess is now in the finals. Gyarados VMAX. It's not the main focus of the deck. Yeah, it's there as a sort of tech, one line, but very, very surprising. Never in a million years would I have guessed this.
Yeah, it's definitely wild. But when you kind of think about it, Arceus decks in general got a lot stronger, thanks to the fact that Giratina V-Star has gone down in play. That was one of the worst matchups for that deck and a reason people totally strayed away from it. Let's take a look at this bracket, our players, their journey, how they've got to this point. Nico, of course, on stream, taken a 2-0 victory over Charlie Kerr, and then another 2-0 victory over Sawyer Melvin in the semifinals. Just a couple of 2-win sets there for Nicolo.
Yeah, and then we had Alexander take down Azul Garcia Grego, one of the best players in the game right now. That must have felt really, really good. It feels like that's one of the final bosses you could face at a regional tournament. And then we saw him take down Dorian's thoughts in the Lugia Mirror match just now.
Yep, the Lugia Mirror. We were guaranteed to have a Lugia deck in the finals, which is probably a pretty safe prediction whenever you look at the top 8 and realize, oh, 4 of those 8 players were playing Lugia V-Star. A deck that was certainly on everyone's radar, but not something that I think people would have predicted to see this level of success. I mean, are we looking at pre-rotation right here, Pablo?
You would imagine, right? This could easily be LAIC last year. Like, I feel like when Lugia got released, we saw Kyogre as well.
Yep.
We had Arceus combined with different things. Lugia was dominating, which we have 4 of them in top 8. So yeah, this could have easily been a graphic from a year ago.
And it's pretty interesting, too, because you aren't surprised to see 4 of the same deck in Top Cut whenever it is the most played deck, whenever it's something like a Lost Box or, you know, when it was Lugia back in the past. But now Lugia, an 8% meta share deck, both in day 1 and day number 2. I think only like 8 or so players on the deck in day 2, and 4 of them found their way into the top 8. I mean, not something you see too often.
Indeed, and we didn't see any Lugia in top 8 at our previous Peoria
right.
regional, so to have 4 right here, I think that speaks a lot about the format and the metagame and how even things are. Just because you see that a deck is missing from top 8, that doesn't mean it didn't do well. Yeah, even though Lugia's best finish in Peoria was top 32, I believe Charlie Kerr.
Yeah, Charlie Kerr rocking the deck just a week ago. Makes sense that you're going to stick with it for one more tournament, but unfortunately, his run was cut short by the Max Tyrant himself, Gyarados VMAX. Really excited, Pablo, to see what's going to happen in this one. I mean, we saw that top 8 game play out, the Arceus deck against Lugia. Who do you feel like's favored there?
So honestly, I feel like that disruption of the path to the peak is a big thing here. Path to the peak stopping potentially Lugia from setting up is a big deal. The more you delay that summoning star, that could play a big role. If Alexander is able to counter that quickly and get fully set up, he even has the potential Luxray to deal with Gyarados VMAX in one hit. So
this is true, yeah.
I think the early game is the key. And in the matches we've seen so far in top 8 and top 4, we've seen like very swingy situations where games could have easily gone either way. We could have easily had a game 3 in top 4. We could have easily had a game 3 in top 8. So I think we're in for more of that just now.
The margins for error are very small, and also things can tend to go either way. You know, you get to points in these games, it can come down to these disruption supporters like you mentioned. Maybe if Alexander just doesn't draw well enough off of a judge from Nicolo, things just go Nicolo's way and he can just steamroll with an Arceus V-Star. But on the other end of things, if Alexander just gets that perfect setup, it can be really difficult to come back from. I think we are ready, Pablo. Our finalists are at the table. Let's get down there and take a look at our two players. Nicolo, of course, Arceus V-Star Gyarados, facing off against Alexander Flatos with that Lugia V-Star Arceops.
That Gyarados VMAX will certainly be a major factor potentially here, but maybe more Gyarados V. Gyarados VMAX's attacks are good, but that Rage Serve attack from Gyarados V could be an important factor now. Seems like there's Mulligan so far in the setup. We're waiting to get this game started.
Yep.
It's going to be a good one.
And as we look at our players, you can see Nicolo, his accomplishment lists this tournament. I mean, he is absolutely making a name for himself today at this event and going down in the history books with the Gyarados VMAX. And look at this. On Alexander's side, a very similar list of accomplishments. Not only are we seeing two very unique decks, we're seeing two less experienced, less well-known players really pushing forward into this event.
Indeed, I think, I'm not sure if I recall, I know it's Alexander's first regional tournament. It might be Nicolo's as well, which is very, very surprising.
Yeah, not 100% sure. I mean, we get those accomplishments from the players themselves. We back check them as well with our systems, and that's what we have is this tournament for both of these players. We do see prize cards now going out. Just one Archeops for Alexander. Oh, and the Gyarados VMAX in the prizes. Might not be seen at this game.
Indeed, I think the biggest story here from the prizes is, or are the stadium cards. The Mesagoza being prized for Alexander could prove a little detrimental in trying to counter that early path to peak. And Nicolo prizing that path to peak could lead to perhaps having to V-Star for it instead of naturally having it. He does play 4 copies of it to maximize the chances of having it on turn 2 when it is the most disruptive. And here we go. We're going to get started with our game. It seems like Nicolo is the one to start us off.
Yes, let's hear some noise for both of our finalists. This game is underway, and it looks like Alexander is kicking things off. Lugia V in the active spot, going up against the Arceus V from Nicolo. Now, as a Lugia V-Star player, he's got the bare minimum already. Lugia V in the active, we started that, and Ultra Ball to discard at least one Arceops, it looks like. What do you want to try to establish when you at least have this start to your setup, whenever you're anticipating a potential judge on Nicolo's end?
Definitely get that Arceus in the discard pile already. Make sure that you accomplish that. And we see Alexander eyeing the Luminion already, which is, I think, very smart if you know that there's going to be a lot of Path to Peak coming into play. Preemptively getting that supporter is quite important. Now, the Path to Peak would stop the incoming Lugia V-Star Starbirth. However, it's a win-win. If Alexander doesn't counter the Path to a Peak, then that means they're not using Starbirth, so you've delayed them. And if they do counter the Path to a Peak, that means you will have access to your Starbirth. But the threat of Lugia V-Star on the Arceus V cannot be underestimated.
Looks like a second Lugia V hitting the bench as well. An energy prepped on the active could also help Alexander get out of a potential sticky situation with a Read the Wind. Never really what you want to do on turn 2, but prepping for the worst case scenario. Now, we kick things over to Nicolo. Gets that Bidoof down on the bench. Of course, Bibarel, extremely important for his deck. That's how he draws cards. That's how he continues to hit the pieces that he needs. And we also see that Hisuian Heavy Ball being played immediately. Looking at all 6 of those prize cards, will be able to take any basic Pokemon that he sees there, add it to his hand, and it does look like Arceus V will be the choice. Heavy Ball taking the place of that Arceus.
Almost a blessing in disguise, that Arceus V, as it allows Nicolo to establish a second Arceus V in case the active does go down. And when going second, that's very important, establish another Arceus V, and probably that very crucial energy attachment dedicated on the bench, because the active Arceus, you don't know exactly what your opponent will do. They are holding the Luminion.
Yeah, this hand does not look very good from Nicolo. There's an energy to attach to one of these Arceus, and then I think Serena, the only supporter able to be played. It's been a while since I've seen a Serena in a Pokemon TCG deck. What do you think of this?
I know, there's definitely diminishing returns for Serena, right? We're getting new Pokemon EXs, but no more Vs. So the versatility of having the ghosting option as well as the draw option is less and less appealing. But so far, like right now, you're definitely grateful that it's actually the Serena instead of a Boss's Orders.
We do see Nicolo benching that Slaking V, an attacker that definitely could come up in this game. It costs a massive 4 energy to attack, but can deal 260 damage. Only 3 cards drawn from the Serena. And there's just really not much going on in this hand.
Nothing useful drawn, completely dead hand at this point in time. And yeah, defensive escape rope. Into Slacking, it does have 230 HP, which means it's out of range of getting KO'd by Lugia V-Star. And now it's on Alexander to make something happen here and take advantage of this slower-ish start.
Alexander is going to immediately play down that Luminion, searched out on the previous turn with the Ultra Ball, and Professor Burnett being brought to the front of the deck immediately. An excellent supporter choice for these Lugia V-Star decks, where what you want to do is get a pair of Archeops into the discard pile, get yourself that Lugia V-Star set up, and use Summoning Star, resurrect them, bring them back, and get those Primal Turbos rolling so you can get tons of extra special energy cards into play.
Indeed. With this play, I fully expect Alexander to already be holding the Lugia V-Star in hand. I'm not sure if I saw it, but I would imagine it is there. And this accomplishes the number 2 goal, right? Number 1 goal, get the Lugia V. Number 2, get your Arceus going, and then you're good to go.
Now, with this play, Alexander does have a pretty weak hand, but I think it's a worthwhile play. You know, you're getting your board fully set up. You don't have any other supporters really moving forward. There does look like there is a Boss's Orders in the hand, but no Ionos or researches to keep getting through the deck. But I think getting the board set up was most important for Alexander. You agree?
Oh, certainly, certainly. Now, if in a different situation, if the escape rope had not been played and there was an extra energy in hand, maybe it would have been worth it to go boss, hunt down the Arceus V whilst establishing only 1 Arceus only, because you really delay your opponent's setup. But with that escape rope, I think this is pretty good. You're accomplishing what you want to do. Turn to Lugia V-Star with double Arceus. You'll figure out the rest later.
4 energies being added to this Lugia V-Star, ready to begin with the Tempest Dive. No powerful colorless energy in the standard format any longer, so 220 is going to be the cap here. Slaking V having that 230 hit points will hang around for a little bit longer. Like you mentioned, for Nicolo, it was a defensive play, but still, for Alexander, getting the first hit, excellent.
Now, so far, Alexander would not have any way to know that Nicolo's hand is really bad, so we're going to have to rely on this top deck to really make a game, and it's not. It's just a vengeful punch, so very underwhelming turn here by Nicolo. Could Sharon scare the Slacking? There we go. Pretty decent play. And then with the V-Guard, we are now completely safe from a KO from Lugia V-Star, but not from a potential weirder V. So we'll have to see if that factors into play. It will have to be top-decked, but hey, it could happen.
This ends up being decent for Nicolo. Obviously not as good as you would have hoped. No turn to Arceus V-Star to get rolling, but the Sharon's Care basically erases Alexander's previous turn, and you can get a bunch of extra energy cards into play with this Trinity Charge. Now, a bit of a question, where are these energy cards going? And it does look like it is Arceus V. Would it ever be tempting to power up the Slacking?
It would be, just based on the 230 HP. No way to know if there's a boss incoming or not. I like the energy split, not fully committing to one or the other. But yeah, so far, Alexander doing what he needs to do. Nicolo barely surviving and making the most out of the cards in his hand, which is always what you want to do. But definitely, if it was up to him, this would not be what he would be doing right now. You'd want to delay with Path to B. You'd want to have your B-Barrel set up, Arceus, drawing cards, all of that good stuff.
We are back over to Alexander's turn, using a Primal Turbo at the moment, searching through the deck, doing a little bit of prize checking as well, I would imagine. Seeing maybe if that Luxray is hanging around, that reversal energy, those kind of key one-of cards that definitely could come up. Though I do have to say, Alexander is more than likely going to be the one that is ahead on prize cards in this position. Where do you want to see these energy cards go down, Pablo? Of course, a couple of Primal Turbos able to be utilized here. And even if you're not using them right now, getting them in play is great for Weird Ear later on.
Definitely great for Weird. I think that's the biggest thing here. I like that gift energy on the Arceus. Means if there is ever a boss KO on that, at least you get the reward of the gift. You also have that pivot potentially already prepared in case your Lugia does go down. But at this point, yeah, I don't see Lugia going down anytime soon.
And a boss's orders will get Alexander ahead in this game, bringing up that Arceus V, taking 2 prize cards. The draw for turn for Nicolo is just a basic water energy, not at all what you hope to see. Definitely things not going according to plan. Is it a power edge angle right now, Pablo?
Probably is. There's nothing else you can do at this point. The V-Guard does keep you safe, and do want to point out something interesting. We did see in top 4, Alexander tried to attack with only 3 energies because they were hitting under a Lugia, and now we see the energy hidden right here. So a little bit clearer playfield, I think, would benefit both us as viewers and also himself. But we'll have to see. Right now, you're in commanding position. You already took 2 prizes. You're about to damage the Arceus. The Sharon Scare has already been utilized. We'll have to see if Nicolo can ever come back from this. It's not looking great.
I do believe that Alexander has Professor's Research in hand. Sure enough, that will be played, discarding the hand to draw 7 fresh new cards. More plays, more options available to work with. Do we have the Weird Ear V utilized at this point? It doesn't look like it. I don't see the nest ball, nothing like that.
No great draws here to utilize the Weird Ear. I feel like if you're Alexander, you just want to get more ahead with such a weak board. You definitely happily commit all your energies onto that, but no way to search for it. So just some damage, which still is great. Yeah, Alexander could not be in a better position at this point, I don't think.
190 damage from that Tempest Dive, again, thanks to the reduction of the V-Guard energy. Now the draw for turn for Nicolo. Can he find something to keep him in this game? Okay, not too bad. A Judge can be utilized. That will not only get Nicolo some fresh cards to work with, but also disrupt Alexander after playing that research. Both players now shuffling their hands into the deck, drawing 4 cards apiece. Nicolo certainly looking for an Arceus V-Star.
Now, if he does find the Arceus V-Star, 200 damage, minus 30 from the V-Guard is 10 short from knocking out the Lugia V-Star. And that's where the Vengeful Punch could come in, but you would imagine Alexander would retreat to take the knockout. So
Nicolo had it in hand last turn, didn't attach it. Oh, it's only when, is it only when it gets KO'd?
It's only when it gets KO'd,
okay,
yes.
It's not like a Rocky
Helmet. It's
Helmet
not Rocky
type,
Helmet,
right,
yeah.
Sure. Yeah, that doesn't quite work out the same. So smart from Nicolo, of course, to hold on to it. Does find Bibarel at least off the first card. Can get a little bit of extra draw power here thanks to those Industrious Incisors. Also has another basic Pokemon to put down. Looks like another Arceus V. I have to wonder how many energy cards are even left in the deck at this point to utilize that Trinity Nova to full effect.
That and also the liability of the 220 HP, right? So I think it's all going to come down to this lacking, somehow becoming the hero and taking a lot of prizes.
3 cards drawn. Is there an Arceus
the
V-Star?
Last card.
Exactly what Nicolo wanted to see, and now that higher HP Pokemon is in play, not going to be able to take this knockout. And if, yeah, this is 10 damage short, you said, right, Pablo?
Yep.
And that Vengeful Punch being attached, I do believe Nicolo has a Choice Belt in this list. With this Vengeful Punch being attached, that's not going to be an option to grab off of something like a Starbirth.
Yep, no Starbirth in order to search for that. So, yeah, attaching that could have been, I don't want to call it a mistake because you don't know what you're going to draw, but if you're hoping to draw the best combination of cards, and especially with Arceus V-Star where you can search for anything you want, maybe keep that option open.
You know what Nicolo could do? Lost Vacuum plus Choice Belt.
He could. That is very true. Those cards are available to him. And it's interesting. We were talking about Serena in the beginning of the game and how there's diminishing returns because there's new EX Pokemon and no more V Pokemon being released. And that applies to V-Guard as well. But V-Guard coming clutch for both players right now in this final match.
Still a strong card. There are still plenty of Pokemon V in the meta, accompanied, of course, by mini Pokemon EX. Any 2 cards available now off of this Starbirth V-Star Power. What can Nicolo find? Is eyeing up the Radiant Greninja. A little bit of extra card draw never seems too bad.
No, I think if you're Nicolo, you're hoping your opponent attacks into the eventual punch.
Oh, I was about to say, I think he was about to do it. I did see the Choice Belt grabbed, but no, did not get that Lost Vacuum.
It's just without the Choice Belt, Slacking can't really do anything about the upcoming Lugia V-Star,
okay,
right?
saving it
so
for later. Okay.
You can save it for later. Yeah, and that's exactly what we see, the Choice Belt onto the Slacking.
And Path to the Peak comes down, of course, not utilized in the early game to delay the Summoning Star. That was still able to happen turn 2 for Alexander, but it does make things more difficult as far as a Luminous Sign. And Nicolo, I think, thought that he was getting the knockout here, realizes he's not getting the KO, and it looks like he's decided to concede this game. Is going to be too far behind, and Alexander gets the win here in game 1 of the finals.
I wonder if he had realized, then maybe he would have gone for the Lost Vacuum plus Choice Belt play.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it seems like he wasn't thinking about this lacking. He just did not realize at that point in time. And the V-Guard coming clutch, like I mentioned, for both players. Allowed the Arceus to survive, allowed the Lugia V-Star to survive. And yeah, now I was left a little bit puzzled by that Greninja grab off the Starbirth. Why do you think that was?
Yeah, maybe just making yourself Iono-proof for later on in the game. But to be honest, for Nicolo, there were a lot of energy cards already in play. Greninja seems really strong early game for this deck. You can help yourself activate Melanie, potentially get a little bit of extra card draw power through that, and also energy acceleration. But early or into the mid to the late game, it just doesn't feel nearly as worth it. Nicolo shaking his head. He's got to shake it off. Got to try to center himself and get focused here for this next game.
Yep, on to the next one. Let's make sure that we find one Ultra Ball, one Arceus V-Star. That would have changed things. And now going first as well, which is such a big advantage. I think in this matchup, if you're the Arceus player and you manage a turn 2 Arceus V-Star attack power up with a Judge and a Path to the Peak, that's the dream, right?
Yes.
That's what you're hoping to accomplish. You couldn't do it last time. Let's see if we can accomplish it this time around.
We'll have to see if Nicolo gets a little bit better of a setup here in game number 1. We did see, of course, that Choice Belt being prepped on the bench. The Path to the Peak was going to be massive, but unfortunately does not take the KO with this Trinity Nova.
Yeah, those V-Guards coming in clutch. Both players doing the math, double checking, and 100 plus 170, 10 off from Lugia V-Stars, 280 HP. Now,
Math checks out pretty nicely there. We do see these prize cards being played out to Judge in Nicolo's prizes. That's probably one of the more important supporters in this entire deck, and he only plays 3. He only has 1 to work with.
only 1, which if you play in turn 2, that's good enough, right? And we've spoken about bare minimums. Lugia V-Star wants a bare minimum of a Lugia V down. Arceus V-Star decks want the Arceus V plus an energy. You do that, you've accomplished half the game, right? Half the early game. That's all you need.
Nicolo does not have much on this first turn, leads with that Arceus V from the opening hand, attaches an energy to it, and just a pass. Might seem unassuming, but I do believe I saw an Ultra Ball hiding away in this hand. Over on Alexander's side, I think I see 4 energy cards in this hand. The start of the Snorlax, the bench of the Mew EX. I do not see a Lugia V or a way to get one.
Nope, that Mew EX immediately getting benched probably speaks volumes of how bad the hand is, unfortunately. I don't even like this attachment here. I would have preferred it on the Mew so that maybe you can copy Arceus V, deal that damage whilst you establish the Lugia, because last game, Nicolo wasn't able to set up at all before it was too late, but this time, energy attached, we're seeing the Ultra Ball. You have to expect, you have to prepare for the worst, right? And the worst here is turn 2 Arceus V-Star.
In which we see is able to happen here. Ultra Ball discarding the basic water energy and the Gyarados VMAX. Sad to see that hit the discard pile, I do have to say, but maybe we'll see it in a potential game 3, as it does seem like Nicolo is going to get to a very quick advantage in this one. Have to imagine this Ultra Ball will get the Arceus V-Star, and then Starbirth can be utilized to get any 2 cards. What are the things we're expecting Nicolo to try to set up this turn? He has so many plays available to him.
He does, especially usually you want that turn to judge path, right? But when you have the confirmation, you don't know exactly what Alexander has in his hand, but he definitely doesn't have a supporter. He definitely doesn't have a way to get Lugia. So you keep that hand. Yeah, now it's just all about setup. Maybe a research and a double turbo. That's good enough. Yeah, find more resources, take that prize card, and just hope for a path. Maybe even just double turbo path. You don't need much else. There's no threat whatsoever.
Definitely, I think you still want to try to establish something else on the bench. Just help to push your advantage as much as possible. Double turbo, obviously, the first grab here. The problem with research as well is you do have to discard that one choice belt. We talked about how that can be really important in this matchup. And while Nicolo is going to get pretty far ahead to start things off here, he's definitely not going to be guaranteed to win by any means. There is a lot of Pokemon TCG still to be played. Chooses not to go for any supporter cards and instead opts for an Arceus V to place directly onto the bench. And we are going to see that Trinity Nova coming through, taking the knockout on the Snorlax. Didn't even have a gift energy to attach on Alexander's end that could have given him a little bit of extra card draw. And it's going to be 3 energies accelerated. Alexander needs a top deck to even stay in this game. He's drawing for turn. What is this going to be, Pablo? It's a gift energy, and I think that's
useful. That's game. We're going to game 3, I think.
Yep, we're going to game 3. What is happening?
What is happening in this finals match? What is going on? I don't want to correct myself. There's actually no Professor's Research in Nicolo's deck, so that's you cannot grab Professor's Research when it doesn't exist. But yeah, the Arceus V was a good grab you want to play. I also love the choice belt on the bench. I think that makes sure that you have a potential threat on a Lugia V if that does get bent, which is very important. You already built up an advantage. You know your opponent is at least a turn behind, possibly more, and then we go hunting for that Lugia V on the bench. You are able to get even more ahead. So very nice attachment to the bench on that choice belt. Didn't matter at all. We're going to game 3, and hopefully we get to play a full game this time around.
This right here is peak Pokemon TCG. Some clunky games in the finals. And it comes down to a game 3. 2 new faces to the scene. 2 players who have not yet cemented themselves in this competitive scene, who have not yet made a name for themselves, have certainly done so by getting to this point, but who will come away the champion? Nicolo with the Gyarados VMAX, Arceus V-Star, or will it be Lugia V-Star flying high, once again winning another regional championships?
I always like to describe the recipe for success in the Pokemon trading card game is having good decision making, having a good deck, and also sprinkling a little bit of luck on the side to make sure that you are able to do well with both of those things. And we are fortunately or unfortunately seeing some of that luck factor majorly into who's going to take that
more
big
than a
10K.
sprinkling here,
more than a sprinkle. I was
Pablo.
trying to be kind, but more than a sprinkle, that's for sure.
Yeah, bad start for Nicolo in game 1. Even worse start for
Even
Alexander
worse.
in game 2. We're going to see a fair game 3 for sure, right?
Sure, that's how the universe balances itself, right? That's exactly what we're going to see.
Arceus, please. Let's see these opening hands for the players. Any mulligans on either end? It does look like Nicolo is lacking a basic Pokemon at this time.
It's lacking a basic Pokemon.
Okay. I did set that one up for you, didn't I?
You did, yes. And it's rare for me to catch those spawns, I will say, but I had to catch this one.
You're catching up, buddy. You're catching up.
There you go.
And now Alexander, of course, needing to set out the prize cards before drawing that mulligan. A mistake we would hate to see happen.
Yes, we do not want
again.
to see any sort of issue that would
I want a fair,
merit,
good game here for game 3 of the finals, Pablo. Let's make it
penalties, no penalties. Maximum warnings, but no penalties, please.
7 cards now for Nicolo. Of course, if you draw your opening hand of 7, you do not find a basic Pokemon. You have to send that hand back into the deck, shuffle up, and draw a new one. You always have to start the game with a basic. Prize cards now going out. The Weird Ear V in the prizes for Alexander definitely is worth noting. A couple of energy cards up at the top as well could be awkward. And 2 Paths to the Peak on Nicolo's end.
Oh yeah, the 2 Path to Peaks. I mean, you only need 1. You need to delay that 1 Summoning Star. Afterwards, it's less impactful. You do stop Luminion. But it could be, it could be. It reduces the odds of you drawing into it, and then maybe you have to Starbirth, and then maybe you're having to search for other things at that point in time. But we're going to start with this Capturing Aroma. Decent hand, but full of energies, I think.
A couple of research and a bunch of energy cards, which is going to make things pretty awkward for Alexander. If he gets to keep this hand, of course, Nicolo plays plenty of disruption supporters. That's reasonably likely what we will see on this next turn. There is a Tails flip on that, Capturing Aroma. Kind of a silly card. I think the first time people read it, nobody really expected it to be that good, but as the meta kind of became known and as it was realized Lugia V-Star was going to be as good as it became, people kind of realized Capturing Aroma is the way to go. You flip a coin. If heads, you get an evolution. If tails, you get a basic. And of course, Alexander finds a basic in this spot. It's another Lugia V that can come down to the bench if he would like, and does have a bunch of energy cards to attach. We could Jet Energy the bench to Lugia to the active just for fun, you know, get a little movement out there. But a V-Guard Energy, I think that makes a little more sense.
I'm interested as to, like, why was it on the bench? Why not on the active? You protect.
Well, with Jet Energy in the hand, right?
Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. I think.
I mean, you can just attach to the active, anyways, right? But yeah, that's fair. Spreading out the energy potentially, or just using the effect. Accomplish the bare minimum, which is bench a Lugia V, actually bench 2, and Nicolo is accomplishing also the bare minimum with the Arceus plus energy. Now, big decision here to use Arena or do you Iono. You don't know what's in your opponent's hand, and Alexander's going to be very grateful for that Iono, I think.
I think so. I mean, he did at least have a research, so was able to do something on the next turn, but would have been a lot of energy, a lot of resources going down to the discard pile. Both of these players now with this Iono played on Nicolo's end will shuffle their hands, place them on the bottom of the deck, and they each draw a card for their remaining prize cards. It's first turn of the game, both players have 6 prize cards, so it acts like a pretty good shuffle draw supporter. At this point, later in the game, though, can be extremely powerful. Disruption Nest Ball on Nicolo's end has plenty of basic Pokemon to choose from. Already committed the energy, so we're not going to see any sort of Trinity Charge plays, but Radiant Greninja is being brought to the front immediately.
Now that Vengeful Punch in the active, those 4 damage counters, I'm not sure if they would be impactful in case the Lugia V-Star did manage the KO, 240 HP remaining. It's not a number that Arceus easily reaches at all, so
makes it so you don't need the choice belt on the slacking later,
makes
maybe?
Makes it so you don't need the choice belt, that is true. Helps a little bit with the B card, perhaps. And another important card to note is Nicolo is playing Defiance Band, which is not a common card we see paired, and it adds 30, just like Choice Band, but to any Pokemon.
Yeah, only, though, when you are behind on prize cards. And in a game like this, Nicolo is definitely going to be the one who is more than likely behind. I guess it does depend, of course, on Alexander's hand. We do see concealed cards. Does draw a couple, but does miss out on the path to the peak. That would have been a nice card to see to try to slow Alexander down as much as possible. Of course, let's remember 2 of them are in Nicolo's prizes. Now, Alexander kicks his turn off. No Archeops in the discard pile just yet, but an Ultra Ball being played does discard 1. Doesn't look like there is a second one. This could, though, lead to the Lumineon using that Luminous sign to find out Professor Burnett.
Indeed, I do believe there is a Lugia V-Star in hand, so going Burnett, you've done your setup, right? And imagine if that Iono had not been played, then you research into this, you get to do something, right? But then getting the 2 Archeops in the discard pile off of our research is never an easy thing. It's not easy to accomplish it, and it's down to chance as well. And now it's guaranteed, which is really, really nice.
It does come at a cost. Of course, you are putting that 170 HP Lumineon V in play. It's pretty squishy, it's a liability, and it easily goes down to an Arceus V-Star. Nicolo will certainly be looking to capitalize on those prize cards as he can, but a trade that Alexander is ready to make. Using that Burnett, discarding the 2 Archeops, and Lugia V-Star is waiting in the hand.
Indeed, so the full setup accomplished for Alexander, and I think Nicolo will do the full setup as well, but the big card missing is definitely the path to a peak. That path to a peak not being in play really helped Alexander, and I think that was the big thing Nicolo needed to count on to really have an edge in this match.
Primal Turbo finding 2 special energies will accelerate them to the active Pokemon. Looks like Therapeutic and Gift being some of the choices. Another Primal Turbo being used. You definitely have to be mindful of which energies you're pulling out of the deck. Reversal Energy, probably not going to be useful in this game, so it does make sense to pull that out now. Jet Energy, of course, can be very powerful later on, but you do play 4 copies of the card.
Yeah, so you can definitely spare one, and the most important thing is making sure that you do not attach a double turbo energy. Most of the time you want to make it more efficient to attack with Lugia V-Star, but that damage reduction is super important to not have at this point in time. So a little bit more costly, but completely worth it, and Alexander will get ahead in this Game 3 of the finals.
And that is going to be the knockout on Alexander's end, sending that Arceus V to the discard pile. Of course, Vengeful Punch gets a little bit of revenge, putting 40 damage onto the Lugia V-Star. Nicolo starts his turn, sending up this Arceus, evolving into Bibarel right away. Does have the Melanie supporter. Hey, that Greninja discarding the energy last turn ends up being pretty strong. And we're going to see 3 cards drawn off of this Melanie.
There's the Arceus V-Star off the Ultra Ball, which is great. And we see a Nest Ball as well. We could see Gyarados V set up this turn, as there is the Gyarados V Max in hand. We could also be seeing the Slacking V as well, which could be important. But the V-Guard energy being attached in this Lugia, which would probably be the backup attacker for Alexander after the active one goes down, that could play a major role, as the V-Guard does protect from Slacking V.
And let's remember as well, with this Nest Ball being played, that Gyarados V is in the prize cards. Even though V-Star, or V-Max, excuse me, is in the hand, ready to evolve on the next turn, it's just not a play Nicolo is able to go for. And maybe all the way back to turn 1, this is what Alexander was thinking by putting that V-Guard energy onto the benched Lugia V instead of putting it onto the active, recognizing, hey, this is going to be more valuable later in the game. I know that this active Lugia V-Star is more than likely going to go down. Let me make sure this one can stick around a little bit longer. We do see Radiant Greninja ditching that double turbo energy. Of course, you do not have to discard only the basic energies. You can discard special energies as well. And Arceus V-Star was found. Does not even have to use the Ultra Ball for it. That is excellent.
Indeed, and now Sharon Scare is probably the most important card in Nicolo's hand right now. You are behind in prize cards, and in order to overturn that, you need to prevent your opponent from taking prizes himself whilst you take yours. So that Sharon Scare could be very, very impactful, which is very well combined with his Arceus V that did get benched off of that Nest Ball. We might see this lacking towards the end of the match, but for now, this Sharon Scare play could be very impactful. However, there is always the threat of Boss's Orders on the benched Arceus V.
I'm going to Bibarel next.
Yeah, Nicolo, of course, sequencing very well here. Has not used his V-Star power yet. Wants to go with the Industrious Incisors first, see what he draws, and then commit his V-Star power. Very smart sequencing, which is what you would expect from someone who has made it to this point in the tournament. Does find yet another Nest Ball. Maybe could hold on to that for Slacking V plays later in the game. Will actually use it now. We could even see that come into play. That is a Pokemon that is safe from a Boss's Orders KO, though this Arceus V on the bench is not. So maybe that's something Nicolo would want to do, but looks like it will just be burned out of the hand.
Indeed. Now, I cannot emphasize enough how sad I am that we're not going to see Gyarados VMAX probably in this match. That makes me very, very sad, but we're going to see the Starbirth, and there is an energy already in hand. Doing 180 or 200 doesn't really change the maths right here. Even with a Defiance Band or a Choice Belt, you're 10 damage off from the knockout once again.
Where, and, oh where is Galarian Zigzagoon? Ooh, yeah, here we go. Look at this off of the Starbirth. Maybe we will see the Gyarados VMAX.
Did I positively jinx this by saying we're not going to see it and therefore we are going to see it?
Yeah, Hisuian Heavy Ball, of course, could fetch that Pokemon out of the prize cards. Any 2 cards able to be grabbed here for Nicolo. Does find the V-Guard energy as another choice. That is going to be pretty nice. Maybe give a little bit more survivability to these Pokemon. Would be great if he could get the V-Guard energy on the benched Arceus V, but of course, not possible. Needs to attach to the active Arceus.
Indeed, that V-Guard energy could be crucial, which, if it's so crucial on a bench Pokemon, maybe that wasn't the right energy to grab right now, although grabbing another basic energy means you have less and less targets for Trinity Nova, so good choices here. We'll see where whether the V-Guard or the double turbo gets attached. Perhaps the V-Guard is important to protect from a possible weirdier play, which Alexander probably drew off of the prizes he took. So there's a V-Guard attached to the active. We did have Melanie as the other attachment, and we're going to see the 200 damage. And I'm guessing the energy goes to the Gyarados.
Yeah, we'll have to see. And of course, Alexander does have Boss's Orders options, right, to KO either the 2 benched Pokemon. Could even try to ignore this active Arceus until maybe it comes up later. We'll see which route he decides to go and which route Nicolo goes. looks like it is going to be an energy spread option.
Now there is 60 damage missing on the active. There was 40 damage previous, and now we're hitting for 200 damage. Is that the misprinted Arceus V-Star that has 120 instead? Yeah, 60 damage. There we go. There's the fix. And I think if you're Alexander, you see that Gyarados, I think you just want to take it out. You just don't want to deal with the Gyarados VMAX. You have the
that
Luxray
thing's got way too
possibility.
much HP.
Exactly, yeah. And you're ahead, so the Luxray is probably not an option anymore. The question is there a boss?
It does look like there are not one, but two boss's orders in Alexander's hand currently, which could be good for back-to-back plays.
Yeah.
Let's see which one he wants to chase here. Gyarados or Arceus, or do you just hit with the active? You probably have to two-hit KO a Pokemon V-Star or V-Max at some point in this game. Something else Alexander is probably considering as it stands now. Primal Turbo searching the deck, does eye up a Gift Energy and a Double Turbo. This could go down to the other Lugia V on the bench, waiting for a chance to become a V-Star.
He's sitting pretty with that V-Guard. That V-Guard playing a huge role in this matchup, and yeah, that protection is just so important, and for both players even, that V-Guard on the active Arceus V-Star probably protecting from the Weird as well, but seems like we're not even going to deal with the active at this point in time.
And honestly, too, for Alexander, if you do boss's orders KO one of these two prize Pokemon, you can just set up to win with Weirdeer on the next turn. No matter what your opponent has active, you can get enough energy onto the Weirdeer V, thanks to its ability and its attack, of course, will be dealing more than enough damage. Double Turbo in hand can spread these energies out so your opponent can't really take too many of them out of play at once. Of course, more than likely, Nicola will be KOing the active, and boss's order says, yeah, I'm not dealing with Gyarados VMAX. Get that thing up here. Alexander, I think, is anti-fun here in this finals match.
So I did jinx the fact that we're not going to see Gyarados VMAX prize, and you can see how important, like, we're seeing Pokemon survive by 10 HP. We're seeing Gyarados V get knocked out, whereas if it had that 230 HP, which now seems to be like that big number that a lot of Pokemon would love to have in order to survive most of the attacks in the current metagame.
Nicolo has quite the mountain to climb at this point, and his hand is really not that strong. We're going to see a Bibarel for one, I think. The Double Turbo was attached to the bench. Could have been used with a Radiant Greninja play. You could burn a couple of these cards. You could switch into the Arceus V and retreat the Double Turbo energy off that you just attached in the future, and I think that is going to be the play. Of course, you could also just find another Arceus V-Star, which would work, and we will see that path come down, meaning Greninja no longer an option. 3 cards drawn from Bibarel, Industrious, and Sizers. Do we see that Arceus V-Star? Ultra Ball can get you there.
Now, Path to Peak has even more relevance because it does stop the Weirdeer V play.
Yes, of course.
So we do need to find now, other than the Weirdeer, we need to find a counter stadium in order to pull this off.
And something else as well, you know, depending on what else Alexander has to do on the turn, maybe can't put a Collapse Stadium in play because you would be limiting your bench too much if he needs to put a Luminion in play to search for a research or something like that. We'll have to see how things develop. Might only be a pair of outs for Alexander from this position. Nicolo does find that Arceus V-Star. That's ready to go. We'll see that Trinity Nova taking the KO, taking 2 prizes, giving Nicolo a chance to fight back in this game. But can we see the Weirdeer come through, deal enough damage to this active Arceus? There is no V-Guard energy on it. And there's even going to be another card or 2 drawn from this gift energy before the Lugia V-Star hits the discard pile.
Indeed. Now, if the Weirdeer V is not accomplished this turn, Nicolo does have the Sharon Scare and also the second V-Guard. I can't emphasize enough how important it is that Nicolo found that other copy of V-Guard to be able to rebench the Arceus and attach that to protect it even further.
I think Alexander might literally just have it in hand. The Collapse Stadium, there's the Weirdeer V. As long as there are enough energy cards in the deck, I think he has it right here. Primal Turbo can search right now. There's a bunch of Jet energies, I think, a couple Double Turbo energies. Alexander is going for it. There's a couple onto the bench. Primal Turbo, once again, just got to make sure you do the math. It's a lot to think through with the Double Turbos reducing your damage, but I think there's going to be more than enough energy cards put into play here for this Weirdeer to move to the active spot, Frontier Road, bringing all these other energy cards up to this Pokemon, and Psy Shield Bash getting through the massive 280 hit points of Arceus V-Star. Alexander Flatos is the Sacramento Regional Champion.
GG, 12 energy total. That's or 180 damage minus 60 for 20 damage in that final turn. What a game we just saw. What a series.
Absolutely incredible. You have to imagine Alexander was feeling great after game one, and then that mood totally changed when we saw game number 2. Start Snorlax, bench Mew EX, pass, I guess. Yeah. And then in game number 3, things went very according to plan. Alexander able to get things done. Of course, congratulations and commiserations to Nicolo. Getting to this point, excellent. A second place finish. He gets himself a bunch of championship points. He's $7,000 richer, which is kind of cool if you ask me.
Very nice, yeah.
And he did it all with Gyarados VMAX by his side.
So not only $7,000, but also cool points added to Nicolo for sure, at least from my part.
And Alexander not only winning this regionals, getting 200 championship points, he earns himself $10,000 for this finish, and also an invite to the World Championships in Hawaii.
That very coveted invite, right? This season, it feels like the bar has been raised. There we go. My English is apparently leaving me. Yeah, the bar has been raised. It's a little bit harder than last season. We do have a full season with League Cups and League Challenges year round. But yeah, having that auto invite definitely makes you feel really nice.
It's always nice to lock it up, even if you feel like you can get to 600. Just getting that extra little, insurance feels really nice. And here we go, Alexander just jumping so far ahead in game number 1. Boss's orders to take not only an Arceus V out of play, but also a couple of energy cards. And Nicolo left reeling, tons of damage left in play. Thought he had a play where he could get the knockout this turn on the Arceus V-Star, and unfortunately just maybe did the math a little bit wrong. It got super exciting when he found that Arceus V-Star at the right time, right off the Bibarel, but just did not work out. Maybe if he had done the math, we could have seen that lost vacuum to get rid of that Vengeful Punch.
Indeed, that 10 damage of those V-Guards coming to play for both players, saving the Arceus V initially and then saving the Lugia V-Star afterwards. And we saw Nicolo concede immediately after. He was going to be a little too far behind at that point.
Very reasonable concede, I think. We always talk about when is the right time to concede. It's definitely, time management is an important skill in the Pokemon TCG. You want to be aware of the clock, even though there was 75 minutes for Top Cut. Nicolo really did not have a realistic path to win. Wanted to make sure there would be plenty of time for a potential Game 2 and Game 3.
Indeed, and then this Game 2 was the complete opposite. We saw Alexander bench a Mew and pass, and then we saw the Mew go down, and we saw essentially a 3-minute game where Nicolo won and getting the dream set up, and then in this Game 3, it was a whole other story.
Yeah, Alexander went first, was definitely advantaged in that spot. Nicolo did not find the path to the peak. I mean, this matchup does look totally different if the path to the peak sticks in play. That's Nicolo's best chance. A pair of them were prized, made things a little more difficult. Alexander did not mind taking that extra 40 damage from the Vengeful Punch, and he just got a little too far ahead. Able to KO that first Arceus V. Finding Boss's orders this turn to KO the Gyarados V, never having to deal with a VMAX. It's got 330 hit points. I don't think anyone wanted to mess with that if they didn't have to. And this was the winning play. Weirdeer V moving all those energies to the active with the Frontier Road ability and Size Shield Bash, dealing more than enough to take out this Arceus V-Star.
I'm pretty sure before this weekend, Weirdeer V could have been a 50-cent card or so, and now it's like, it definitely has its use, and I've seen some Lugia V-Star decks even try to get away with not using it, but the big damage potential is so important.
And here we see our final standings for our top 8 players. Congratulations to all of them for getting to this point, an excellent accomplishment. Of course, Alexander, our winner, Nicolo, our finalist, Sawyer and Dorian, our semi-finalists, and Ryan, Charlie, Azul, and Dominic, quarterfinalists, making it to the top 8. Incredible finishes, incredible players, 4 Lugia Archeops decks. What do you think of that?
4 Lugia, definitely not on my bingo card if you had asked me before the event. I think 1 or 2 would have been expected, but such a dominant performance by Lugia this time around.
And there is our champion, Alexander Flatos, with the Lugia V-Star, and Nicolo, our finalist with Arceus V-Star. Really, I feel like we should switch it. We need to get Gyarados VMAX up above the Arceus, right?
Yeah,
that's the card that's most important in Nicolo's deck.
It's definitely the card that we were all looking forward to the most.
Maybe the card that's most important is actually like Judge or Path to the Peak. One of those two is probably pretty good. Actually, you know what? Well, I think we'll give it to Arceus.
Yeah, we'll give it to Arceus, I guess. I guess. Well, congratulations to all of our winners, of course. This is our last tournament wrapping up, but there's been 3 events throughout the course of the weekend. I guess more than 3, 6, 7 events, right? The 3 divisions for TCG, 3 divisions for VGC, and then Pokemon Go as well. We've crowned 7 champions over the course of the weekend. As always, Masters TCG does tend to be the last one here remaining in the event hall. But I don't think we'd have it any other way, especially when we get to see great games like that and get to see new players really kind of making a name for themselves. Someone we're going to have to keep our eye on through the rest of the year, Alexander Flatos for sure. Yeah, and I wonder, like, this is your first regional, you win, are you really excited and pumped, and do you just spend all your money traveling to every other event? Or do you take a chill and be like, okay, this will pay for a nice vacation in Honolulu, I'll take a chill and I'll see you guys in August or July, I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know exactly when, of course.
We don't know.
Yeah, congratulations, of course, to Alexander. And it is an interesting question, something worth pondering as well. Not a decision Alexander by any means has to make at this time. You know, you've only been playing for a few months. You've had this great showing. Maybe you kind of try to push that advantage, right?
Yeah.
You know, make more of a name for yourself and say, hey, this was my first tournament, but it will not be my last. It was not a fluke.
Was not a fluke,
You know, I did everything I could. I picked a great deck for the event. I played well, and, you know, a sprinkling of luck, as you said, was on his side.
Sprinkling of luck, indeed. Pretty cool tournament. And yeah, I don't know. Like, there's so much to be won at each event, not only recognition, the prizes. So yeah, if it were me, I'd be booking Toronto immediately.
Yeah, checking it out. Just a couple weeks away, and that's the thing about this game. This season, you know, being a part of the competitive circuit, it really does feel non-stop.
Non-stop indeed. We have this 2024 season schedule right here. We have Toronto coming up, then we have LAIC, we have San Antonio in December, Portland immediately in January. It feels non-stop Pokemon action everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe, you know, you take that 10K and you put it towards doing some of the international trips, because that's really where the money gets crazy, right? 10K for first at regionals is amazing, but they've upped it massively at the international level. First place getting $25,000. And even if you just finish in the top 64, which of course is not easy to do by any means, lots of great competition from all over the world at these international championships. But if you finish in that top 64, you get $2,000. That's crazy, Pablo.
It's an incredible amount, yeah. It's so rewarding, and then like this definitely lets you continue to participate and continue to go to more events, right? So yeah, these ICs, I'm really looking forward to the first one in Latin America. I'm really looking forward to it.
Absolutely, cannot wait. And of course, in addition to the cash, tons of points get paid out at the international championships. Like if you're thinking through your season and you're trying to get your Worlds invite and you're like, I could spend this money and go to 2 regionals, or I could go to 1 IC, it almost feels like it's more worth it to go to the international, because just the points pay out so much lower and they are in such greater quantity.
Indeed, and the attendance is, other than the NAC, I guess, is on par with regionals, at least the North American regionals. So there is a little bit more to be gained, price-wise, points-wise. So yeah, the atmosphere, like they are the international championships. So quite a few more people make it out to these events, and that just creates a very nice place to be at, for sure.
Well, Pablo, it's been a pleasure casting this final match with you, but we have a champion that we need to crown. Let's send it down to the stage and say congratulations to Alexander Flatos.
Hello, Pokemon fans. Welcome back to the main stage where you just saw all of the Pokemon action this weekend go down. My name is Adam Watson, and I am so happy to welcome to the stage our Sacramento regional finalist, Nicolo Abate. I gotta wait my turn. Congratulations, my friend. A monumental achievement indeed. Any thoughts you have for the people watching at home?
I'm so happy that I made it to finals. It feels unreal. I just want to shout out my friends again who are still here, which is awesome. So yeah, I'm wish I could have played better games there at the end, just drawn a little better, but had a great time and super excited.
Yeah, I know that it has been a grueling weekend of Pokemon. The fatigue really starts to show. Now that you've gotten this big win, are you going to be taking some time off, or are we going to see you right back at it with some Pokemon competition?
Yeah, we'll see. I'm going to be real. This is my first event. I was not expecting to do so well. Wasn't planning on going to anything super soon, but you know, I did pretty well, so maybe my mind will change, but we'll see what happens.
I completely understand. You've exceeded your own expectations and met such a lofty goal. And now with, you know, a win like this under your belt, I think that you certainly can take some time to rethink your plans for the future. I want to thank you once more for your performance today and for taking the time to share your thoughts with the folks at home. And now I'll release you so you can celebrate with your friends who are still here in the venue. Congratulations once more. And again, that was Nicolo, our finalist. And now I can finally welcome to the stage our Sacramento Regional Champion, Alexander Flatos. Thank you. Let me get one more. Nice firm handshake. I know it's been a long weekend for you as well, sir. What are your thoughts for the viewers right now, seeing you in this position?
It's unreal. I didn't think I'd make it this far, at least. You know, it's just completely unreal. It's a great moment, honestly.
Yeah, I think that certainly a performance that surprised everyone. I know that this was, again, your first big competition, and you settled on colorless Lugia, a deck that's very new to the Pokemon metagame. What made you want to gravitate towards this deck that was a little bit unproven going into this competition?
Snorlax. I enjoy the card Snorlax, but it did have some. It had an uprising in the Japan plane. So I liked it a lot. The play is fun. I think I liked it a little more than the single strike version. I thought it was a little bit different. So I enjoyed it the most right there.
That's great that you were able to do that deep research into the metagame and make use of a Pokemon that you love. That's part of the magic for sure for our card game, is to be able to play with your favorite Pokemon. Is there anybody else you want to give a special shout out to in this big moment that helped you prepare or had your back on your journey right here to the big stage?
Oh, of course. Shout out to all my friends, especially JV for getting us into Pokemon. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be here right now. So big shout out to him.
All right. Yeah, let's hear it, folks. Definitely, definitely. I think that you are a perfect demonstration, Alexander, of just pure love for the game and the thing we're always talking about here in our regional championships is your friends have your back. They're going to give you advice and bring you into the hobby that we all love. And now you are going to be the newest ambassador for the Pokemon TCG to draw in some newer competitors that might want to replicate your success. If there was a new player that asked you for advice right now, what would you tell him?
Just get into it as fast as you can, and any card game that player from any place, just come in. This community is great. The atmosphere is great. Everything set up is great. The judges are great. Everything here is just perfect.
Thank you so much for the kind words. I'm glad that our outpouring of love and our dedicated staff were able to impress you. I'm looking forward to your success further at any more competitions you might choose to compete in. And we'll see you, of course, at the World Championships. So let's get one more big round of applause for our winner before I let him celebrate. All right, yes, have a great night. So much has happened this weekend, folks, and these are two names that we really do need to pay attention to going forward. The start of new Pokemon journeys is exactly what this game is about. There's still way more competition to go for the rest of this Pokemon season, and I can't wait to have more new names and more surprises thrown at me. We're going to bring things right back down to the lounge so we can bring it all home and let everybody know where you can tune in for our next Pokemon competition.
Thank you so much, Adam. Juancho Saldana here, joined in the lounge with Kyle Sablehouse and Chip Ritchie. What a tournament. What do you guys have to say? What do you think?
Yeah, it was a great tournament, great finals match. Had some unfortunate things in game 1, in game 2 as well, but game 3 ended up being pretty solid overall, and we saw great games throughout the whole weekend.
I mean, what a wild ride to get to this point. A lot of different decks, a lot of variety, and then ultimately we get to the top 8, and there's half of it is Lugia. It's wild to see, sure enough, and of course, a Gyarados thrown into the mix too. It just makes everything even better.
Definitely was not expecting the Gyarados. Let's go ahead and take a look at the deck usage actually for the day 2. Again, most played deck, a Lost Zone box. Not really a surprise there. Again, I feel like all the best players were really on it, but I think it's that usage, that 22%, that really showed why the Lugia V-Star was able to shine here.
It's got a great matchup into Lugia. I mean, if you have the Kyogre build of Lost Box, you at least have a chance, but I mean, we saw Alexander, our champion, he was able to take down Azul GG, one of the top players in the game. Azul, of course, was playing the Lost Zone box deck and just didn't really have great answers for Lugia. And with only 11 players playing the deck in day 2, the fact that 4 made top 8, that's incredible.
Certainly, the conversion rate there of not only just day 1 to day 2, but then day 2 to top 8 for Lugia is unreal. And I mean, it's wild to see. It certainly performed very strongly, and it ran into itself enough in top 4. It was guaranteed that we'd see this deck in the finals and continue to perform all the way to a championship.
That is true. Again, pretty good numbers there, and it's so scary too with Miraidon being one of the most played decks, a very, very popular deck, but it was able to make it there. And you know what? How about let's go ahead and check out our predictions though for the week. Let's do a little double check.
Oh, how do we do?
Terribly.
Yeah. Yeah, you see any Gudras this weekend,
Okay,
Juancho?
there was some news in day 2, but
wow, good for you. Hey, at least I got Kyogre in top 4, right?
Yeah, I think we got to give Kyle the win here for getting the only card out of the 10 listed here in top 8 of the tournament.
I don't know about you guys, but it seems like we're going to have to start reviewing a lot more. And maybe it's just the new age. It's the new age. We have 2 new players making it to the finals. Maybe it's time to pass on the guard.
Could you imagine if Skarzik just had Gyarados VMAX up there?
That would have been the call of the century for sure.
For sure. And you know what, guys? This is just our 3rd stop. We have so much more Pokemon for this season, and yeah, cannot wait. Next up, we do have the Toronto Regional Championship for our North America circuit. Again, it's going to be at October 27th to 29, a mere 2 weeks away. I don't know what to predict for this.
Yeah, and we're going to have to go back to the drawing board here. Lugia winning, Gyarados getting second. Really, the sky's the limit for what can happen in Canada in just a couple of weeks, and that's really what this season is, just tournament after tournament after tournament. The meta will change, the meta will evolve. How will the players adapt? That is the question.
The storyline for defending home turf here, I think, is going to be something to look out for over the next 2 weeks. So many great Canadian players are going to have their eyes set on this, trying to make sure that they win it for their home country, their home city potentially as well. A lot of great players from Toronto, and we already saw our first 2 winners of the season from Canada. Can they do it once more?
Yeah, and you know what? October is such a great month for the Pokemon trading card game because I feel like it's just Pokemon Regional every week. It's just next week we have the Lille Regional Championships. Yeah, October 21 to 22nd. And I just want to remind viewers at home, this is going to be streamed on this channel. And that's so exciting.
Yeah, wherever you're watching this, you can catch the Lille Regional Championships next week, and our European team is going to take you through that event. They're going to do an excellent job over there. I can't wait to tune in and see some of that EU talent and see who comes out on top there.
Yes, definitely. And of course, we love, my favorite part, we love hearing from everyone at home. Make sure to let us know what you thought of for the Sacramento Regional Championship. What do you think of our new champions? What do you think of all these amazing new decks? So don't forget to follow on the Twitter, on YouTube, or on Twitch. It's so exciting to be a Pokemon player right now. And with that, on behalf of all of us here today, this was the Sacramento Regional Championship. We'll see you all next time.